before final adoption. Today, we will focus only on new considerations. Several key factors will guide us through these hearings. First would be Senate Bill 1, which was signed April 15th, 2025. This bill will reduce property tax revenues, and future legislation could bring more changes. We must plan cautiously to avoid long-term fiscal instability. Second, while competitive wages are very important, extreme cases may not be sustainable. That is why last year we invested in an independent, non-political salary study to ensure consistent base pay within similar job classifications to make sure they're compensated fairly and consistently. Finally, although Johnson County remains financially strong, we must continue to make careful, long-term decisions to protect services and maintain taxpayer trust. So with that being said, we are prepared to move forward with the first agenda item, which is Mental Health Center, and it's located on page 50 in your budget book. And I understand you've provided us all with a handout and realize also that it is your first presentation. So welcome.
Good morning.
Yeah, I don't think any of us bite, so.
Good morning. I hope not. Well, it's too early to bite. I'm Jennifer Disbrow, a Vice President at Adult and Child for our community-based and social services team. I'm accompanied by my colleague Laura Barrett, who's our Vice President of Behavioral Health. So great to be here. I'm going to share a little bit about adult and child health. We've been in Johnson County as long as I can remember. I've been at Adult and Child 24 years this year. We have some great celebrations at our organization recently. So if we're not familiar with the term CCBHC, it's the Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic. Adult and Child is one of the 8 pilot sites for demonstration this year. So starting January 1 of 2025, we embarked on such an adventure for community mental health, and that brings back great resources to Johnson County. So our 2 designated site locations are in Johnson County and in Marion County. A little bit about CCBHC, just so that everybody's familiar. It brings a lot in terms of community mental health. That includes crisis services available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, individualized treatment planning for individuals seeking services, screening, assessment, diagnosis, and risk, outpatient mental health and substance use services, targeted case management, outpatient primary care screening and monitoring, community-based services for veterans, peer family support and counselor services, and psychiatric rehabilitation services. I'm glad your monitors aren't working because our email wasn't coming through, so we don't even have it to project, but Amy, you might have gotten it by now, I hope. Okay. So what CCBHC allows us to do is expand timely access to treatment and service, expanding access to substance use care, investing in our workforce, coordination and integration into primary care, so treating the whole person for whole health, making crisis services and supports available to all, improving collaboration with criminal justice agencies, meeting children, youth, and families where they are, and addressing health disparities, and focusing on social determinants of health. Something that CCBHC also at a national level helps us is standardize metrics and evaluate outcomes. So as most of you know, outcomes are very important in determining if our services and treatment are really impacting the community. So access so the goal would be access and expansion of people served by on an average 33%. CCBHCs assist with finding and maintaining stable housing, increase use of MAT for substance use disorders, including opioid use disorders, compared to substance use treatment facilities. Evidence shows greater integrated physical and behavioral health care to reduce chronic health conditions. There's a lot of screening involved, and those screenings help to determine disparities and treatment towards those disparities, and alleviating the impact of behavioral health workforce shortage. And so it allows us to increase hiring. Yeah.
As one of the pilot sites, one of
Can you
our,
give your name, please?
I'm Laura Barrett. Thank you. As one of the pilot sites, we are expected to submit clinical measures and clinical outcomes to the state on a monthly basis. And those will be made available. They're being made available quarterly in an aggregate form, but eventually they'll be available in an individual form for each of our 8 CCBHC demo sites. So there'll be actual hard data to look at the effectiveness of CCBHC after this demonstration year ends.
She's much taller than I am, so I have to move this down. So Johnson County has been an amazing partner for ANC over the years, and we have really worked at developing and engaging collaboration. So some partnerships we'd like to highlight for us as a partner in Johnson County include Upstream, Johnson Memorial Hospital, especially their ED and crisis assessment, Valley Vista Residential, Aspire Johnson County Behavioral Health Court, a member of the CIT Committee for Johnson County, CIT and Trauma Informed Trainings, Community Foundation, Child Fatality Review Team and Opioid Fatality Review Team, Department of Child Services, Community Corrections Advisory Board, Human Trafficking Committee, Justice Reinvestment Advisory Council, Systems of Care Collaborative, Franklin Township Trustee Partnership, and Hope for Johnson County Stronger Together Suicide Prevention Coalition. Something that I think is great to highlight is our continuum of care. So really focusing on what does ANC provide. We provide 24-hour mobile crisis. We have a crisis center, psychiatry, primary care services, care coordination, medication assisted treatment, addictions treatment, individual and family counseling, benefits navigation, homeless outreach, therapeutic foster care, family preservation, wraparound services, supported housing, home-based intensive services, school-based services, peer support services, and employment services, just to name a few. I'm going to turn this over to Laura to talk a little bit more about our crisis, as she is the Vice President of our crisis services.
Thank you. We developed mobile crisis, 24-hour mobile crisis about approximately 4 years ago. Last year, we opened a crisis center. It opened in April, then had a grand opening in July. Currently, it operates Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. We take referrals from the community, from SELF, from law enforcement, from behavioral health services, behavioral health providers, just a litany of anybody can refer to the crisis center. And the goal is to decrease utilization of EMS, law enforcement, and the emergency room, and decrease inpatient hospitalizations if they're not necessary. The goal is to stabilize individuals at the crisis center and get them back in the community. And to date, we are stabilizing between 75 and 80% of individuals, and they don't need a higher level of care. So super proud of that. And then the next slide is our crisis continuum of care and the utilization of our crisis services by Johnson County residents. So for persons in crisis, we've served 608 individuals last year. For our crisis hotline, we have provided 2,336 crisis encounters through our phone services. We've done 130 mobile responses to the community, and the crisis center has served 65 individuals last year. It will continue to grow and hopefully continue to be a resource for the county.
Also to highlight, our crisis center is really right now only available to adults, 18 and over, but we are working, hopefully in the near future for youth services. That's our dream. So who we serve in Johnson County, some data on clients that we serve. So the median household income in Johnson County, for the clients that we serve is 20,000 per household. The median family size in Johnson County that we serve is 3 per household. We serve on average more female than male, but not by large, 56% female, 44% male. And then broken down, we serve 77% white or Caucasian. And then we also have an opportunity to decline or did not respond. And that's the highest, third highest at 7%. And then, of course, 9% Black or African American. So we also break down our data by youth served and adults served, and the most in terms of social determinants of health is residential instability. 18% of clients served for youth is identified as having residential instability. And then delinquent behavior is 10% of youth we serve. And then the legal system involvement is 9%. Of adults assessed, 42% have legal involvement, so a pretty high percentage. And then residential instability at 29% and criminal behavior at 22%. So adult and child has served 3,950 total clients, and that's 65,000 hours, 651 hours provided, services provided. In terms of data on presenting issues, 90% of those served have mental health needs, mental health diagnoses. 1% is SUD primary, and 9% is SUD and mental health combined. We served 38% youth and 62% adults. So that's 1,500 youth served this past fiscal year and 2,442 adults. I like to highlight our involvement in school supports. So adult and child by history has been involved in many of the school systems here in Johnson County. We have 25 schools that we are a partner in. And through that, we've served 1,346 youth and families through our school-based programs and services. With CCBHC, we've been able to add to our school-based services, which include additional group services for youth and families, on top of some training for our schools that we partner with. So that's been really, I think, beneficial. We are an FQHC lookalike, meaning that we also have primary care within our buildings. So we have had 906 primary care visits and 746 psychiatry visits. So that is something to highlight. Our psychiatry is located at the Northwood location along with our primary care. And we have opportunities for walk-in visits and some of those things that allow immediate access to care. We are a licensed placing agency for youth involved in foster care. So that's unique to adult and child. Although foster care is on the decline due to a lot of services being able to be provided to families to keep natural families intact. Foster care is still a need. We have 52 licensed foster care homes that stretch from Johnson County. Actually, it stretches all over Indiana. It can be, and we have 79 beds. So although we have 52 foster homes, those foster homes are able to take on more than one youth at a time. So we have 79 beds available. And then we have served this last fiscal year 124 foster youth. I will highlight a little bit about our diagnoses. We have seen an increase in, I think, some anxiety disorders, both for adults and for youth. Our primary diagnoses for adults being served are 24% is anxiety disorders, 21% is depressive disorders, and 19% is substance-related and addictive disorders. 11% is trauma and stress related disorder, and then 5% is bipolar related. Youth diagnoses, disruptive, impulsive, or conduct, 24%, anxiety, 22%, neurodevelopment, 21%, depressive disorders, 18%, and trauma stressors are related to trauma or stressor related disorders, 11%. Of those that we serve, substance use, top substance use diagnoses is alcohol use at 44%. Second is cannabis at 22%, opioid is 16%, stimulants at 12%, and tobacco at 4%. ANC has also taken a lot of opportunity to invest in our workforce. As we can all imagine, it's very competitive, and finding great, excellent quality staff is our top priority. So ANC employs 96 Johnson County residents. That's providers, that's desk staff, that's behind the scenes employees as well. We have 2 workforce grants that we were able to reinvest in our staff. One was a DMHA, a Division of Mental Health and Addictions workforce grant, and we implemented career pathways. We increased peer support specialists across both Marion and Johnson County, and we had certification funding to help peer support specialists become certified.
Excuse
oh,
me.
yeah.
I make a motion here to move forward. We're already at 15 minutes with this presentation, and we have others to listen to as well. We always have supported you as a county and look forward to continue doing that. But I make a motion that we continue on with our agenda for the day.
I saw you.
Thank
I saw
you.
it. Hang on a minute.
No,
Just a
don't
minute.
leave.
You're fine. You're fine. I saw you were close to being done.
Yes.
So I do appreciate you being conscious of our time. I would like to open the floor at this point for further discussion among the panel, and then I'll call for a motion, okay? So
you.
at this time, I'd open the floor for any discussion for these ladies, whether at the podium. If there is no discussion,
I have a couple.
you have something? Okay.
First, I want to thank you both. Laura, just for everyone's knowledge here that doesn't know Laura, she's the most intelligent and knowledgeable person regarding mental health in this room, I believe. Don't know you, so, but I think county benefits from adult and child. However, we're the fiscal body, and so I have a couple of questions about how the funding that we are assigned here, who assigns that amount of money? It's FSCS, right? Or FCCS, Family Child. Is that the organization that funds you and assigns your CMHC status?
That's it.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
I was
that's it.
like,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
No.
My alphabet soup. They fund you, correct?
Yes, through the Division of Mental Health and Addictions.
Yeah, they also provide to you your status, correct? As to being able to receive those funds. are you the only mental health agency that gets these dollars at present?
Yes, in Johnson County. So we are we are the designated CMHC for Johnson County.
Okay, so the FSSA assigns the amount of money and they also assign you. So these are great responsibilities you have. And I'm most interested in seeing the dollars that the county this money is passing through us for a reason, and it's mainly population based, I think. But you're also in Marion County, right?
Yes.
And I see you building structures in Marion County. Do you have any plans to build anything in Johnson County?
It's a good question. I think with CCBHC having smaller location, like multiple locations throughout the area is the goal versus bigger. It's really smaller opportunity. At this point in our new fiscal year, we are looking at one location change or update, but that is not in Johnson County. It is in Marion.
Sure like for you to consider building in Johnson County. That's all I have, with the exception of, I see one of our fine commissioners is here, and we appropriate this money to you, sir, and your partners. And I would like to see some consideration made as to where these funds go. And I'd entertain, on the council here, how to do that. I don't know. And would like a suggestion in that regard. And then from the commissioner also.
If is there any further discussion?
Perhaps maybe an idea here, maybe like a couple times a year, the commissioners maybe approach us and let us know, what's going on behind the scenes with this large amount of money that we appropriate every year. That would be great.
We rely on their annual report that they give us to substantiate the amount of service we're getting in Johnson County. And it's been, as she's demonstrated here, it's been extensive in the past. We felt like we were getting really a fair amount of service in the county. What we have questioned in the past and continue to look at is there a way that some of these funds might be diverted to services that the county is capable of providing? And, with our new behavioral health facility coming on board, we were looking at maybe some options there. One of the things that I was going to ask these ladies is, when you under your who we serve in Johnson County, 42% of the adults was legal involvement. I was just curious as to what legal involvement might be.
Thank you. So when we do intake and ongoing assessment, we ask those questions. So it would be how they determine. So sometimes that they could be on probation. They could have an open DCS case. So legal involvement could mean a little bit more of a wide range of identifiers. Did you have anything you want to add?
It could also been law enforcement was called out on a mental health run and made a referral to A&C from that run.
Thank you. If there is there any further discussion by the council? If there is no further discussion, I would like to entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as presented and to be taken under advisement for possible amendments prior to final adoption. So I'm open for a first, please.
I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the budget as presented.
I have a first by Mr. Mallers,
Second.
a second by Mr. Dittmers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Thank you very much for your
Thank
information.
you.
Very
Have a good morning.
beneficial. Next up is WIC, and that can be located on page 83 in your budget book.
Good morning. I'm Tracy, Johnson County WIC Coordinator, and this is Angela Larkin. She is our breastfeeding coordinator at the WIC office. Just real quick, we run the Shelbyville Clinic office, which sees about 1,000 people a month. We're about 3,400 people a month in Franklin, and then Greenwood will be probably close to 4,000. I've been with the program for 27 years and love every minute of it. We have 28 staff, 10 dietitians, 3 lactation consultants. We've got 5 registered nurses, breastfeeding counselors, and 5 clerks among those 3 clinics. And most of our staff, 72%, is made up of part-time and contract staff. We have 8 full-time. We're a supplemental food and nutrition program, so we provide food for families that they could, it gets loaded onto a card for specific food items, and they go shopping to provide those healthy foods. And then we also receive nutrition counseling when they're in our office, and we see them every 3 months on a typical basis. We are a state grant funded program. So we get our award every year around the fiscal year, which is October. So does anybody have any questions for me?
Yes, we do have some discussion for you, Tracy. Looking at your budget, my first question to you is, did you follow the guidelines?
Regarding,
The council guidelines for preparing your budget? Did you follow those?
as far as I know, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we have several
Okay.
highlighted line items that do not
Okay.
follow the guidelines. So if we can talk about some of those
Mhm.
moving forward.
Yes, so, the guidelines were to follow the WIS salary study for job classifications. And, when your 2026 requested budget, salaries were compared, they, did not match any of them. And, so, I know I will be entertaining a motion to change those numbers to the WIS guidelines. But I also had a question about some of your line items.
State the line item number if you,
Yeah.
so everyone else could follow along.
And perhaps and this is my first year, so perhaps it's just because it's a grant or some kind of funding, but in your office supplies, and that's 8229-21500. You have budgeted 32,932, but it doesn't look like anything's been expended yet this year.
That's for 26. That's our grant fund for 26. Our fund number right now is 82,160.
For clarification, the fund numbers on grants change every other year.
Yeah.
So that's why.
That's why there's no history on this fund number.
Okay, that's what I didn't
That's
see the
okay.
history, so
I
thank
haven't
you.
done budget hearings for a decade, so this,
Mhm.
yeah.
So I guess my question would be on that. That is a 6% or $6,000 increase for office supplies.
So again, like we're opening up a new clinic, so we just disputed, had to put extra money in for opening up a clinic from scratch, but
In Shelbyville, the new clinic?
no, Greenwood.
Greenwood, okay.
And we
Thank
took
you.
over Shelbyville a year and 18 months ago, so yeah, there's gonna be a fluctuation, for sure.
So all of the line items on here, well, I guess I'll refer to Mr. Dittmers. Mr. Dittmers, I see that you're their liaison. So do you have any input on the numbers as far as the WIC? I wasn't sure if you guys had discussed this and you purposely knew you weren't matching those, or if you just put your numbers in and
I
didn't.
put my numbers in the best of my estimate because I don't even have my grant award yet. That's what makes it really hard.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't even know what my award's gonna be
Yeah, 'cause of the
until,
timeline.
October, November. So I have to guesstimate what special projects I work with the state, which I have to put in, operating expenses. I always ask Amy, what's the best line item to put this money in where, because I don't know what's gonna occur in the future. So.
Anyone else? Discussion? Okay, so if there is no further discussion, then I would entertain a motion that these numbers be revised to that have been presented to conform with the WIS and council guidelines prior to second reading. So that's
For the salary.
yeah. Go ahead.
I'll be happy to make that motion. I would motion to accept the 8229 budget as presented, except for the revised numbers to conform with the WIS council guidelines. And do you need me to read those line by line?
Do you need the line items, Amy?
Yeah, if I can get the account numbers.
Okay.
Count numbers.
So that is 8229 11422. That number should be 44,936 to conform with guidelines. 8229 11423. That number should be 44,936. 8229 12852. 76518. 8229 13203. 63980. 8229 13204. 61425. 8229 13205. 61425. Are we adding a new position for 2026? Is that what 13206 is?
It is, well, we had put that position in last year and then didn't roll it over because we hadn't opened up the office yet. So it was there in the past.
So the line item had been approved.
Yeah.
8229 13206. 61425. 8229 13207. 61425. 8229 13208. 61425. 8229 13209. 53333. 8229 13210. 68250. 8229 13211. 68250. 8229 13212. 44936. And that would be my motion.
I'll second that motion.
Any further discussion?
And then we'll have to recalculate the FICA.
I'm sorry?
We'll have to recalculate the FICA and PERF.
Yeah.
Now, we didn't talk about at the beginning, but any of these, this would still fall under any of those, I believe that, didn't move up from the prior year, then would qualify for the one-time stipend, so, yeah. Okay. So Michelle's motion is that the motion is to revise the presented numbers to conform with the WIS council guidelines. And Amy has stated that the FICA and the PERF will have to be recalculated. And we have a second by Ms. Grissomer. So if there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you, Tracy.
All right, thank you.
Next up is the Extension Office, and it's on page 34. Takes us a minute to get back to these pages because we have so many emails and things clipped to the pages. So you'll have to have a little patience. You can go ahead and state your name, hon.
Okay, my name is Heather Doherty. I'm the 4-H Extension Educator and County Extension Director for Purdue Extension. For those who aren't familiar with Purdue Extension, it's in all 92 counties in Indiana. And we deliver programming that's research-based for health and human sciences, ag and natural resources, and then also 4-H youth development. And obviously a big event that our office is in charge of every year is the Johnson County Fair. So it's kind of what we do all year.
Okay. I see as far as your 100 line items, you stayed within the guidelines.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. The only thing that I see that me personally that I would question, and it's not huge, but on the overtime, it looks like you haven't used much of what you budgeted last year.
Yes, so that is currently in the works because all the overtime comes the month of July when we're my secretary and program assistant work a lot of hours for the fair. So it may not reflect it yet,
That
but
makes
it is being used.
Yes.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Okay. If there is no further discussion, I'd entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as presented and take them under advisement for possible amendments prior to final reading, final adoption.
So move.
Mr. Dittmers as a first,
Second.
and Mr. Mallers as a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is soil and water, and it is located on page 51.
Kathy Haste, Soil and Water.
I'm sorry,
Kathy
Kathy.
Haste, Soil and Water. I have no changes from what was submitted.
Okay, and it,
I did have one question. On your claims,
Mm-hmm.
you have requested $58,000.
Hmm.
And you haven't expended all of that?
Yeah, we just ask upfront once a year from you guys that dollar amount. And we've had that amount basically since 2014.
And you spend the majority of the money?
Yes.
and that is, your claims consist of utilities, what?
Yeah, and we have a soil and water employee ourselves, in 2014, 2013, 2014. Some of the rules for the county about the amount of part-time employees, and what the burden would be to the county was changing. The director at the time went and asked if we could just take what was considered our part-time funds from you guys and roll it in with our claims amount, and then we would be responsible. You as a county would not be responsible for our part-time employee. If that makes sense.
Do we ever see a breakdown of that?
No,
No.
I've been here almost 20 years, and to my knowledge, we've never submitted that to you guys,
In my 35, I've never seen
Gonna
it
say.
there, so
but I
just
mean,
curious if there was something I was missing. All right, is there any further discussion? Being none, I would entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as presented and take them under advisement for possible amendments to final adoption.
Motion to approve as presented.
I have
The
a
first reading.
first by Mr. Myers,
I'll second that.
second by Ms. Griswold. No further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. Okay, next up is our county park on page
48.
48. Sorry, I got lost.
Kevin Leonard, Park Superintendent.
Kevin,
Morning. So yeah, for our 1157 for salaries, we stayed within the guidelines you guys submitted.
okay.
And then the only other ones on that one, we did lower a couple line items, vehicle maintenance, equipment repair and maintenance. And I think that was the only two. And then I did look at increasing overtime to kind of match with some of the salary increases and then our utilities as well, with some additional buildings and future growth, and utilities continue to go up, unfortunately.
I did have a question about your overtime.
Mhm.
So thank you for submitting the overtime detail that
Yep.
council requested. You do have a couple employees that kind of stand out in how much overtime they've earned so far. And if it stays on track, one is scheduled to be about $8,000 overtime for the year. The other one over $5,000 overtime for the year. Can you explain why there's so much overtime on those two individuals? And
Yeah, we do have, I know usually one of them, we do have two of our full-time maintenance workers that during the main season, their schedule kind of shifts to run the horse park events or work the horse park events. So they try to be as mindful as possible, but there are events that they'll have to come in early, or if something happens, they need to stay late. And then another one of our employees runs our park events. So on weekends, she'll be organizing and running those events. And then she also attends board meetings as well, once a month.
And that's exclusive to those two employees, no others?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we have the two, all of our maintenance workers can get overtime if they have to stay and fix anything. But yeah, we have two of them that specifically work the horse park. And then we have our recreation director that runs all the park events. Those are typically the three that accrue more overtime than the rest.
so I know some of those horse park events bring in revenue. Does that revenue help offset this overtime expense?
Yes.
And is it in this fund, or does that revenue come into a different fund?
Our revenue at the horse park goes into our non-revertings.
Non-reverting. So as far as the food and beverage fund 1157, it's not helping out with
No.
the. And then I did have a question about the title changes.
Yeah, we don't have to have those now.
Okay, I'll say, did you run that by the commissioners first?
Well, and the county attorney's actually state statute says they need to stay superintendent and assistant superintendent, so we don't need to make that change.
Okay, so our motion would need to
Yes. we-
exclude that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a question. I should have asked the other departments too, but I'm gonna start asking. Is your department abiding by the all county policies, including nepotism?
Yeah.
Any further discussion?
Just one quick one. Kevin, under operating expenses, there's $34,000. It's kind of a catch-all line. What constitutes operating expenses? What would fall into that? Examples? Out of curiosity.
It's really anything we have that if we have to have any work done, anyone we pay another company to come in and do the work for. So it's kind of a catch-all with if we have any.
So it's outside services?
Outside services, yeah. Our op supplies that we have in some of our other lines, that's anything that we personally buy to do any supply line, but the expenses is any outside services.
Kevin, just offhand, what's paid out of the non-reverting fund? And is there any way that could help offset anything in the food and beverage moving forward?
Like what?
I don't
What's
know.
out
That's
of
what I'm
the
asking you. Your non-reverting fund, what do you pay? What's that money used for?
A lot of our park events, a lot of that will come out of that. Trying to think, a lot of the internal things we do will come out of those funds as well.
Just trying to be creative and think of a way to take some weight off the county. You know, if you have money coming in and it,
Yeah.
just a thought.
That's the next page. It's page 49.
Next page.
Yeah.
Right down there.
Yep. Got it.
And it does look
Got
like you did some zero-based budgeting on the 1178 and
Yeah.
1179 funds.
Yeah.
And your balance now in that non-reverting fund is like $860,000.
Yeah, both of our cash balances and our non-revertings are pretty good shape right now. We are looking at some projects that we will use some of those funds with. I know we've been working with the commissioners on bond funding projects as well, but we have some others that are going to be coming soon that we need to kind of get done. That's going to use some of those funds as well.
That's pretty healthy cash balance.
Yeah. Yeah. So we've kind of worked hard to kind of grow that the last few years, but we do have some upcoming projects over here, probably the next couple years that we're going to be using some of that.
Okay. Further discussion? If there is no further discussion, I would entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as presented with the changes that he spoke of at this time and taken under advisement for amendments, possible amendments prior to the final adoption.
Move to approve.
Do we need to state
About the titles.
yeah, you need about the titles?
Yeah, those were the changes. I thought those are the only changes.
But for the record, we just need to state them.
Move to approve as presented with the amendment that the title changes as requested will not pertain to the request, and the roles of superintendent and assistant superintendent will remain. You can write that down.
And that was for Fund 1157. Are we taking each one separately?
0128.
Is that what we do?
Would that be better for the record, Amy?
It doesn't matter as long as you're clear on your vote.
I was gonna say, I don't know if anyone else needs further discussion on the other.
Which other?
On the 1178 non-reverting that I spoke about in 1179.
Nothing changes as a result.
Yeah,
Did it?
no. So I believe we can take them together.
So your motion would include funds.
Not, yeah, 1178 and 1179.
I would second the motion for 1157, Fund 1178, Fund 1179 as presented with the exception of the title changes.
Okay, I have a first by Mr.
Well, that's good.
Dittmers, a second
Just making sure.
by Mrs. Graves. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, that's the last motion on this.
So we did page 79 and 80 is the health department. Hi, Betsy.
Betsy Swearingen, Director, Johnson County Health Department.
Give me a second. Okay, Betsy, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you.
So I guess the first thing is, do you have anything you'd like to say at this time to the council? Now's your time.
No, we are submitting for your recommendations, requirements. So no, I don't
Thank
believe
you.
we have anything to say.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So I see some highlighted areas and some books, so we can start with questions for Betsy.
My question is part-time. I'm the lucky one who gets to look at part-time and overtime.
Sure.
And if I'm reading the budget book correctly, you've expended so far $7,800 in part-time, but you have a budget request of 40,000. Do you think you'll need all that? Can we take that down?
Well, yes, I can see why it says that. Our MA, our medical assistant, her mother's been ill, so she hasn't been working as much as we would like her to work. That's why it's budgeted that way.
Okay.
Also, too, we are losing funds in the HFI funds, the 1161 fund. So we need to move a part-time position that's into the 1159 fund. So that's why we're budgeting those numbers.
Why don't, if no one is opposed, why don't we go ahead and look at the others that the local public health service and local health maintenance. And then I believe the trust account. And that would be all under your
There's four.
purview, right?
Yes.
Four.
Four.
So the one we were just looking at was 1159.
1159. Yes.
So any other questions on 1159? That would be where her 100 series 200 series and 300 series. You did make an attempt to zero balance
We
as much
did.
as possible.
And you'll see too that rent and utilities will be going down. We will pay those last bills in April of 2026.
Okay.
And that's for the former building.
That's for the former building
That we're not in.
that we're not in. And we fight monthly on the utility bill that we pay for that too, that seems.
I still want the name of the dude that prepared their contracts. Any questions on the 1159 fund? It's presented. So we can move on to 1161. Page 81.
And that's the one that we had the 3+ million this year. That money is being cut to roughly 845,000 next year. Per the legislature.
I was gonna say that's one of the SB1 fallouts.
Right.
We've
Yes.
gone from 3 million to,
Yeah, we took about a 70% cut in that
Yeah.
one.
yeah.
So again, you're part-time in the 1168. Your it's increased by about $12,000. Your usage again is not quite half so far this year. Can we take that number down any or?
That one's a tough one. We'd like to leave it as we submitted it. The reason being is we have to jump through so many hoops to go back to the state and ask for a budget revision on that one, so it's better, and then it'll just revert back if we don't
Revert
use
back.
it.
That's good information. I had
Yes.
forgotten about that. Right, working with the state grants. Right.
I did have one last question. I know earlier in the year, there had been a discussion about that PHPC position. It was part-time. Has that been split out from your daily duties? Have we hired someone to do that? Could you give us an update on that?
No, our board has not made the decision on whether or not they're going to split those positions. Currently, they're keeping them together. So I'm just still doing the work to get it done. And we'll keep doing that.
Are you following all county policies, including anti-nepotism?
We absolutely are.
Wonderful. Glad to hear that now.
Okay, so that would be all 4 of her funds. And at this time, further discussion, please. If there's no further discussion, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as presented, take them under advisement for possible amendments prior to final adoption. We need a first, please.
I move to accept as presented.
A first by
Second.
Okay, I just had brain fade. Mr. Mallers and Mr. Dittmers. If there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Thank you,
Thank
Betsy. Okay, next up is the coroner on page 24.
24?
Isn't that right?
Yep.
Yeah. I told you I was gonna confuse you with these numbers. Okay, go ahead and state your name for the record. We'll
Yes,
get
good
started.
morning. Michael Pruitt, Johnson County Coroner.
Okay, and it looks like the funds we're dealing with is it's 1157, correct?
That would be correct.
Be food and beverage. Okay, Mr. Coroner. Been a lot of work put into your budget, a lot of research, a lot of discussion.
Every year, but we've, I'm into this 4.5 years and we've been very fortunate between the support of the council commissioners. We've moved the office forward leaps and bounds over that 4.5 years. So we actually, I believe, and by other people from the outside that we're running one of the premier coroner offices in the state of Indiana right now, but that could have been done without a lot of help from outside people.
Okay. Any other to do with your presentation? I'm
Yeah.
gonna ask you the same question I asked
So-
everyone else.
So I'd like,
That
I would like to
is
say
the guidelines that was provided by this council.
pretty close, other than when we talked about the chief deputy and my salaries, there was email exchanges that went back and forth
Uh-huh.
and I don't think it was just gonna be left open to discussion.
Yeah.
Down the road on how we were gonna deal with that, but one correction I do want to do. If you go down to the communications line, and that'd be your 36,200.
Hang on.
It had
Got it.
gone from 1,900 last year to 16,500 this year. That was to purchase some communications equipment. We found alternative funding. So that actually takes that down to 2,163 on our communications budget instead. So we take off 14,337. Then that would take
2,100 and how much are you taking it from 16,500
down 2,163 is what the figure would be
Okay.
once you subtract that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2,163 for line item.
Correct.
1157 36200 communications.
Yes.
Okay.
And then that would take the overall budget submitted down to 336,530.
Could you explain your vehicle maintenance supplies? That's 1157 That appears to be a new line item.
It's a new line item. One of the things that we have to do is we get the vehicle, we have two vehicles. We get them detailed often because of the biohazards that get brought into those vehicles many times from scenes. So we do get those detailed. It's where our car wash payments are going to come out of. That was something that was put out in email recently, making sure that we budgeted for car wash. Then sometimes there are things that we add into the vehicles that may be to support the coroners that we would put in there that maybe the vehicle, our fleet services wouldn't take care of, and we could take care of that. So that's why we created that item. Moving forward, if we eventually get different vehicles, then that allows us to have some funds to take care of those vehicles.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So and if I heard you say correctly, there's four salaries that come out of this fund, but you did not follow the guidelines.
So there are three. So there's the coroner, the chief deputy, and our administrative deputy coroner are the three salaried employees.
I thought we had a deputy. I have elected official, chief deputy coroner, and office manager, deputy coroner.
So the deputy coroner, that's a fund that we pay our deputy coroners. So our deputy coroners, even though they're listed as county employees, are kind of subcontractors. And so we pay that fee out of that to when they go out and take calls or attend autopsies, take consults over the phone. So that's what that fund is. It's not a specific individual.
So that would be for calls
Yes.
they go on, phone consultations, attending autopsies, and then
Additional
shift
coroners.
differential.
Yeah, shift differential and additional coroners called to the scene and maybe a larger incident.
So not an employee.
Right.
Thank you.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Your chief or your assistant, that would be the chief deputy coroner,
Yeah.
right? Does this person works an additional full-time job,
He
correct?
does.
Okay, and you work a full-time?
I do not.
You do not work a
I do
full-time
not.
job?
The coroner's office right now is my job.
You mean you're no longer working for the fire department?
I am not. No, I'm retired now.
So are you in the office?
I'm in the office pretty much 5 days a week. Now, Monday through Friday for the most part, in and out. And then I work shifts, covering shifts also. So this upcoming month, I work 12 shifts also. So where I'm the on-call coroner.
And I know as an elected official, you're not required to do that, but.
I'm not, but it's a matter of I have to. So all holidays, people don't tend to sign up to work holidays. So either myself or my chief deputy work holidays to fill those spots. So.
But to finish my statement.
Yes.
Your plans moving forward is that's gonna be the plan moving
We're
forward?
attempting to reduce that number of calls that me as the administrator of the organization would do, but we're not there yet. So we're working towards that, yes.
Okay. As you stated earlier, I do want to point out, I went back and since your inception, the department's in basic inception, you are correct, it did undergo a complete renovation. And just for the purpose of the taxpayers, in my opinion, the this council and the county has supported that department, bent over backwards to do everything they could possibly do for this department and to help move it forward. And it has been a big asset to this community.
It has. We've made a lot of leaps and bounds. I mean, we've gotten involved in so many community things, from overdose fatality review, suicide review. We're one of the top counties in the state for donor network for organ donation, and that's behind some pretty major
And we're
towns.
familiar with
Yeah.
that. That information has gone back and forth, so we're all familiar with that. And thank you for what you do. Appreciate that. Okay, we have further discussion.
Yeah, Mike, you're elected and when does your term end?
I have 3.5 years left.
3.5 years, so your second term?
Yes, in my second term. When I started the job, I think we were at a salary of $27,000 for the coroner in this county. And so we tried to grow that over time. And so when our discussions started and looking at what the elected officials, when you look at the elected officials, and I was looking, there were certain elected officials that were kept out for later discussion, which when you look at those differences and what the outside, the median pay was outside, there was some pretty substantial makeup there. And the coroner's office was the biggest one between, I think, the assessor, the surveyor. When you look at the coroner, we had the biggest difference in where the midpoint was. And a lot of that discussion was over part-time, full-time coroners. Well, I can tell you that in this job, it's really, there's not a part-time, full-time sometimes, because there are full-time coroners offices out there that make, that do less than we do in this county, but they make more than I do, and both. So it's really hard to determine what's part-time, full-time when you're working, doing coroner work a lot, you know, whether you're on call or in the office. So we've just tried to bump that up and keep heading in the right direction, because when you look at all those that were left out of making that midpoint, ours was the biggest difference. And that we've had to make up a lot of ground. So when we started talking about my salary, my chief deputy salary, we've tried different things. Like he received half of my salary. We did that a few years back where the council decided to give him half of my salary. But then when you look at the midpoint now, it's like $61,000. Am I standing up here today and asking for $61,000? No, I'm not. But I think that our office needs to continue to move up so that whoever takes over in the future, and it could be a full-time position, it could be a part-time position. I think the coroner's office, the individual that gets elected to this office should be able to ask if they want to make it full-time where they go on county benefits and so forth, or they could do it part-time to make it fair if they have another job that they have full-time. So it's really hard to associate part-time, full-time when we all have the same statute responsibility as coroners, especially in a county this size. And my chief deputy, he fills in and has the same powers I do in my absence. So
I should point out for clarification, because council did determine that in that WIS study, WIS confirmed that for the coroner's number that they came up with, the external average, they included both part-time and full-time in that number. So it's really difficult to use that number as a gauge because, you know, it has both those categories in it.
I agree with that. It's, you know, it's
Yeah.
look at the Shelby County coroner's part-time, but he makes $2,000 more and they do a lot less calls than we do. Morgan County's full-time coroner makes about $13,000 more than I do, but they do less work. But that's just how those counties have set those up. That's nothing against how they do.
I get that. I guess my question would be then, so your stipend for on-call line item 16,902, you're increasing that by $7,800. And I think you have like 12 part-time chief or part-time deputy coroners. So aren't you budgeting for them to do more of those calls rather than you yourself?
Yeah, with that, and that is a true statement that we did increase that. Now we are 30 calls ahead of last year. So we've had a significant increase.
Okay.
We are 32 autopsies. We were 24 at the end of last year. We're at 32 now, which I'm coming back to for another $30,000 because we depleted our autopsy budget. Now, the thing is, it's hard to tell when we look back over previous years. Every year is up and down, and I can't predict death.
Right.
I can't predict what we're going to have. So our budget is really hard to tie in. We've been able to keep the numbers close over the years and tried to work with, you know, the lowest where we thought we could be without having to come back for additional appropriations. So
Yes, you are correct. Budget time is to ask for what you need. And it is our job to provide your department with what is needed. So do you have any other information you want to present to the council?
No, I think that's it, unless you have any other questions.
I'm gonna open the floor
I
for
think the
discussion.
salary thing for chief deputy and the coroner is one of the big point that I
Yeah.
just want that discussion.
Yeah. So if you have nothing else that you want to present to us, then I'm going to open the floor for further discussion from anyone else on the council. If there is no further discussion, I would entertain a motion that this budget be revised to the presented numbers to conform to the WIS Council guidelines.
So what are the WIS?
Yeah, what are the-
I can't remember those
Would you read the
numbers.
numbers, please?
For 11100, the number per the guidelines would be 36669. And the number for 11198 would be 18345.
Those are the only two changes and is that a motion?
Yes, I can make that a motion with the change to line 36200 in communications, where the coroner has requested to drop that number to 2163.
Question. The amount you said for the chief deputy is less than the 25 adopted amount. Did you realize that?
It is.
So we need to do at least the 25.
Yeah.
Amount. We've overlooked that.
Yeah. So can I amend my motion, or should I
Yes.
just start over?
No.
Yeah, amend, item 11198 would be 18683. Good catch.
So can you clarify for me what exactly you did there?
Yes.
It's a guessing game, Michael.
I get it. I get it.
So per the WIS. So the elected official is at 36669. And that is above the external average part-time salary of 36175. So once the survey, once WIS realized that they had combined both part-time and full-time in the external average salary, they separated those numbers for us. And from the county surveyed, the average part-time salary for the elected coroner is 36175. The average full-time salary for elected coroner is 73,563. So your WIS guideline would have been to be the elected coroner at 36175. However, you make more than that, so you would remain at the 2025 number. And then council has in the past done 50% of the elected official salary for the chief deputy coroner, but that number would be under what he is currently paid for 2025, so that number would remain the same, 18,683, 36,669 for the coroner. And then we'd have to talk about the stipend, I guess. So can I rescind that motion? There needs to be more discussion. Sorry.
That, there hasn't been a second on it yet, so we
Okay.
can rescind that. So, yes, we need to have the discussion on.
Sorry, Mike.
So we've made the motion to change the numbers he gave us. We've made the motion and the explanation for the taxpayers on why they're staying the same as 2025, because they are currently above
WIS
what-
guideline.
the WIS guidelines. So of course, there's no taking no money away. And then there is a $1,000 stipend for anyone that there was no changes at this point. So those two would qualify. But what we need to talk about is we decided, I believe as a group, that it would include the elected officials, correct?
I don't know.
I'm not sure if we discussed that or not.
I don't think we should.
And is that stipend going to include part-time? What's considered
Right.
part-time? So those are the two items that I couldn't come up with an answer with. So if anybody has any input on that at this time? Do you want to talk about it now? You want to talk about it at the end? What is it you'd like to do?
Well, I mean, this question is going to continue to keep coming up throughout the budget cycle, so I think we ought to just do it right now.
Well, why don't you start the discussion then, Melinda?
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you.
And I believe that elected officials should not be allowed to receive the stipend. And as far as part-time people as well. In order to keep things clear. And that's my move.
Okay. My thoughts are everyone needs something because we're not giving a COLA. So my thoughts are that the whole reason we were doing this $1,000, and this is just one vote of 7, was to, if in fact your salary didn't change, you still weren't going to walk away with anything. And I don't know if it's the intent to exclude certain positions. So that's what we need to decide today. I would hate the thought that anybody went forward without some type of compensation for the year, whether you be an elected official or, you know, and I don't know if we could establish full-time, part-time from somebody that's working 2 days a week. I don't know that that would be possible, but that's my thought. So we really need to hear from everybody on this.
I didn't think we made the distinction when we started with the thought of the stipend, and I think we can easily get into overthought, into your point, and complications that are gonna be very difficult to track if we just don't make it somewhat simple.
Hey,
Right.
John, you mind, we can't really hear you that well.
No,
I think he did that on purpose.
I have to repeat that.
Yep.
Yes.
What I think I said was, I think when we started, we did not make a distinction between part-time or elected officials, and I think that's probably the right approach, simply because to Pam's point, if you get nothing at all, that doesn't seem quite right, and maybe it's overpaying some and overcompensating and not compensating others enough. By the same token, if you start breaking it down between part-time and elected officials, it's going to become overly cumbersome, probably to track and that sort of thing. So to me, that $1,000 stipend is the way to go.
Amy, I have a question for you. When we did the $750 stipend many years ago, I seem to remember, I think elected officials were totally excluded, I believe, at that point. But was there some type of guideline that was used for part-time?
Unless you want.
Part-time didn't get
So elected
Yeah.
officials and part-time just totally didn't get the $750, correct?
Neither one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the normal practice. But since, and again, this is just me thinking out loud, since you basically aren't having a COLA, and this is an exceptional year, I think we should probably consider those that are not going to be receiving anything. So,
And that could be a year-to-year decision,
Right.
obviously, right? So.
Amy, I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
Part-time is pretty broad. I mean, I would say like in this budget, they are part-time, full-time,
Right.
like with salaries, so they would be a one-off or exception.
Right.
Because you have a lot of part-time people that,
Yeah, you have seasonal part-time people that come in and work 2 or 3 days a year, and you have part-time people that are on call. So I know that there's a big difference there. So I guess my question, is there a simple way to differentiate? So if you said, okay, we'll make it available, and again, this is just throwing this out there. We make it available to any part-time employee that has worked X amount of hours.
Amy's hopeful that they're not hourly, right? Like they're not paid hourly. It's part-time, but
they're
it's.
set of
Right,
salary.
so that might, yeah.
Yeah.
That might
Right
be the
there.
distinction.
I'm sorry, I'm lost. What?
So they're not paid hourly. So when we say part-time, there's like a part-time rate and they're
Uh-huh.
paid hourly. They're
They're salary.
salary part-time. So that's the distinction for these two, and that might be helpful
They're
if you're gonna
salary.
differentiate.
So if we consider giving the stipend to the salaried part-time employees, that would
I think so. There's
make
no
it,
other.
that would make it clearer, that would,
Yes.
the intent here is not to leave anybody out that is deserving. So, would that move us forward?
Yes.
And I would be remiss to not to, if I failed to share that when we calculated the salary increases with Mike Reuter's fiscal plan and came up with the numbers, we did not include part-time, and that would be a budget buster.
Right.
If we did part-time across countywide, it would bust the budget.
Right,
Well, that's one thing I would like to hear. Mike's minutes away from
yeah.
presenting to us, and it's going to form some of our decisions.
Right. So here's my question. And as Melinda stated, this is going to come up not every time, but often. So with this information in mind, do you feel it's necessary to take the vote now, or let's wait and see what Mike has to offer and Mike has to say, and revisit the conversation as far as the stipend for part-time and elected officials?
Yeah, and I need to express my opinion. I'm not in favor of a stipend, and there's a lot of reasons why. I'll not go into that now.
Okay. Anybody else?
Just one other food for thought, one other parameter based on the last stipend included employment dates.
Right, that's something we'll need to consider. I just don't want to make a knee-jerk vote here today and right now at this moment, and with all the information floating around, I think we all need a little bit to digest it. But just know that I don't think it's the intent of necessarily, it is to do wrong by anybody. So we need to go back to the original motion for this budget, knowing we will revisit the stipend situation for both you and the other employees. So.
I do have one question, and this would be a question for our county attorney. Should our motions be including the stipend, or is that something that we're going to address because that's coming out of council budget? Because I know on the previous budget, we didn't address the stipend in our motion.
We just assumed we would do that at the end.
That's what I.
So we can do that here too, and then.
We're just doing, when, my understanding is what was presented was not inclusive of.
Right.
stipends
Okay.
anyway.
So we're good, even if that's moved to the end
Yes.
at our council.
So we don't have to decide that right now here today. We can approve this budget and move forward. With
Yep.
that being said, I would be ready to make a motion unless you have more.
One quick comment, this kind of more into something beyond the coroner's budget, I think, but I do have a question as far as guidance for Mike going forward, because he's got a legitimate question that probably needs an answer as far as what's this look like? What would the guidance be so this doesn't continue to come up as a question going forward? As far as this notion of part-time, full-time, where he fits into the WIS study and that sort of thing, because it seems to me like that's where we have a little bit of a disconnect here as far as what the perception of Mike's role was versus what it actually is.
Well,
We just need to figure that out.
I think we've set guidelines in our last meeting when we voted on, and I don't know the proper words, legal to determine if in fact you think your job description is wrong, or they have calculated it wrong, or something is wrong with it. And I use that word heavily, but in this situation, if it's just plain not right, then we have set forth rules and guidelines for them to turn around and revisit one-on-one with WIS and legal to correct that problem. And if in fact it is an error or it is a problem, that's something that as a council, we would have to correct immediately, or we would choose to correct immediately. But that's why the avenue has been provided.
So immediate guidance would be for Mike, in his case, to review job descriptions to make sure it accurately reflects.
To work with legal on what he needs to
Yeah.
do to approach.
Because it's been a part-time position since.
I can't hear you, Ben.
It's been a part-time position
Forever.
since always. So this is the first time I'm hearing that it might need to be full-time. And
Mhm.
if that's the case, that would be, something we can adjust going forward. But
But we did carve out an avenue
correct.
for that.
And
So you
that's
do
going-
have, you can do.
On your
I have a
next
question.
meeting.
So being an elected official, aren't there statutes that give us guardrails?
Mhm.
So by him being an elected official, is he not salaried, and is he?
He is,
full-time?
and that's, no, he's part-time position, but it is salary. He's not allowed to be paid hourly.
Are there any other elected officials that are part-time?
Yeah, the commissioners.
No, we're not.
Council.
Aren't you?
No,
No.
I continue to argue with the state that there's no distinction in elected officials between full-time and part-time. As an elected official, and you guys could be an example. Nobody can tell you when to work and when not to work. You could work 60 hours a week if you so desired. You could work 1 hour a week. As an elected official, no one can tell you when to start and when to stop, and there should not be a distinction there. And this position, I can tell you, probably should be salary full-time. In as much as the county spent a lot of money going forward and improving the coroner's office, the facilities and all that. Mike's done a great job in bringing that position up to where it should be in a professionalism aspect. And what we need to do is kind of get away from the salary study things and the part-time, full-time, and look at what he's bringing to that office and the criteria he's setting out there and the performance that he's given the county. That should be your concern here and what you reflect his salary based on.
Thank you. Appreciate your input, sir. So your working orders would be, we've set forth guidelines of what needs to be done to change this, if it can be changed.
Okay.
Okay. And did that answer your question?
Thank you.
And it also, what was the other salary thing we did? The same time we approved 2 documents?
Oh, your, the FES classification system and
Yeah.
then the protocol going
Yeah,
forward.
so it's all been approved by council and what steps you can follow, Mike, to get things changed if they
It
need
will
to
be
approved.
Will be in September.
Yeah, in September,
Yes.
we'll finalize it. There is a couple of other questions on here about zero-based budgeting,
Mhm.
so I wanted to check with you on a couple of those.
Okay.
It doesn't appear that there was any zero-based budgeting done on, and that was one of the guidelines.
Well, my fear always is I'm gonna end up coming back here every month to ask for additional appropriations. So I increased, we held as close as we could, and every year our needs are up and down money wise, but the cost of things continues to go up. Like in our pathology budget, now we're paying for autopsies out of Marion County that originated out of Johnson County. If we both agreed that they would have been autopsied here also, state legislature changed that on us.
Saw that.
Now law enforcement and some of our agencies are requesting autopsies on all drug overdoses because they're wanting to pursue prosecution of the dealers. And so that's coming on us too at $2,200 of autopsy. And that doesn't include the JMH cost of going over and doing skeletal surveys, things like that, which is even more money. So try to beef some of those areas up just a little bit, not a ton. Just to give us a little bit of a pillow there.
What about office equipment? Since you did get that new facility, would there be any room there to maybe drop that budget down a little bit?
So one of the things that office equipment right now, we have to buy a set of scales. And the scales are almost $5,000 for the scales alone that we need to move in there so that we can weigh the decedents when they arrive. We haven't been able to do that. So that's why that's in there. And we keep those in there for major purchases like that.
See, you have a balance remaining, and I know that there's no way you can predict this. I mean, I realize that, but I also see that you have a balance of $18,000 out of your 24,500 at this point.
And
Am I
that would-
looking at that wrong?
let's see.
What is transport fees?
Yeah, transport fees, it's unpredictable. Just recently, we've got 2 people sitting in the morgue right now that are going to get autopsies today. And so anytime we're bringing people, it fluctuates.
It looks like you have enough to make it through the end of the year, short of some major disaster.
Yes, no, I think we're good to the end of the year, and our transport service hasn't changed the prices on us and ever since we started business with them. And so they've done a good job for us there.
Okay. All right. Further discussion? Seeing none, let's start over with the motion, if you would, please.
So I would make a motion to revise, to accept budget 1157 with the following revisions to conform to the WIS council guidelines. 1157, 11100, 36, 669, 1157, 11198, 18683, 1157, 36200, reduced to 2,163 per the coroner's change.
Is that everything we need for the record? So we have a first by Mrs. Graves,
Second.
second by Mr. Mallers. All, or any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed?
Nay.
So we have one no. And it passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have unified courts, page 52 and 53.
Good morning.
Morning.
Sheena Johnson, Court Administrator. I do have a couple of housekeeping things if you want me to.
I'm having trouble hearing.
I have a few housekeeping things if you want me to start with those.
What?
Housekeeping?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
So checking my cash balances, the difference between the end of August and the end of June were pretty dramatic on a couple of my lines, so I wanted to clarify those before we proceeded. On my 1400 part-time, the cash balance or the remaining, it's not really cash balance, I know it's just a balance, 49,442 is what I have left there.
From 57, right?
Correct. And then
Training on Sheena.
Sorry.
53.
It's on page 53.
Oh, sorry, I thought you did there.
It's 114. I saw it.
100, see it.
Yeah, I have a question mark there. Can it be reduced since you have so much left? But obviously the answer to that's no.
Yes, I thought I could get out ahead of some of those questions. The 11601 transcripts, that's down to 4404. And then down to the 19900 overtime. That's down to 15,584. The 30020 indigent legal. That's down to 49,266. The 31000 professional services is down to 6,002.
Well, you're just taking away all my questions.
Seriously. The 31300 interpreter services, I think I gave you a heads up on the memo that that would be expended, and it has. It's down to 16,018. And then the 4000 office equipment furniture is down to 1. With the office equipment, the next line 44000 at 100.
And that's the one I had asked you about privately. We'll just start there.
Sure.
On, I asked you to explain office equipment and furniture.
Yeah.
And you did.
Yes.
Excellent explanation, but if you don't mind, would you repeat that?
Sure.
Just for the public.
Sure. The commissioners authorized some expenditures out of the GO bond this year for the renovation of Superior Court 1. They were unable to purchase all the furniture that we needed, so we spent some of our budgeted money for that furniture. There's also been some needs as far as printers, laptops, judges, bench chairs this year, and I anticipate a couple of those same expenses coming up next year as well. I have one more housekeeping item, and that is the 16921 program therapist. We're going to ask that is moved to
Hang on, let me find 16921 program therapist.
Yeah, 16921.
Page.
It's on page 53,
53.
about halfway up.
And Damon and Lori will address this in their presentation as well, but we're going to ask that it's moved to another general fund, which is the 0213.
So you don't want that in your budget?
Correct.
And which one are you wanting to move it to?
The 0213. I'm getting nods from the back. They'll address it during their presentation as well.
Yep.
So then it's actually advertised in this budget twice.
Yeah.
No, so it's not in the other budget yet. Okay,
No, it's not.
that helps.
That's why it's a change, yeah.
Did you get that, Amy? So when they come up, okay. Okay, and the $1 million question, Sheena, did you stay within the
The
guidelines?
guidelines were followed with the exception laid out in the memo that you received over the weekend, or maybe it was Friday, with regard to the court administrator salary.
But everything else was within the guidelines?
Correct.
And what number is that? For court administrator?
11712.
Perfect, thank you. Otherwise, you'll note that our big changes have to do with the interpreter services line item, where we'd ask for more money to accommodate our language access program. And then, of course, we've asked for additional monies for public defender contracts due to the increase in misdemeanor filings in Superior 3, as well as a new law requiring mandatory bond hearings for certain crimes.
Yeah. Mr. Myers shared your notes from when you met with him as your liaison, and they were very explanatory. So thank you for providing that information.
You're welcome.
And just so the people listening and the taxpayers know, there's a lot of work goes into these budgets prior to coming here today. So a lot of this stuff has been researched. Hard questions have been asked and answered. And you did point out the court administrator salary.
So can I weigh in?
No, can I finish I'm gonna pull a quote in a statute to an attorney, so that's pretty hard for me to do.
Of course.
Just wanted to state that that change was per statute.
Correct.
So it's a thank you for the statute. So this council basically has no control over it. So I did want to point out there was a statute for that salary. So yes, if you'd like to chime in, go right ahead.
Yeah, and I think this brings the point
I
that,
can hardly hear you. I'm sorry.
excuse me. See if I can correct that. Is this better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Get back to my train of thought. Well, we're discussing this position. And I think what I was struck with when I met with the court, Judge Reisner, was that the number of cases that our courts are experiencing, and it's due the proximity, as I understand, with other localities, that we're getting a lot of migration into our county that's affecting our arrests and our court. And it's on a nature that I can't explain. Only those people sitting there can explain what they're going through right now, an extraordinary amount of cases. And Sheena has stepped up, and she's even doing more, and in her position, and this is where we'll get down to the nuts and bolts. And the WIS study, compared and did a midpoint. However, it came to my attention that, the study does not take into consideration this specific position that we're providing here at Johnson County. In that this court administrator has a law degree, and she is presiding over a fee court and obtaining fees in the amounts of $200,000.
I believe the number since February of last year, and not counting August, was $144,000.
Yeah, so that's in itself, I know it's not the reason, but it supports the thought that maybe some things WIS did not consider, or maybe some things have come up after the fact of doing the WIS study. But I believe the number is justified not only by statute, but by what the position is doing. And just wanted to make that point.
Any further discussion? Any questions? Sheena, I believe your numbers go down to also the 131, 133, 134,
Oh, yes.
right?
Yeah, the supplemental public defender fund.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at the cash balance there. I tried to guess on our receipts and I budgeted accordingly. I don't have much else to say about that. Those monies are used to pay, conflict counsel, work outside scope of a public defender's contract, or, work on a murder or a level 1 felony case.
How many of those actually go to court, go to trial here in our
Murder
county?
cases?
No, how many, they actually go to trial? Is
We've
there
had 10 trials this year.
10?
I mean, of all of the thousands of cases that have been filed, we've had
I
10
was just
trials.
curious. Someone asked me that the other day, actually their exact words, I believe, were nobody ever wants to go to trial.
That's
So I
right,
just
yeah.
wondered, how,
Well, and that'll kind of parlay into you want me to talk about the 2501 as well?
is that yours up next?
Yeah, the 2501
Yes.
is the user fee, jury fee. Same concept as far as how I came up with the budgeted amounts, looked at the cash balance, looked at the receipts, looked at the amount that I had appropriated for the remainder of 2025 and tried to anticipate how much I had to work with. So that constitutes court costs. And as far as the juries go, I said, well, I think we actually had 11 this year, so I apologize, I misspoke. But the jury service can range from $1,200 to $6,000 per jury because they are paid to show up. First of all, some of them require more jurors to start with than others, right? So you have to have a bigger jury pool. You get $30 to show up. If you get chosen to serve, you get $80 a day, and then it just depends on how long the trial goes, right? Plus mileage. So it can really vary on how much those juries cost. You'll notice that some of these funds have not had any expenditures this year, and that's because there haven't been any juries in that court, which doesn't mean there won't be a jury before the end of the year, and it certainly doesn't mean there won't be any juries next year. But that's just my best guess at this point.
Okay, I knew all that. I used to help with the claims, but it's always good to give that information, so. Okay, we're still in discussion. Further discussion?
I guess I would just like to point out one thing, just because it came up in a couple of budgets before this one, that if there was a discrepancy between the WIS salary study and the number that's being presented, there was an avenue available to rewrite the job description and submit that to WIS. So I just want to make sure that it is clear why council is not recommending that for the court administrator position, because there is a statute, and I believe it's IC 33-23-4-2 that allows the judges to set that salary. So that's why we're not offering the ability to rewrite the job description and approach WIS with that, because that authority has been taken out of council's hands.
Right. And, to that end, I did revise the job description. It
Thank
has
you.
been revised. And my understanding, well, I know for a fact that not all court administrators that were considered in the study do have law degrees.
Yeah, and that is fair, but I just think we need to state for the rest of the county employees why this one is a one-off, and it's because of statute.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, if not, I would entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as presented and take under advisement for possible amendments prior to final adoption.
So moved.
Second.
We have,
She had a correction.
oh,
Just with my removal of the program therapist, the 16921.
that's right, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right at it.
You got it, Amy, with removal of the therapist to move it into the other fund. Okay, we have a first by Mr. Mallers.
We had a second by John.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Second by Mr. Myers, and if there is no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Thank you. I'm also presenting ADR, which is the next on your
I'm
list.
sorry.
I'm also presenting ADR.
Gotcha.
That's on page 56.
Give us a second to get there, okay?
Fine.
Page
56 is the very next one.
beauty.
So I spoke with Dustin Matern briefly on Friday regarding his budget. I know there have been some questions. If they haven't been any expenditures, why are you asking for money, right? Dustin's explanation to me, you'll see that he's taken out the rent, right? That's because they're no longer renting a space. The county is no longer making those payments for a space. He is doing this mostly virtually out of his own office. And I think he has a fear that he doesn't want to purchase office supplies with county money because he doesn't want it to be interspersed with his own business.
Who is Dustin? I'm sorry.
He's a list attorney. He's in charge of our alternative dispute.
Dustin.
No.
It was a popular name that year.
Yeah.
Okay, I just- who's
That's
Dustin?
okay.
He's been doing this for years.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So does he plan on just earmarking that money and leaving it there?
He was content, and he said if you want to take it out, then he's fine with it. He left it there just in case there's something that comes up that would be exclusively ADR that he would be able to clearly delineate as ADR office supplies versus business office supplies.
And this is just my thought. This is not any type of motion. My thought is, and yes, we want to budget what's needed at budget time.
Mhm.
Tell us what you need and this is the time to do it. Additional appropriations are frowned upon by the
Right.
state, but they're not, I mean, they're a necessary evil.
Mhm.
My thoughts on this is if he didn't use it all last year and he's pretty sure he's not gonna use it this year, I would say let's cut it and
Okay.
wait for that emergency or that need. Knowing in advance, it'll take 30 days to get it, but that would be my thoughts.
He
So,
indicated to me that he's comfortable with that.
okay, that would be my thoughts. May not be everybody else's. That's just my thoughts.
Can I just point out, like, some of these funds, the money can only be used for certain things and that reverts back. So by cutting that, it's not really helping anything else.
Okay, that's good information. So you're saying for bookkeeping purposes, it's better off to leave it there earmarked.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. Okay, Amy's corrected me on that.
And then I think on this one, the cash balances aren't quite right either. For some reason, I could only access receipts and not expenditures in Loud. I don't know. But Dustin indicated to me that there was some confusion regarding the professional services versus contractual services when they moved to remote claims. And I don't know if Amy's familiar with that situation or not, but my understanding is they were trying to clear it up as far as the claims went, and the balances here are not representative of the actual amount that's been expended in each category.
Okay, all right, that sounds like a housekeeping thing that he may
Yeah.
need to get.
If he's not working on it now, and he's aware of it, and he'll get to it.
So based on the information that Amy has given us on moving forward with this, if we have any further discussion, first of all? We have not, then I would entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as presented and take them under advisement for possible amendments prior to final adoption.
So moved.
First by Mr. Dittmers,
Second.
second by Mr. Myers. No further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It looks like Mr. Reuter has joined us. So at this time, Amy, is it okay for the record to stop and listen to Mr. Reuter's report? That fine? Okay. So we'll welcome him to the podium and see what good news he has to give us.
Can we get a restroom break after he's done?
You want to do this now before, whatever you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a 10-minute, let's do a 10-minute restroom break if you don't mind.
Oh.
And then we'll all meet back here and you can have your.
Thank you.
So it's time to call Mr. Reuter. And we will apologize for the cable across the room, but it was able to give us a visual on the wall. So
Good morning, everyone.
can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, very good. Beginning of the budget process, obviously, and so I've updated the fiscal plan and it reflects what has been requested by all the various departments without any modifications. So it's just what's being requested. The revenue has been updated for reflecting the first 6 months actual collections. Then I've reforecasted miscellaneous revenues. We're going to spend a little more time on this, but the maximum levy has been certified at 4%. And as you know, the only way you go beyond 4% is if we get a growth appeal. And I'm going to spend some time talking about that because there's some concern there. And then we also have received our 2026 lit certification. So I have all the revenue pieces built into the fiscal plan that you might need to make your decisions. And again, what you're seeing today is just the numbers have been submitted by the departments, and anything you cut would be adding back to the bottom line of what you're seeing in the fiscal plan. I'm going to start on page 26. If you're looking at the hard copy, it's at page 26. If you're on the electronic version, you got to account for the table of contents and the cover page, add 2 pages. So hold on a second. So this is the maximum levy calculation, and as I mentioned, it's been certified at 4% increase for the majority of the units within the state. No matter whether you live north, south, east, west, urban, suburban, all units are getting a 4% increase. And the only way you go beyond that is if your growth of your assessed valuation on a 3-year average is greater than 2% of the state's average, and you do qualify mathematically for this appeal. And we have for the last several years. You can see going back to 23, we appealed for 388,000, then $1.6 million, and then last year $1.7 million. This year, we qualify mathematically for $1.914 million, our largest yet. But we have received the appeal instructions from the Department of Local Government Finance, and the tone of them is pretty bold. And I think we're going to find it a real challenging year to get growth appeals approved this year. And there are not a lot of units in the state that qualify for this appeal. I think there were like 76 of them last year, and only like 67 of them got approved last year. But it was the intent of the legislature to eliminate growth appeals, and they are eliminated after 2027. And that's why you see 0 in this column, and starting in 27, you mathematically would likely qualify for it again next year. But as of right now, that will go to 0. So as you're looking at the financial information included in the fiscal plan, it's based on the assumption that we will be approved. I do think we have a good case in a position to get approved, in that, we have a substantial amount of highway projects that we're facing, and the need is there. But they have put things into the appeal like if you have more than a 30% cash balance for the last 3 years, you have to explain that. And so they're taking a deeper dive into the financial condition. And so it's almost as if you almost have to no cash for qualifying for it. And there is a clause in that language that basically says you have to demonstrate you can't go into the ensuing year without it. Well, technically, anybody could do that, right? You would lower your budget and you would go into the year without it. But that language is very subjective that they have to work with. And they too know that it was the intent of the legislature to eliminate it. It's only due to technicality that it's even an option this year. The DLGF is supposed to certify budgets before December 31st, 2025. The language for Senate Bill 1 is effective 1/1/26. So it's really a timing issue that is even allowed us to ask for that. I'm not saying we shouldn't ask for it. I think we should ask for it. But I just want to caution you that we probably need to think about what the budget should look like without it. And so you kind of figure about $1.92 million that would come off of that revenue source if we don't get that. The assessed valuation, page 24, came in really strong. So I was really encouraged by this. Considering the supplemental homestead deduction as a result of Senate Bill 1, increased from 37.5% to 40% 2026. And farm ground was adjusted downward, and apartments are now receiving a 6% deduction, and farm grounds receiving a 6% deduction. Our assessment still went up countywide 12.3%. Now, I haven't talked to your county assessor, but what I had been hearing in other locations is a lot of commercial adjustments. The Department of Local Government Finance came out with new cost tables of how you assess commercial property. And there were a lot of adjustments to commercial values. And so that resulted in a lot of higher assessed valuations throughout the state. So nevertheless, 12.3%, even last year was only 9.6%. And that was a normal year. So that's really good. Good start with the tax base, because those future years are what we're concerned about when that supplemental deduction starts going from 40% to 46%, and it starts to climb between now and 2031. Page 45. This is I wouldn't say it's awful, but I wouldn't say it's great. I apologize. A lot of small numbers here. But if you were looking at that 25 column, you'd see that the 2025 certified amount countywide, the countywide collections is up 4.5%. So not awful, but not great. So that's our beginning point. Your portion, this is kind of important. If you go to page 41, you might be able to see this a little bit better now. Your portion of the pie in 2025 was 29.58% up here in the top left corner. If you go to page 42, then you can see that your portion, the county portion, increased to 29.85%. So it's not bolded here for this top left corner. And so of the certified shares amount. So that shows you the effect of the appeal. Right now, lit is distributed based on property tax, and with the county being granted those appeals, it has also raised your portion of that lit, and so that has an impact in 27. But then in 2028, we go to a whole new lit model, and so. So right now it is a factor. If we don't get the appeal in 2026, our lit portion could decrease in 27 as a result. So just wanted to touch on those two big highlights. Those are your two largest sources of revenue: property tax with the assumption of the appeal, and then lit going up 4%, 4.5% countywide, but your portion went up. So your portion actually went up more than 4.5%.
I'm sorry, Mike, could you explain to me what Cadget is? Is Cadget not lit, or is lit?
It is the same thing. I apologize. They're interchangeable. So Cadget was put in place in 1973, and it was called Cadget for many, many years. And it's county adjusted gross income tax.
So it
And
is
so,
lit.
yeah, Cadget.
Showing his age. is-
Yeah. I've been around 73. I've been around for a while.
Yeah, I just didn't know.
County adjusted gross income tax, and there used to be COIT, which was county option income tax. They've all been rolled down to the umbrella of LIT, local income tax.
Thank you, sorry.
And but they still use those terms because there's different ways of distribution of those different lits yet. So
Oh.
I apologize. It is a bit confusing. In the future, in 2028, if things remain in place, it will be just lit then.
Okay.
Cadget goes away, COIT councils go away. Major revisions in 28. Now, I do want to say, make that comment too. I built the plan on the assumption that you would adopt a rate in 28, something similar to what you're collecting now. You have obviously had no conversations about what that lit rate should be, but just know I've just made the assumption like, well, they'll probably adopt a lit rate high enough to keep collecting what you're collecting now. So, yes, sir.
Because we're gonna be at a 1.2 lit then, how much of that would we need to use to recover or get hold, you know?
I don't have that exactly right now, but I can tell you if you're, let me get my numbers here. If let's say let's just use round numbers. If you're 28% of the lit pie right now, you would need 0.28% rate. Okay. And then for the jail lit rate, we currently collect 0.2 and you get all of that. So you'd probably replace that. So 0.28 plus 0.2. And then you'd have to decide how much of the edit tax that you would want to replace. Right now, you get a portion of the edit tax and the rest of it goes to municipalities. I'd have to look at what percent that is. But basically, when you get to that point of the decision, we will be able to pin that down a little tighter. But I don't know that you're going to need 1.2%. Yeah, but there are a lot of counties and communities that will be at the maximums. You're fortunate you have a strong tax base and you have a strong income base that you're not likely going to end up at the highest point of that allowable rate. But so that decision obviously doesn't have to be made until between July 1/27 and October 1/27. But there is a lot of conversation going on right now about lit and whether that's going to be ready by 28. And I think you can anticipate in this next legislative session more conversation about lit and how that's going to work. So we'll see where that goes. But I don't think that you'll need even close to the 1.2%.
About that.
Maybe, yeah. So so with that said, we'll kind of just dive into the fiscal plan. We'll go to page 1. And at first glance, the budget looks like, oh, we're out of balance, $6.5 million. And we are out of balance. But we're going to need to have a conversation with the highway department because what I believe has happened right now, and I have not had a chance to speak with Luke directly, but if you recall in 25, we appropriated $12 million for the highway budget. But there is a request for $12 million in 26. I don't believe that is 24 million he's requesting. I believe what's going to happen, it's a timing issue in that he's requesting that he's not going to have the contracts let in time to encumber the funds. I talked to him briefly about this in one of our bond meetings, but I don't know that he was totally sure if those contracts would get let in time. So my guess is that's what's happening. Okay. So now hypothetically though, let's play this out. We have been appropriating $4 million a year and kind of reserving that for highway out of the general fund. So if we said, okay, if this were instead of being 12 or $4 million, you take $8 million off of this deficit down here, your budget would be more than in balance. However, with the assumption of the appeal, right? So if the appeal isn't on there, $2 million, then that number, it looks a little different. So this is a bit of a confusing year. Normally I'd walk in here and say, hey, you're this much out of balance and this is what you got to cut. You're going to have to think about, okay, this really, if you took this down $8 million, we're really out of balance, what, $1.5 million, or in balance $1.5 million. But then if we lost $2 million, our budget's really out of balance by $500,000. So I apologize for the confusion, but that's just the way it's set up.
Mike, wouldn't we need to be safe with the uncertainty of the future? And tell me if I'm thinking wrong, even though we're gonna try for that, wouldn't we need to base on not getting it to be safe?
I think that would be a wise move in that what you could do though is have above the line, right? Like, hey, we built our budget if the appeal doesn't get approved, but if we do get approved, then this is what gets added back.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking.
And be prepared for, or vice versa, or you can approve the budget at the higher amount and then cut it back. And I keep that in mind too, you know, keeping the budget kind of higher right now kind of helps the appeal with the cash being obligated. And so they're looking at cash balance. It's good. So it kind of works in reverse for us, right? So
there's really no way to equally justify one way or the other.
Yeah,
There's a reason that.
Yeah, I think I would probably plan a higher budget, approve a higher budget, and then be prepared to reduce it by 2 million should the appeal not get approved.
So we're going, I'm sorry, Mike.
Go ahead, John.
So we're going forward with the highway stuff and gonna do a bond issue, right? So I just wonder if we shouldn't look at a scenario where we take out highway altogether, the bond issue altogether, and see where we are. I mean, can we do that just off the top of our heads?
Well, I'm pretty close to that now because I've always made the assumption that you were going to do that bond.
Yeah.
And this $4 million that we have appropriated in the general fund would be what would be used for the bond payment.
Okay.
So I've kind of accounted for that in this model. Now, it shows a little bit out of balance here in 27. But again, you're going to have control of local option income tax in 28. And so you would be able to adopt a rate high enough to continue with that payment. So that bond isn't, because we also have the edit money. I'm going to show you that in a minute as well. Okay. There's two places we have highway money. And so so that I've kind of built in as an assumption already. Now, I do want to point out, this is part of the reason people are feeling the pinch too. Another part of Senate Bill 1 is the new homestead credit, not the circuit breaker, homestead credit. That's up to 10% of the tax bill or $300 maximum. And so we're losing. Now you can't appeal on that. That's not an allowable reason for the appeal. But I do want to, you haven't seen it yet. This is back in the model. And I think this will help us too, is that the highway bridge fund is coming back, and that actually takes money from the general fund. Okay. And you can actually see it here. You could say, well, why is our levy going down from 25 to 26? It's because now when we put the highway bridge fund back in, that now takes part of that levy. I actually think that might help us in our appeal, because we could be saying to the DLGF, hey, look, this is another reason we need appeals. We're responsible for the bridges and we got to recreate the bridge fund. And so that might be another good backstop for the request. That's a big number. I'm going to show you that in a minute. But it looks strange. When I first saw that, like, why is the levy dropping? Well, it's because the new bridge rate coming back on. So, but that's been accounted for here in the forecast. So I felt good about that. So I would expect what's going to happen here is the highway department's going to say, hey, we're not going to use those dollars in 25. I haven't made that assumption yet because that's not been approved or discussed. That would increase this unused appropriation number I have here by $12 million. And that would put the cash back into the general fund. Right now, the way you've approved 12 million last year, and there's a $12 million request. So the cash balance you're seeing is down by that $24 million, if that makes sense.
Does that put us below the 30%?
It does not. So good question. This is an informal policy. I've always recommended that you look at your next year's property tax collections. And so that being 23 million plus. And so if you had 50% of that, or let's say just around $12 million in cash balance, that would be a good cash balance. And so we're well above that. So that's not an issue at this point. Let's see. So I think that's it on the general fund. I was actually pretty pleased how this looked, considering the $12 million budget in here, but also considering $3 million plus being pulled out for major bridge. I thought that looked pretty good.
Mike, was that miscellaneous revenue and interest on?
Yes, I'm trending that down with the assumption that rates are going to go down over time. I mean, obviously, they've been saying that for a while and they haven't, but it seems there, I think there's the idea that they will start to decline. So any other questions about the general fund? You okay with?
Just real quickly, Mike, is the appeal, is that all or none? They
No,
approve or they don't?
that is a good question. The one year we did appeal and we got a partial appeal. And that was the year that we then reappealed, and then they ended up giving it to us all. So, but they could modify, they could approve the whole thing, they could modify it or zero.
So I guess I need to understand this a little better. I feel like I could be like the only one up here against the appeal.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not interested in increasing the levy on the people.
Yeah, so this model that I have set up is based on the assumption that the tax rate would remain flat. And so, well, if you don't have the appeal, your assessed valuation is growing at 12%. If you don't get the appeal, your levy is only going to go up 4%. The tax rate would go down. With the levy being consistent with your growth, there's really not an increase in that tax rate. Now, depending on what the homeowner felt, I mean, I don't know if the homeowner got an increase in their assessment. So in other words, if the homeowner didn't get an increase in their assessment, they could potentially see a decrease in their bill, because they would have this new supplemental homestead deduction that would go from 37.5% to 40%. And then they will also have this new credit, that this new property tax credit that's part of Senate Bill 1. So you can't really just say everybody's taxes are going down 300, because it would depend on what their assessments did. Right? If their assessments went up more than what those credits are going to allow for, people could still see an increase in the bill, and that will be confusing to people. But if a house value stayed the same from last year and your tax rate remains flat, there's a good chance their tax bill will actually be less, because they will have that higher deduction and the credit, that net credit, and that credit's up in that loss, that $1.1 million up there.
Mike,
Yes.
Mr. Maston just chimed in for me to tell you that you are absolutely correct, that the 12 million in the general fund this year, they are not going to be using.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. That was my assumption, but I didn't have anything factual to base that on.
You are correct,
So-
according to Luke.
And I believe the same is true with the edit fund when we get there, that it's just not being used this year, going to be used next year. I showed it in both places, and then you'll have to make that decision, right?
So if they don't use it, then you're gonna have a beginning cash balance of 58 million.
That number would go up by $12 million. So if this 12 million doesn't get spent, it will increase the ending cash balance here.
Yeah,
And then it would-
58 to a beginning 58 million,
Yes.
which is pretty healthy.
Yeah, so keep in mind though, that 12 million is just getting moved from here to here.
Yeah.
So, but what will happen is that net result, if this 12 million doesn't get spent and you just leave this number, that will be up $12 million.
Right.
Any other questions about the general fund? That's kind of the big one, obviously. Page 2. I've not talked to the county assessor, but Amy had shared with me that I believe there's a couple positions double budgeted, that we have some positions in reassessment, and we moved a couple to the general fund. And so that's fine that we advertise that way. But, and as I've shared with you now for several years, we have been going through cash. you know, so that's a structural deficit and has not been correcting itself. So if you take them out of the general fund and you leave them in reassessment, that budget's out of balance by 280,000. Still leaving it with $1 million. It's still a good cash balance. But so if you had $500,000 in cash, it's still a good cash balance in this fund. So know that you've got them in two places. You have to make a decision where do you want to fund those. Page 5, animal control. And this is just a reminder. Think of animal control as being a department in the general fund. It has its own rate and property tax levy, but it shares the maximum levy with the general fund. So when the levy goes up in animal control, the general fund's going down. And so I did have to increase that based on the budget request for 26. Just shy of $1.5 million. I did have to increase that quite a bit in 26. So if you reduce this budget, it would require less property tax, and the money would go back to the general fund. You don't lose it; it just goes back to the general fund. So this one's perfectly in line on cash balance. At the end of 25, I'm forecasting 800,000. If you approve the budget as requested, and you approve that levy of $1.6 million, we're right at that 50% mark. So that's a perfect cash balance. So the auditor doesn't have to worry about cash flow issues. Page 6, not much to say here. Just know that it's there. Right now, nothing's been budgeted out of the rainy day fund, but there is the $5.5 million of rainy day cash that is available. Those rainy day dollars tend to get spent on one-time costs over time, you know, or a downturn in revenue to help you through that. Page 7, nothing surprising, you know, the budget's basically in balance for 2026. I may not have the same miscellaneous revenue as Luke had, but even with the budget approved, there's $7.5 million of cash in the highway fund available at the end of 26. Now, it doesn't take long or too many projects to spend $7.5 million, but nevertheless, that's a good cash balance in the highway fund. Page 9, again, not much to say here. This is the local roads and streets fund, kind of like highway. This budget is perfectly in balance, and even beyond that, you still have about $2.7 million of cash available. Next page, page 10. This is the one I've already touched on, but I wanted to point something out. On the assumption that you're approving a budget of $3 million, okay, for bridges, it takes more than that in property tax to fund it because you've got the loss of the circuit breaker and the loss of the credit. So I had to raise the levy closer to $3.3 million to get enough money to fund a $3 million budget. So this money, essentially, really pretty much all of this money is general fund, sharing the same maximum levy as the general fund. So that is not a lot of cash there. I just put enough money in to balance it.
I thought that bridge fund had a statutory rate.
There
Because it used to be around 700,000 or 800,000 a year, and now you're showing it.
So that's a good question. You reestablished the maximum rate on cumulative bridge, but that doesn't mean you have to approve the maximum rate in the budget process. Now, if you do what I'm showing here, the rate will drop from 10 cents down. I don't know the exact rate, whatever it is, I'll show it in a minute. It'll drop, but then that becomes your new base unless you reestablish it again.
So this is the maximum rate?
This is not the maximum rate.
3.2?
No, I can tell. Let me tell you the rate. Yeah, so right now that reflects 0.0249. So only about 25% of the 10 cents that was approved. So if you put more in here,
Yeah, I understand.
it'd come from the general fund.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to show you what it would look like if you just put the minimum in there to fund the budget he's requesting. If I put the 10 cents in, it was going to make the general fund look really strange because it would have been pulling too much money from it. The health fund, page 11. Not really too much concerns. It's not requiring any more property tax next year, and it's in balance. You could think of this fund like animal control. It's like a department in your general fund. I don't know that you're going to cut anything here because it's actually, in balance, and it has $1.5 million cash balance in it, well above the 50% threshold. Now, we have done this over the years. We haven't done it recently, but we've on occasion, if we had too much cash built up in here, we simply lower the levy 1 year and then raise it back up. That's kind of a one-time thing, and it moves the cash back to the general fund. But right now, we don't need the cash in the general fund, and this balances it. So this fund looks good right now. Although, with the state health cuts, the state cutting health, the state health grant, maybe they're going to need some of that cash. Page 13 is the cumulative capital development fund. Now, this is kind of interesting. You're actually in balance in this fund. So I do believe the highway department has taken projects out of cumulative capital development. And so anyway, this budget's actually in balance by $1.9 million. So you're actually surplusing money here. Technically, I don't know if we need to do this right now because it's kind of like the major or the bridge fund where it's at, but for the appeal. But technically, you could move some of the bridge money, those bridge expenses, back to this fund, and then lower the bridge levy, and then go back to the general fund. Encumbering. Okay.
I think I heard her say Luke plans to encumber those funds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you might want to leave them alone.
Yeah. That's the reason I built it like this. I built it with the assumption it is getting spent.
Yeah.
And so I'm not trying to take any money from him. I'm just trying to say, if we were trying to play a shell game someday, if we were trying to play a shell game where we needed more money back in the general fund,
Mm-hmm.
we could lower the bridge and it would go back to the general
Right.
fund, but not right now. Luke's watching me on TV.
Yeah.
Okay. Page 15, I won't spend a lot of time on here. The assessed valuation came in so strong that the bond issue, that the 5.5 million we're considering that we're going to plan to issue will be paid off in 2 years. I mean,
That's awesome.
yeah, and still meaning an overall flat tax rate. So I mean, I might even have a little trouble keeping the rate exactly flat because that assessed valuation really came in.
That's awesome.
Really strong. So that's just know that that's the assumption here right now. Page 18, the jail lit fund. Are we okay on time?
You're fine.
Okay. So I won't spend a lot of time on this, but we do have $400,000 surplusing, or at least my estimate of surplus for 26 in this fund right now. So that's good because there was some concern, with the community corrections bond at one time and how much expense we had moved in here that we maybe had moved too much. Right now, that doesn't appear to be the case for 26, that budget is in balance by $400,000 for 26. So that was good to see. The next page, this is a problem, page 19. And we've talked about this for a while. The E911 fund does not have sufficient revenue to fund the budget request. So some of this will have to be moved, or right now with the revenue that we get from the state, we're out of balance by $555,000. We're out of balance, but not just out of balance. We will have gone through all the cash and we're $125,000 short. So for whatever that's worth. Now, future thinking, there have been some counties that have adopted lists specifically for this. and they use lit money to fund some of the E911 services. Not a decision you need to make today or tomorrow, but what you do need to make today is where that expense is going to go for 26, because we don't have cash in this fund to cover what's been requested right now. We would end the year, if we spent all the personnel budget, we would end the year in the negative.
Did they roll it into 911 lit or was it? public
Right
safety
now,
lit?
today, as it exists, it's called PSAP lit. And counties have adopted that and used that to fund their centers and their people. And so, but in the future, in 28, it would just be called lit. You know, it's just going to be one bucket of lit. But you would, in your mind, think, well, how much do I need for each of these pieces to fund going forward? Like the jail. Well, we need the 0.2 for the jail. Like we need 0.8 to keep whole. And you'd have to think, do we want to adopt a small lit to fund the E911 services? That would be an option to you in 28. It's an option to you now under the PSAP. You just haven't needed it until now.
What would you recommend?
Well, it kind of depends on where your property tax revenues go in the future. You know, it seems to me that there's, you know, obviously a movement away from property tax and to local option income tax. And if things tighten up, maybe adopting a lit for E911 would make sense at that time. It wouldn't take a large amount of lit to balance that. The rate wouldn't have to be very huge to balance that. But right now, obviously the state amount is fixed and costs keep going up. So you're seeing that play out. Page 20. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but again, this is double appropriated right now. We did approve $15 million in this year's budget, but it's appropriated in 26 too. We can't fund it in both places. We don't have enough money to fund it in both places. Unlike the general fund has enough cash, it could cover both. That's not the case here. So what will end up happening then is that if we'd show a negative $15 million, and that would free up more than enough cash to approve that $15 million in 26. So. The next one is food and beverage. This is something we do want to think about. Page 21. We have $1 million in here for group insurance. And we could afford this. I mean, we could afford to do another year out of this fund, but this budget's out of balance by $1.9 million. And so $1 million of that is with this health insurance number in there. When our cash balance has grown, we have done that over the years where we've moved some health insurance in here to use some of that cash versus the general fund. But and we can fund it. We can fund it, and revenues look good. They're not off. It's just that our budget request, is right now 4.8, next year is 6.8, and so it's out of balance quite a bit. So know what I show you in the general fund being out of balance, that someday would have to go back. That $1 million would have to go back to that fund. I don't know, is it double appropriated?
Yeah, that was just for advertising, but I just put it in.
Okay. So let me clarify that then. If they did approve it here, they could reduce the general fund group insurance by $1 million. Okay.
I put it in here just for advertising.
Okay. So you could peel $1 million off that.
Hang on just a minute. I think Barbie's got, what was you saying, Barb?
But we request that amount for health insurance for 26 budget.
So it's not advertised in there.
So it's in two places then. So we got it in the general fund.
Right.
We got it in the general fund and we've got it in this fund. So the answer to that is you could cut the general fund $1 million and pay it out of here and use cash,
Right.
or you'd cut it here and leave more cash here.
Right.
So at this point in time for the appeal, you might want to leave that in the general fund and leave this cash because they don't look at the food and beverage one as closely because it's not in the general fund.
Mike, on the first services, that basically 1.2 increase there, is that with the salary adjustments that we're looking at, or what's?
I can't answer the specifics of what's in that 4,110,000. Is there new positions or anything in there? Can you tell me?
Well, it's a stipend.
Was it all built into the council budget, like a salary?
Yes.
So, okay,
It's on.
yeah.
Then that's planned, I can hear.
So it sounds like that might be something you could cut back to, if, depending on where you're gonna pay the stipends, right? Or that they might be double booked again, the general fund and
Stipends are.
Our budget, council budget.
council budget only in food and beverage though. Let's see here.
They would be in there twice because we use the number of your inflation adjustment to know how we could balance the wage increases and then how much we would have for stipends. So they are in your inflation numbers, but then we put it in our budget so we can pay it out of our budget.
Okay.
So that 750 is actually in two places.
Okay,
Does
so-
that help?
Yes, it does. So sometimes I don't have all those details, so.
Right.
So that might be another place, you know, if you cut the million and you don't have the stipends here and you have them in the general fund budget, that puts this one much closer to imbalance then.
For the general fund,
For this fund.
for this fund.
Yeah, if you cut the 4 million back and took the stipends out of there, and if you took the $1 million out for health insurance, you'd be.
Oh, that's because council's budget is in the food and beverage fund. Sorry.
That's all right.
New.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, this fund's still in a good position. This money comes in fairly regularly, so you don't need a large cash balance in this fund. So, page 23. Just the tax rates again. I make the assumption that you would keep the tax rate flat again in 26. I think it's one more year of a rate conversation, and then next year it becomes a levy conversation, because next year the rate may look strange because of these supplemental homestead deductions and everything coming on. You're going to see a lot of tax rates increasing across the state. So
You showed a decrease in AB next.
yeah, that's probably conservative for you, but that's what a lot of what the state's seeing. So, and also next year in 26 or 27, the business personal property kicks in, where anything less than 2 million goes away too. So that kind of covers all my comments overall, you know, considering how bumpy the session was, the legislative session 26 doesn't look awful. The appeal obviously is of concern. That's a question mark. It's really after 26 where things start getting bumpy.
Mike, do you have a sense for whether or not there's a notion to walk any of that back in future sessions? I've heard that and read a little bit about that, but nobody knows, right?
I've heard that Jeff Thompson has been pretty much on record with the county association and with the school association that is being said, like, our framework is there. Don't expect major changes. Expect some adjustments, but we're not going to throw it out. And so I think what you'll see is them try to play that out. I think a lot of the conversation now is about lit, because they know that's coming up in 2028. Right now, they don't have to deal with lit right now in 26 and 27, but now they're trying to really dial in the whole lit conversation. And so that, if there's a concern, that's of concern. Will they mess with the 1.2? Will they make it something less? You know, but I think they're gonna try to play this out a little further into the future to see how all these pieces work.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And so unfortunately, there are going to be some units that hit the wall much faster than you. You're in a strong cash position, strong tax base, and strong income base. You're fortunate, but there's some counties out there that aren't that far off the cap already. So any other questions?
Good job.
My pleasure.
I think we're all on information overload.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's the way all my presentations are going this year. They're going over on time because there's just a lot to cover.
And you're gonna be there to assist us in whatever changes we need.
Yep. So what will happen is as you go through your budget process and make the deductions, Amy will then send me all those updates and then I will dump them back into the fiscal plan. And before your adoption, you'll have an updated
Right.
fiscal plan to reflect those changes.
Good, thank you.
My pleasure.
Appreciate you, Mike.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so if there's no questions or further discussion for Mike, trying to anticipate moving forward, it looks like we might run until 12 and then maybe take a lunch break and come back and finish up. If that's okay with everybody, just think about it and we'll see how far we get moving on. So the next up on the agenda is Casa Gall, and it's on page 57 in your budget book.
Oh, should we decide now if we're gonna do the stipend for the elected officials and the part-time people?
I think that if that was discussed and pretty much decided, since it's coming out of our budget, we would wait until we got completely done because we do our budget last and then make that decision. Is that not with the discussion? I believe that's what they decided.
Yep.
Okay, so Casa,
All the way, so I can try to fumble my way through it, if that's okay.
oh, we love you, Sheena. That'd be great.
It's on page 57, it looks like.
So we'll be doing 1213 and 4917,
Yeah,
the two.
so the 1213 I know is her state court grant, so she knows that she's getting that 45021 bottom line number next year.
Uh-huh.
And that's, hi Tammy, sorry, do you want to take over?
Mhm.
If I say something wrong, interrupt me, okay? So she knows she's getting that 45021 bottom line number, which is why she's rearranged her budget to fit that bottom line number.
Would that explain the jump in travel and training, that money moved from 1213 down to 4917?
I think the 4917 is a fees account, so I think she was just trying to most wisely use the state court funds and the user fee, because she has the same line items and you see there's some overlap.
Right, that's why I was wondering. It went down, travel and training went down $2,000 in 1213, but it went up 2,500 in
Right.
4917. So
Yeah,
kind of just a $500 increase.
right.
And then the 100 series.
Really aren't any.
Yeah.
There's no
Or
100s in
amendments,
here.
because all that.
They're all in the unified courts budget.
Yeah, so everything looks pretty consistent with this budget. So further discussion for Casa Gall or the Casa Gall User Fee Fund. That would be 1213 and 4917.
Motion to approve in first reading 1213 and 4917.
Second,
First by Mr. Mallers, second by Mrs. Graves. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Thank you.
I've lost the cheat sheet. Oh, there it is.
Mine.
Okay, next up is Vasia, the donation fund 411 and guardianship fees 4203, and those are on page 58.
Hi.
Like to introduce yourself for the record, please?
Lauren Rainierson, Vasia Director.
Hi, Lauren. I know there's been a lot of talk and discussion with council members and judges have called, and it's been a lot of emails and a lot of conversation. So at this time, I'm going to open the floor to you for anything that you would like to present for the public.
Just for the guardianship fee fund to remove the supplemental pay for the Vasia Director and Vasia Assistant Director at this time.
remove
Where is it? The 6,000?
two of the 6,000.
I'm sorry, we're on page 58, right?
Correct. And under 4203 and Vassia guardianship, there was a $6,000 increase for the director and the assistant director, and she's asked that be removed, that request be removed.
You would have to remove FICA and perf also.
Yes, and we'll need to remove the FICA and the perf as well.
Yeah.
Well, and I think we all want to thank you for what you do there and the job that you've done.
Thank you.
This is such a worthy program. We have lots of worthy programs in Johnson County, but I followed this one quite closely. It was needed for a long time, and your department does a fantastic job.
Thank you.
So something to be proud of. We brought it a long way. So is there anything else you want to discuss or you want to talk about for the public? You want to tell them a little about your program, whatever, now's your time.
We are an adult guardianship program. We work for the courts. And we are in Johnson County and Shelby County, and then next year we are expanding into Hancock County as well.
And I also know that we had discussed the avenues if there was any of your 100 series you felt needed to be reviewed again, the process that needed to be followed to do that. So you have that information as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you explain the contractual services? Last year it was 12,000, now it's 5,000.
So I receive a state Vassia grant that isn't available until October. I won't know how much I will receive until December, sometimes January. That's typically how I operate the program. The guardianship fee fund is revenue or fees that we can collect on clients because of the cases. So it's money that I will go ahead and budget just to have available until I know for sure how much I'm getting from that Vassia grant, just so I can continue operating.
What is your typical grant amount?
Right now, the max you can receive is $75,000.
Further discussion?
I'll make a motion to accept the budget as presented with the exception of 4203-11-480, which will be 0. 4203-11-481, 0. 4203-14200, 0. 4203-14300 at 0 per the request of the Vassia director.
Second.
We have a first by Mrs. Grave, a second by Mr. Myers. There's no further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
The next up is Juvenile Detention Center. 59, page 59 and 60. Hello.
Hi,
How are you?
good. Christy Bruther, Director of Juvenile Detention.
So, Krista, I haven't worked as closely with you as some of the others have, but give you this opportunity to go ahead and explain your budget to us if you'd like. If there's anything in here outside the guidelines we provided, you can talk about that and then go into discussion.
Sure. So I did ask for 2 new positions that is outside of the guidelines, except for public safety positions. And so I would like to make an argument for that. We asked for an additional mental health therapist. The needs in the facility are increasing, as you're seeing all across the county in the state of Indiana. The number of youth that we are maintaining and the dual diagnosis of substance abuse and mental health issues is just increasing. And putting another mental health professional on our team full-time would allow for us to meet their needs and also the needs of the parents. We have started the juvenile problem-solving court, and that has been going very well. And one of the models is for a parent advocate that can give the parents a voice as they process through the juvenile system. And so we are asking for this position to be able to help give the parents a voice when they go through this this process. And then also to support the juveniles in detention as well as on probation. The other position that I requested is a quality assurance position. The Department of Correction standards have increased the compliance to maintain with that. I currently share that responsibility. A supervisor helps me with that, does it as additional duties. But with the Department of Corrections and Department of Education and some of the additional grants, we received a CGI grant this year in the amount of $430,000. So just in sort of the data compliance, the quality compliance and assurance, we would like to create that second position that would be focused on assurance. Outside of those two positions, everything else within the budget remained within the guidelines.
Christy, I did get tasked with looking at part-time and overtime. And your overtime looked relatively spread out. It didn't seem that there was any one individual accruing a lot of overtime. I did want to ask you about your part-time though, because you asked for a substantial increase in that. Looks like $23,750 increase. Is that almost double? And could you share what's happening with that line item?
Sure. So this year I have moved some monies around. We have used that much time this year. With managing the facility with the increased behaviors, I need more staff on the floor. I don't know if you guys remember last year I did come in and ask for 4 new positions, did not come in and ask for that this year. And so we are filling some of those gaps with part-time help. And specifically to cover when folks are on vacation time. I have had some medical leaves here and there, some new parent leave. And so it's just keeping the numbers that I need at the detention center, which are, governed by Department of Correction standards, the 8-to-1 staff ratio. And so we're managing that with part-time rather than asking for additional full-time staff that would come with benefits and insurance and those sorts of things. I also was down a teacher for about 4 months, 5 months. I've lost my math. We did hire that, but I hired in a retired special education teacher to come in and fill that role. Again, we are required to continue education in the detention center for the kids. And then we are keeping her on part-time, 10 hours a week currently with the transfers that we did, because she is licensed in special education, and the amount of IEPs and 504 plans that we have inside the detention center, this helps us stay in compliance.
Thank you.
So of the new employees you asked for last year, you came before us for 4?
I came for 5. I came for 4 correctional officers and 1 teacher.
Okay.
And the timing wasn't with things that were changing. We took that request off the table. And then this year we're asking.
We didn't officially come before the council. You withdrew.
It did not. It just came through those budget council workshops. Excuse me.
So it didn't make it to the public meeting for you to ask for those employees, correct?
It did.
It did. It was in the
Did
budget.
it? Okay,
And we
so-
did the 0.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think if I remember the question was, well, what if we give you 3?
Right.
And you said no with the numbers that you needed,
Would make a
6 or
difference.
nothing. So then you went with nothing.
Right.
Yep.
So,
So this year we came back with 2, one other mental health position, and then this quality assurance.
yeah, which is nothing like the other positions you asked for, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I guess that the elephant in the room would be the budget guidelines where we asked for no new hires for 2026. And I did just want to share some history I looked up online. Governor Braun is his policy. We're seeing, he claimed historic property tax relief for Hoosiers, but what's happening is, a big financial strain on counties and cities. I know the state, I think, is asking for at least 5% budget cuts across the board, which we didn't ask for. the city of Muncie, they were on Channel 13 News 4 or 5 days ago. They're doing a hiring freeze as well. They're not replacing anyone who's retiring. And then the Greenwood City Library, they are having a hiring freeze too. So I guess my position is, we've got some financial considerations that are not going to go away. And I would have a hard time approving new positions at this time. In fact, I'm just hopeful that in the coming years, we can keep the employees that we currently have.
I understand.
I just wanted to share that information.
Yeah, you're in a difficult position. Thank
Chris, the question I have is if you don't get these new positions, what does that mean? How do you redeploy some of the people you have? Have you got some thoughts around that to accommodate the need?
Yeah, we're currently, meeting the needs. You asked for us to ask what we needed as we go into a new year. Problems are increasing rather than decreasing. And so we have a great partnership with the adult probation and community corrections. They have some mental health folks that we can lean on. We did receive a grant, as I mentioned, and we're partnering with Reach for Youth. And so I'm hoping to maybe increase some contractual services with them for some of this mental health services and use those grant dollars. The compliance will continue with the current employee that's doing it now. I mean, he's doing an amazing job. It's just a lot of work for that one position. And we'll just continue to do that. So.
And Chrissy, that. And I can't speak for anyone else on here on this, but I know how hard that is to say, because in our position, it must be said as far as, what we have to work with. But for us personally, obviously, we see the need. We see where it needs to be, but in the way things are and with the guidelines that have been set forth, I don't think I could support it either at this time.
I understand.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I sat down with Judge Reesner and Christie and Sheena and have talked with some of the court members. They're doing an extraordinary job, and thank you, Christie, for what you do. These are our children that are, at a point in their life where they're going to be bumped in a different direction, possibly. We're not going to get all of them, but we're going to get a major portion of them. And the mental health advocacy by this council in the past and hopefully going forward in the future will continue to advocate and support our county services. This one is very special. It's hard because it requires an outlay, but I think as a council, we need to look at, is this dollar spent well spent? And I think it is, because it'll come back tenfold. If we are able to change the course of direction on these young people, help them out, help their families out. Most of them just don't know how. And I think it's well worth the expenditure.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I guess I would just, remind everyone that our guidelines that we agreed and approved were to freeze all new position hires for 2026.
Okay, if there's nothing left that you would like to, is there anything you want to add, Christie? Thank you so much for what you do. I'm prepared to take a motion and to entertain a motion to revise the presented numbers to conform with the WIS Council guidelines. We'll have to have a first and a second, and then we will go with further discussion if we receive that.
I would make a motion to approve the 0140 juvenile budget as presented, with the exception of the two new requests for two new positions, and that's 1001-11771, 1001-12644, and I would have those taken to zero.
a first by Mrs. Graves. Call for a second.
Second.
Have a second by Mr. Dittmers. I'll open the floor now for even further discussion. Being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Thank you, Christie. Now, you don't do the next one, do you?
I know.
No.
Good morning.
Hi.
Morning, yes.
How are you?
Good. I'm Angela Morris, Chief Probation Officer and Director of Court Services.
I can't hear you, honey. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm Angela Morris, Chief Probation Officer and Director of Court Services.
Okay.
Do you want to just go, like fund by fund?
We do, but hang on just a second. Right. Before we get started, Angela, I want to point out, just for those listening and those that are aware, we have worked with you hand in hand trying to understand. There's been several meetings. I appreciate your patience and your teaching for us and the understanding and all your staff's hard work. But I do want to say before we get started, just so the public knows, that the council, the Johnson County Council, is in compliance before we get started with the Judicial Conference of Indiana's minimum requirements for probation officer salaries under Indiana Code 11-13-1-8. And I want to note in a public meeting, and we had talked about this before, just that while the current state minimums are required, the current salary scale adopted by this council is above the state minimum requirements. And just, we wanted to put into record what we talked about is not necessarily going to be guaranteed moving forward from this year. So when we talked about solidifying the practices you've had in the past, I wanted to make it part of this meeting where we've discussed to continue to do and use the things that you're doing, that you inherited, that you have in the past. There may need to be some solidification moving forward in still using that procedure. Does that make sense? The different things you use when you explain to us that you inherited the chart, the longevity and the different things, no one could find where that was ever approved and put into record that that's the way it would be done. It's just always been done that way, which is fine. So we had suggested that moving forward, that be a little more formal. So just so you'll know, for next year, even though they're going to be, basically going to be, what word am I looking for? Honored moving forward.
It's not guaranteed.
I don't know that it'll be guaranteed unless there's a plan put in place. If that makes sense. I just wanted to say that in a public meeting. Okay. All right. So now the floor is all yours.
Okay, do you want to start with the first fund and just work your way down?
How many are we looking at here altogether? What you got?
A lot.
What's that?
14.
How would we do that? Is that would be your preference? Okay. All right. So now we're on general fund 138, correct?
Yes.
That's page 61 on our budget book. And that is unified probation.
Yes.
Correct?
And then also for the record, I'd sent my liaison an email outlining what would be outside the guidelines this weekend. And so this fund does not have anything outside the guidelines.
Yeah, but we'll need to talk about those in the public meeting. So I'm trying to find a copy of that email.
Here it is. Is it the 4 new correction officer positions? Do I have
Yeah,
the
yeah.
right-
She'd asked for an email on
Yeah.
this fund doesn't have any of those.
But it's not in this fund.
Correct.
Right. So there's nothing in this fund, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm a little slow.
I did have a question. How many probation officers do we have?
It's in that what I sent you last week. I think we have,
Is it the scale?
I think it
Yeah.
had correctional community corrections in there too, correction officers. I just wondered how many probation officers do we have?
43, I believe.
43?
Yeah.
And do you know how many supervisors we have? Probation supervisors?
Is it this? I think it's this.
Let's see it. I just saw.
I'm
Is that
sorry.
something you can just get to us later, Angela? I didn't mean to put you on the
believe
spot.
4.
Because I don't think you knew I was gonna ask that. So if you want to get back with me, that's fine. But we
No,
think 40.
on the, when WIS didn't compare us to other counties
Yes.
around the state, I provided that information
Right.
for you guys last week to show a true comparison. I believe the number of probation officers is on there. And we have
Okay,
5 probation officer supervisors.
5.
You will have to agree, we had a really long crash course in learning how to be a probation officer,
Yeah.
so appreciate your patience.
Yeah.
I think we should state for the record that the WIS salary guidelines, when WIS presented those, the numbers that they had for probation, WIS stated that they did not include the supplements that Johnson County probation officers receive for master's degrees and assistant positions, when in fact they really did.
Correct.
And so that wasn't clear, and I just wanted to point that out for the record.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Mr. Comer, I hope you do not have your charts and figures and numbers with you.
No, but could I ask a question before we start?
Absolutely.
Because I kind of want to clarify, I've been through this and it's making my head spin. So the state sets the minimum salary. And it's based on, like, first thing is years of experience, right? So 0 is a certain set, 4 to 9 is a certain set, 10 to 14, 15 to 19, 20 plus. Has all that been included in your numbers? The age,
Yes.
okay,
We follow an internal salary schedule
okay,
that is based off the guidelines that the state gives us
okay.
and that I inherited in 2019.
Yeah, I remember. Remember?
I do. We started together.
Yes, all right. And administrative roles, they get stipends, right? For
Supervisory roles, correct?
supervisory roles. 5 years experience, 5% on their base salary. And it states here, it says each county must comply with this schedule to certify new officers. And is that right? Do you have to receive a certification from the state?
A probation officer has to be certified through the state, yes.
Okay, that's just all I had. I just wanted to ask those questions. To let everybody know how confusing this is.
And I might share, I can share too, and this might help. So, the Judicial Conference of Indiana puts out a minimum salary schedule. And so the counties are required to pay at least this amount. You can pay more, but this is what you must pay. And within that, there's a years of experience breakdown for minimum salaries.
On top of.
Correct.
Yes, yes. And then there's, the addition of supervisory roles get like a $5,000 bump or a $10,000 bump. And master's degrees is 5% on the gross wages that are paid. Johnson County, over the years, starting in 2018, we were paying almost 7% above the state minimum guideline. From 2018 to 2025, we are now paying over 17% above the state minimum guideline.
And then again, my research, how we're limited. We're in the top 10 of the counties, population wise, and we ranked 8th in average probationary salaries. So we're kind of right there. When you take all the salaries into consideration.
I was gonna say, where did you get that information from? Was that from the AIC book?
No, it was Copilot.
Co-pilot. Okay, I didn't look there. I do think in some of the information that I've reviewed that the majority of Indiana counties do pay above the minimum salary. And the reason being they want to attract the best that they can to work with their people. But what I'm finding, and I didn't have it in time for compilation before this meeting, was that Johnson County is in the top tier of compensation for
Yeah.
probation officers. So we're right up there with the top.
So indiana.gov/counties is where I got it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll check that one too. But I'm gonna put together a chart and a graph to share with everyone, hopefully, and get with Angela and Steve to just so that the council can make an informed decision of what we want to pay above the minimum salary schedule. I don't know that that's been clear in the past when we vote on these budgets, you know, what we were paying above. So yeah, I just sharing that information in response to your question.
And again, I'll reiterate, we've gone through all of this in private meetings. This conversation is basically so the public can be involved in and know that this just wasn't a knee-jerk conversation. We've all looked at it in depth. So appreciate, again, you working with us. So on the 138 probation, other than what we've talked about here, is there anything else that needs to be pointed out to us?
Not in this fund, no.
Not in this fund. Okay, do we want to vote on these one fund at a time, you guys?
Oh, I did have one question about overtime because I'm tasked with part-time and overtime questions. In the one general fund, 19,900 overtime. You didn't increase it that much, but it looks like the amount that you have expended is pretty low. Would there be an opportunity to reduce that line item or not really?
Sorry, Steve Kermode, Assistant Director.
Hi, Steve.
Hi. I basically took what I had spent up to half of 2025 and then doubled it, looks like. Oh, maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, so that would be like $12,000 and you're asking for 16,800. And I know it doesn't seem like a lot of money, but in all these different budgets, we're really watching the 100 series line items because that's going to be a problem for the county moving forward in the years to come.
And that may have just been a typo there. So I agree. I think it should be 12,800.
12,800.
Yeah.
What line, what number is that?
19,900.
Okay, the overtime should be 12,800.
And then the increases that you do have on your line items are due to probation officer anniversary dates or internal midpoint for WIS salary studies.
That's correct.
Okay, any further discussion for this particular fund number? If not, I'll prepare to entertain a motion to accept the recommendation as presented and take it under advisement for possible amendments prior to final adoption. And don't forget, if the motion is made with the change to account number 19900.
And then that'll change FICA and perf as well with that. Okay, yep. I am.
And we're only going to do the one fund first, and then we'll move on to the others. So for this motion, let's just do probation 138.
Just a question.
Uh-huh.
Did you say you're doubling the 6 month on the overtime, the 5,900?
Yes.
That's 10,800.
10,800.
11,800.
11,800, I'm sorry, 11,800, not 12, right?
11,800.
Okay.
Is that what you intended?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they got those goggles on, don't they?
Am I getting math right? So-
Okay, waiting on a first if anyone is
No, I
in.
said I wouldn't. I will, give it a shot.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Move to approve, 138 probation unified with the exception of account 1001 19,900 overtime, which will change from $16,800 to $11,800.
Good job.
Thank you.
First by Mr. Dittmers,
Second.
second by Mr. Mallers. I'm sorry, Mr. Myers. Is there any further discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Carries. Moving on to the next fund, which is Sims grant,
Mhm.
8225.
Yes, this is a state grant that we receive. Sorry, this is a state grant that we receive. This is the only grant that we haven't received official approval of yet. All the others we have. So this usually begins in October. But sometimes historically we've received this for 4 years. I think the last two, Amy, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've received notice in January that it was approved. So we have some built-in ways to kind of navigate that, but that's kind of what we're
What
looking at.
happens if it does, where do you get that $78,000 from if it doesn't get approved?
We have it in the 1001, that same position, and that's
Mhm.
what we had to do last year, was move it into the 1001 for a 2 or 3 month period.
Gotcha.
And then moved it back into the grant once we received that.
Okay. All right.
And just for clarification, the reason, Amy, there's no history here, it's because it's a grant and it starts a new number every year. Okay.
Any further discussion on the Sims grant, 8225? If not, I'm prepared to take a motion.
Motion to approve 8225 in the first reading.
I have a first by Mr. Mallers. Mr. Mallers,
That's okay.
John M., both of you.
I like John.
All right, first by Mr. Myers,
Second.
second by Mr. Dittmers. No further discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Moving on to problem solving court 9176.
The next 5 are all similar, so if we want to group those together, we can.
That would be great, thank you.
9176 through 9188.
Okay,
They are all state grants as well. And these are, I think, our 3rd year that we've received these. We have received approval for these grants. And it mirrors exactly from last year. So they didn't increase any awards, but it continues on from last year.
thank you.
25, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. There's nothing there that. Yeah. Discussion? So for fun, we started 8225, correct? And we are going
9176.
to 9176.
No, start with 9176.
Okay, 9176 through 9188. So with no changes, whoever is prepared to make a motion.
Motion to approve in the first reading, 9176, 9177, 9178, 9179, and 9188.
Have a first by Mr. Myers,
Second.
a second by Mr. Mallers. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none passes.
Okay, Fund 2001. This fund is bringing a employee into a fee-based account that has previously been in a federal grant that is running out. It won't be for the full year. But we put the salary per FICA and insurance in a fee-based fund. And we had talked about that the last couple weeks.
But it's not a new position. You're just moving it from one
From a
fund
grant
to another
to
fund.
fee-based.
Thank you.
So it's not taxing, still not taxing on the general fund.
That's correct.
And do you know what fund it was in before? Just
As grant.
8252. Thank you.
Any further discussion? On adult probation admin fees?
Move to approve 2001 adult probation admin fees.
We have a first by Mr. If there's no further discussion, then we have a first by Mr. Ditmers,
Second.
second by Mr. Mallers. No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
The next fund is 2101. It's also a fee-based fund. That's where all of the probation expenses come out of and the supplementals are paid out of. You'll see on the right, there's increases and decreases due to the zero budgeting guideline.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Angela, due to,
The zero
Zero
budgeting guidelines.
okay.
Again, broken record, part-time. It looks like you took the part-time line item, increased by $13,000. When you look at how much you've expended so far in 2025, you've only spent 14,500. So if you were to double that, roughly 30,000, but the request is for 56. Any way we can work with that?
Yeah, I think I looked at that balance as of 6:30 and viewed that as my expended. So I think that's where my numbers got crossed up.
So we could reduce that
To
to 28, and
Yeah.
you'd be able to run your,
I believe so.
all right. And then I did have one other question. The zero-based budgeting, some increased due to zero-based budgeting, some went down. So does that mean throughout the years you were having to transfer money from another fund?
Yes.
Or a line item?
Yes.
So my question would be then, the line items that you increased, did the other line items go down since you won't be?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's where you see it. Okay, thank you. Right here.
Yep.
Got it.
And then I'll adjust FICA and perf as well with that reduction in part-time.
Yeah, right. The FICA and the perf would also, and that's 1,4,
FICA.
just FICA.
Because it's part-time, there
Yeah.
will be no perf.
Yeah, 1,4,200.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so for 2101 supplement adult probation services, any further discussion? If not, I'm prepared to take a motion with the changes.
I'm sorry. I remember why.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I remember why we had the issue with the part-time
Oh, yes.
because we reduced it totally from the next fund, the 2502.
Oh. So you,
So you do need it there.
I do.
You
Yeah,
do
there's
need
your
it there.
1,000.
Right, your reduction is in the next fund, okay. I got you.
so what do you need that number to be then? Good catch, by the way.
Thank you.
He'd have been back for that.
Right.
When we're working, we need to be sure to be working in the right fund.
Yes.
So your request.
39,000.
Okay,
Again, this fund doesn't offset any other funds.
That's right.
so you want to leave it at the 56? Okay,
Yeah.
so for bookkeeping or for housekeeping purposes, it's just as easy because the
56.
other one is the way to leave it at the 56. Okay, so we just need a motion for as presented if there is no further discussion.
I guess if I could just piggyback on that, while it is a fee-based fund, which is
Right.
great, we still need to be mindful of how the money's being spent. So
Absolutely.
we're not, spending lots of money on part-time help that we really, don't need, and we could use those fee funds for something else. I just wanted to throw that out there.
And that's important for the taxpayers that are listening today to know that, you are using those funds wisely. So even though they're not a property tax or a lit tax, it's still the taxpayers paying those fees. So I know that you get that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
So part-time should still be 56,000 then. Got it.
So basically be no.
There's no change, right?
Right,
Change.
right.
Move to approve 101.
I have a motion by Mr. Dittmers to approve 2101 budget as presented.
Second.
Second. By Mr. Mallers. No further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
Fund 2502. There is nothing outside of the guidelines on this fund.
Okay. There's no dust. Okay. So if there's no further discussion, I'm prepared to entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as presented for 2502.
Move to approve 2502 county alcohol and drug as presented.
First by Mr. Mallers,
Second.
second by Mr. Dittmers. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Okay, the next fund is 1001159. That's the Community Corrections Adult General Fund. There's nothing outside the guidelines in this one.
Oh, I have a question. We're just looking at the 0159, right?
Yes.
So the mental health specialist, the budget requested is 77,000. And in my notes, I have it down as 83,708 in the salary study. Did I mess that up?
You did not.
There was an email sent,
Yes.
not that, we do need to talk about that.
Okay.
But there was an email sent, and from what I understand, even though it's lower than what the outside study says.
Yes.
You're wanting to pay evenly, right?
Yes.
At a certain
Okay.
amount to make.
There's kind of a 3-tier system with 3 different positions, and we want to maintain those gaps.
So here's where I have a bookkeeping question.
Yes.
I have a question that I need to. Amy, trying to stay true to the WIS study. Here's my question. And this is reverse of what we've been dealing with. This says it should pay more and they're wanting to pay less. So if we bump that to what it's supposed to be, looking at line item only, not internal guidelines or anything like that, but looking at line item only. So if they hired a new one off the street, they could pay, they could pay up to that. So if we move it to that internal midpoint suggested by WIS, are they required to use that money, or can they stay with what they choose? And how does that work? Educate us on how that works. You guys may know, I don't.
So, currently there's several departments they pay less than what's appropriated. But with the new WIS salary, you guys are saying this is the minimum.
Right.
So I'm gonna refer to Tiffany.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how we are.
I can't hear you, Tiffany. I'm sorry.
We have set it up that way, that that's the minimum, and, it's on the council's agenda for next week, for adoption. So if we're saying that what I heard was that the tier is off. That to me sounds like there's something that needs to go through Wiz again. That maybe the job description was incorrect, or unless I'm misinterpreting what you're saying.
We've asked them about this.
Yeah.
So actually we want to take, and it's not in our budget, but it's coming up in another budget, is that lowest level, where this extra money is coming from or could come from in this position, that it kind of get added to that other position.
So you're wanting to take money from this position and add it to another position?
When we look at our tier with Wiz, and we had communications with them about these positions, and we, I guess, disagree with how they characterize them and what we're.
So you're gonna have to, what we're trying to do here is to stay consistent with every department of what we're doing.
I understand.
So, and I know this is flip on what they all have been, but Tiffany, I'm gonna have to have you interject here on what protocol we need to follow. I mean, we want to accommodate, but on the same hand, I'm thinking it needs to go back through WIS and need to be officially done, and we need to approve it for what the WIS
It's our
does.
two highest, so the highest as well is in the same boat.
Yeah.
So I guess what
Position.
what should be pointed out here is that when council engaged with to do the salary study, it was to get away from individuals, making these base salary decisions and put it in a more objective format where, we're not moving from one employee to this employee. And granted, in this instance, it may not be an instance of playing favorites or a political decision, but we're trying to get that off the table. Council's been trying to get away from that because that's how the salaries have these huge discrepancies as those policies have been over the past. So we still need to hear from Tiffany, but what you've just described is the problem that got us into the mess the county's in with our compensation packages.
Right. And I understand that. That's not just with us. So it's, we have these positions, the sheriff's department has this position, juvenile community corrections at juvenile detention. So we all have met collectively. And 2 years ago, when we created these positions, that was our plan. We've identified that and communicated that with Wiz, and they had different ideas.
So Tiffany, we're gonna need your guidance
I
here.
mean, I don't know that I've been included on those emails to see what the difference was, an opinion. It sounds like it's something within the job description. Without seeing that, I'm not sure that I would be able to answer that, but it does sound like Wiz did address it and they disagree. So it's basically, we're going to accept Wiz and then maybe we need to go back through and have further conversations or not, because the Wiz, it sounds like you've presented everything to Wiz and this is what they came up with.
Okay.
That's where it was categorized.
Well, how about we consider this at this point? We put it to the internal midpoint, not what you're suggesting. But then we will ask Tiff if you will send your communication to Tiffany, what you've done. She can in turn get with WIS and get us some guidance on how to move forward with it.
Definitely.
And then we'll have it corrected at second reading. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Is everyone up here in agreement with that?
That way it keeps the decision objective.
Right, right.
And we're funding the line item, not the
Yeah,
person.
and we want to, we want to do what's right. So if that's fair with you, then that's Tiff, is that okay?
Yes.
To take that motion that way?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure how to read it. So Ditmers, you want to go for it?
Can try.
Yeah.
I can try. So I would make a motion to approve Fund 1001-0159 GF Community Correction / Adult as presented with the exception of line item 1001-11769 Mental Health Specialist. And that budget request should be within the WIS guidelines, which I believe is 83,708. Is that right?
That's right, but we will also note that in this motion that that information is taken under advisement for possible amendment at
you.
second reading.
what she
Enough?
said. Yes.
Okay, any further discussion?
Well, we need a second.
I know.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm getting excited.
I'm hungry.
So
Second.
we have a first by Mrs. Graves, a second by Mr. Mallers. Now, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, passes.
Okay, 1233, that's our lit fund through community corrections. There are we're requesting 4 new positions. That's out. I don't know if it's outside the guidelines or not, because it included public safety could ask for the positions, correct?
Yeah, and
Okay.
I want to reiterate that these discussions have been had.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the council will want to talk about these again. But I will ask you to explain with the new building and the things we talked about so the public can hear it from you.
Sure.
Not me.
We are requesting 4 new correction officers. Our anticipated move-in date is fall of 2026, back September 1st. So far, we're moving along. We need to get, if we're moving in, we need some staff. We're at full capacity right now. It's a good problem. We have a wait list for both the men and the women's dorms. So if these aren't approved today, I assume we'll be coming back in a
So here's,
to ask.
that's what I'm saying. I guess here's my question is if, and I realize that it's public safety and that it lies within the guidelines, but let's just say we said no, because there are probably going to be delays. And if there's any type of delay, it's probably going to move into 27 and not 26. And I know, they still need to be trained and they need to be brought in and you're at full capacity and they could be used. So is there any compromise there, taking all that into consideration, knowing that there might be a chance you may have to come back for an additional appropriation
Sure.
if everything goes into plan? So is there any type of compromise on not doing 4 complete full-time employees?
So with that, the 4 new positions wouldn't be starting till July, so you can see a reduced salary number in that request. I'm just asking for what the anticipatory need will be. So if there isn't that need, then we wouldn't fill those. Or if it's not granted today or approved, we would be coming back in the spring or
So,
to ask in the middle of the year.
yeah, so I'm gonna need everybody else to chime in on this because I've, yeah. Mr. Mallers, I'm sorry, Mr. Myers and Ms. Grismer, would you guys care to start on discussing the 4 new employees?
Well, I'll start.
Okay, thank you.
Haven't been involved with new facilities. And then training and things of that nature. Also their input, to the new facility. But it's a quandary for me just as much as it is for anyone else. But I think that our commissioners are going to demand that finished state stays the same. So it's going to open based on these decisions.
Well, like Angela said, if for some reason it's not ready by June, she would just delay the hiring of these new positions.
Yeah,
Ms.
I'm with
Ms.
Ron.
Grismer?
I'm with John, I'm sorry.
You're with John.
What is the training timeline for these positions? Like, if they're hired, how long does it take to train them? I guess it depends on the person, but
Yeah.
generally speaking, how much leeway do we have there?
Yeah, we have 40 hours of mandatory training before they're released. And that could fluctuate depending on how they're doing the job and where we're at. So
So that's like a week-long training session or something, or?
no, because they'll be working with an FTO, so it's a certain shift. So it's usually about a month.
Okay.
So we're not talking a 6-month training
Yeah.
period to get certified to
a
do the
month.
job. It's on the job training.
Yep.
Okay.
On the job training.
Okay.
So, I probably would vote to support it because like Mr. West indicated, if you don't fill the positions, the money won't be used. It will save coming back in the middle of the year for an additional appropriation, which is doable, but you know, you're trying to fund what you think your needs will be, but some of those needs are a little unpredictable right now, so I get it. Mrs. Graves, what do you think?
I love consistency. Consistency keeps us safe. But this is within the budget guidelines because it is for public safety. And again, it's a no harm, no foul. If we don't need it, the money reverts back to the fund. It's basically $100,000 difference in what we're approving if we're trying to stay within the fiscal plan. So that's not going to throw off the fiscal plan by ginormous numbers. So I think we'd be safe to do that. My only question again will be part-time on this line item when we're ready to discuss that.
Do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I'm supportive of consistency and common sense both, and I think common sense should prevail. I'm supportive.
Okay, so now Michelle, go for the overtime.
Part-time, $100,000 moved from Fund 1122. Can you kind of elaborate on that a little bit? What's happening, why we're doing that?
We 1122 is a fee fund as well. That's our project income for community corrections. And this is for part-time CO staff. And just with the cash flow, we are up against it almost every month. And this would help alleviate some of that the cash flow issue.
So a fee-based fund, you're moving the $100,000 from a fee-based fund to a lit fund.
Correct.
How are you on your collections for community corrections for those fees?
We do everything that we can to incentivize payment. We also have started the fees court after they complete. So we are recouping fees at the back end of that as well. We also have some additional, at least one additional line item from another one from the federal grant that's not being used that we need to put into the fee-based account as well. So we're kind of moving that would offset half of that amount that's being 50,000, a little less.
Have you all looked into that TREX program that the state offers for collecting court fees?
We've looked into it, or we kind of opted that this do that internal piece work quarterly. We have a lot of control over it, collect different types of fees through that. And you heard my number earlier, it's 144,000 for the 2024 and the first half of 2025. I need you updated numbers. You might have them now, the August date.
Do you know what percentage we're able to collect versus what is billed?
I mean, build is a
Yeah. And the majority of that is community corrections fees because it's the higher amount.
Right.
So we do receive a lot of that.
with provision, right? So if they're on a bracelet or if they're taking a lot of drug screens, those are the kinds of things that would accrue in their favor. You know what I mean?
Okay. So just to be clear, then we're moving $100,000 of part-time out of a fee-based fund into a lit income fund. Okay, thank you.
That is the request. Thank you.
And we need all that overtime or part-time, we can't
Yes.
cut that down any, okay.
If we don't use it, do we move it back?
If we won't use it, I just won't spend it.
Everything reverts back if
Reverts
they don't
back.
use it. Okay, any further discussion on 1233-0159? So I am prepared to,
I will make a motion to approve Fund 1233-0159 Lit Community Correction / Adult as presented
have a,
with the, I guess I don't need the disclaimer, do I?
No.
Okay, it's as presented.
I will second that motion.
so I have a first by Mrs. Graves, a second by Mr. Mallers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes. Lord John.
Down the home stretch here. Two more. 9152 is next. And we had two of them.
This is a grant, correct?
This is a grant. This is our DOC grant. And we did receive confirmation that we'll receive the same amount as we did last year. And this is the breakdown of that. I submitted a revised copy. Just because I know this year I've had to come back, or I'm sorry, at the end of beginning of 25, I'd come to council to have some adjustments made because it is a January 1st to December 31st grant. So we have increases in salaries comparatively because of how the cycle works.
So
there's
that's why
days.
it's matching the WIS salary guidelines, because I know before it was your original submission, you were hitting the WIS salary study numbers,
Right.
you know, on the mark. And then your revised page 69 comes in and it's above the WIS salary
Correct.
guidelines.
Because it'll go from January 1st to December 31st and not necessarily hit our payroll the same way.
It's on January 1st to December 31st. So why would that matter?
Because the grant is on a different
Because the
cycle.
grant is on, so we have to budget.
Can you break that down for me? What
I understand.
I'm not, somebody needs to get the Crayolas out. So
The pay,
I can't hear you,
the pay
Sheena.
periods don't match.
Right, so
So-
it's a mathematical thing.
Yes.
You've come to the WIS study, but you need more to make it to the end of the grant.
Everything is based on
Yeah,
the hourly rate from the WIS study.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
just,
So even though the
calculated
numbers
the
are
entire-
higher, the base salary is the same, but you need additional because the grant cycle doesn't fall within the pay cycle that would flow with the county.
Correct.
Is that right?
correct.
Clear as mud.
Yeah, additional pay periods.
What happens on a leap year?
Don't talk about it.
Here, the 27th page.
Yeah, that's one right up there with the 27
Can't do that.
days.
I do have one question.
Yes.
And it's on line 11,756 for a case manager.
Mhm.
It says in the notes, probation officer grant cycle. Case managers aren't probation officers, are they?
Yes, we've, some of ours are becoming probation officers because they're doing the same job as just in a different building.
So how
So-
do you become a probation officer?
You get state certified.
They're getting state certified. So that could be problematic moving forward because of the salary.
Or would they fall within the
state
same
minimum.
longevity, the same scale you're using now?
Yes.
Yeah. I could see that could be problematic because not all the community correction case managers are probation officers.
There's just one that cannot become one based off the state guidelines for probation officers. But we're
So,
doing this so that when we move into the new building, we're not duplicating roles and we won't, like, they'll be sharing the same jobs and having the same duties, reducing staff in theory.
so we have 9, well, you have field officers and case managers. So all those could become probation officers or just the case managers?
Just the case managers.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So of those 6, they're all certified by the state to be probation officers except
No,
for one?
Just
Three are, two are new hires in 2025, and they're getting ready to take the test this fall to be state certified.
So Tiffany, what are your thoughts here as far as trying to be consistent? Because I think these case managers, based on the job descriptions, received a job classification from WIS and a recommended salary. But now we're finding out there's a probation certification maybe coming into play here? I can't get my mind wrapped around it.
I think once that happens, we would have to send it back through because it would change their title, right? Wouldn't it be probation officer slash,
See what I'm saying?
like right now it says case manager, but it would say probation officer slash case manager. Right?
Correct.
Okay. So right now, they're not probation officers. So this is what they are classified as, right? The salary is correct based on WIS case manager. If they do increase to, or if they do get certified, which it sounds like they will, at that point, they'll have to go through the regular process because we'd have to change it.
To have the job description
Right.
changed, which would change the
Right.
base salary.
Right. Again, we want it going through that central
Right.
objective process, the same for every employee.
Yes.
Okay, so
And we want to put the probation officer in their title because if they're doing that work, that has to be in there in order for them to qualify for the minimum
okay,
salary.
so the in the notes, and it's really small print, so you're gonna have to help me out, guys. We're not changing the titles to probation officer with this budget, correct?
We are, well, again, this is a grant, so it's alternating every 2 years. So I don't think they were changed 2 years ago.
So you are asking to change these titles to probation officers, but you haven't submitted that information through WIS.
These are, we have not submitted that through WIS, no.
So then I'm
But
thinking,
these are probation officers that are probation officers currently.
so I'm so confused.
They received, these that we're asking for the title changes, received certification in 25.
So
They're not qualified yet to be a probation officer because they're not certified. Is that correct?
The ones that we're asking for changes, yes, they are.
They are?
They are. They weren't changed on this form or in this fund because this is the same, they alternate every 2 years. So this is the same from 2024 that's rolling into 2026.
well, you know, we want to be accurate
Yeah.
in all these titles and the changes. So then, but WIS classified these as case managers with a
Correct,
case manager salary.
correct.
Are you paying them the case manager salary or probation officer salary?
They were, when we hired them in, they were hired in as case managers. And then they received their certification for probation officer after that.
So how are they being paid?
Right.
So this
As a
they-
probation
they're
officer?
paid and hired as a case manager.
So this salary here that you have is case manager salary, which is what they currently are. And why can't we just wait and have them go through the process of getting their job description changed, go through WIS, whatever they do there? And then at that point, if it gets changed, then they can come back.
I think because it's gonna be lower, right? Because they're very, right, because they
Yes.
would go back to the probation officer. If you look at that state minimum salary, it's already, it's significantly
Much.
lower than this.
Yes.
So
So
this
it's
is,
already be in, in
so this
compliance.
is a workaround to not pay him a lower probation officer salary for years of experience. You guys want them to stay case managers so they get the higher salary.
That's what they're hired in as case managers. And then
Once they
Once
become
they-
probation officers, then they're gonna have to be applied to the same minimum salary schedule as all the other probation officers, and that salary would be lower based on years of experience for what they're being paid as a case manager.
correct.
But wouldn't they be case manager slash probation officer, which would then be different than just a plain old probation officer?
Yes,
And therefore, that would be
not necessarily.
potentially higher. Or would the duties be the same?
The
As a
duties are
probation
different
Okay.
at community corrections as
But
opposed.
I would have to go back through WIS
Right.
and reclassify.
Exactly right.
It kind of sounds like you're picking the title that gives you the highest wage. But you have the certification of a probation officer, but you don't want to be paid at the probation officer scale because the case manager makes more?
Well, they are case managers.
It's okay. In 2022,
I thought.
when we took over community corrections, they were all case managers. We're still working with those titles right now because of the
Okay.
grant cycle. We're trying to catch the grant titles up to the positions, which in turn, part of the reason we were able to get the new building was to not duplicate services So we're trying to get everyone with the same title, the same job descriptions. It's just taken us a couple years to catch up with the grant cycles and the titles.
And the grant requires to have the certain titles that are in the grant when you apply, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we really shouldn't change the titles for the 2026 budget then because of the grant.
We're asking that we change the titles to match the grant.
So then I guess my point would be if we're gonna change the titles to probation officer, then they have to follow the probation officer scale, right?
Seems right.
I thought the title was gonna be case manager / probation officer.
Well, we don't have that classification in our WIS job
I agree,
classification.
which is why they need to go to WIS and get that set
Okay.
up. I agree.
So how do we move forward then with
Feels
this?
to me like this might be a WIS issue. We got kind of a one-off situation.
Not just accept.
Because what we don't want to do is pay
I
someone.
think if we go back to WIS, we're just gonna get rid of the case manager title.
Yeah,
And
but you
just
see
bring
what we're
up-
trying to do.
We
and how
just
it's-
want to do it right. So
That's
how
it.
about we do this until we get it figured out? How about we accept it, subject to we figure out on these titles what actually needs to be done to keep us fair and consistent? How does that sound to everybody? Tiffany, are we good to do that?
Yeah.
With that language we have for the
Yeah.
options, okay.
Right. So
And I have another question. Do you have a plan to move these to lit?
I don't believe we can.
Why? It's a correctional facility.
That's a good question, John. I think we ought to pursue that one.
I would defer to the attorneys in the room on that. My guess would be we would have if we could have a year or two ago. But
Yeah, it's under the.
we
it's
don't
under-
care what fund they come out of.
Well, I mean, you don't, but we do.
Okay.
And
You want to move them, we certainly can.
we get away from property taxes.
Okay.
So be thinking about that. I mean, not asking for decisions now.
Jonathan, this is a grant. So we want to pay it from the grant.
Of course,
Yeah.
but there are going to be other positions that are not.
this particular one though is through a grant, right?
This is the DOC grant, yes.
So we want to leave it there.
Yeah.
We just need to figure out how to make a motion on this that allows us to do further research. and
Right, for
Fix
second.
it for second reading.
Well, you would just use this verbiage here for possible amendments prior to final adoption.
Okay,
So,
well, I can make a motion if we've are ready. I would motion to accept the revised budget as presented.
take the job title under advisement.
Take the job titles under advisement and that's it.
For possible amendment prior to final adoption.
For possible amendment upon final adoption.
Right.
Well, second.
Okay, we have a first by Mrs. Graves, a second by Mr. Myers. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed? Passes.
Last one.
Good. I was like, where are we going for lunch?
Fund 1122, it's the Community Corrections Project Income, so it's a fee-based fund. And there are 2 positions that we included in this fund that were like the one previously that were paid for out of a federal grant that will be over in 2026.
And what positions are those?
11438,
And
11439.
Covered.
Peer mentor coordinator and recovery specialist.
And we just moved them from one fund to another.
Correct.
It looks like they did hit the WIS salary
They did.
study.
They did,
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you so much. Oh,
Where's that?
the case manager supervisor, 10010.
Yes.
That, I guess that's the same as the previous budget, isn't where it's slash case manager / probation. And so that's a big increase there. Is that as a result of the anniversary bump?
Correct.
So So this case manager is not being paid by case manager, it's being paid by probation officer. So see, that's completely different than what you were doing in the other budget. You were paying those case managers / probation officers by case manager numbers, but this one you want
He's
to
been
pay.
a probation officer for over a year, almost two, so I think this is where we're trying to catch up with that grant titles. Since this is the titles stay the same for 2 years. So this was a 2024 grant. And when we get with WIS, we're gonna remove all case manager titles, like, it's too confusing to have them. It helps us identify the buildings right now, based on what we inherited, but we'll need to get rid of them.
I don't think I think the money is spot on, but I think that might be another one we need to look at for changing the title. and Getting back at second reading.
So the supplement, in 11914, that's the probation supplement because they're a probation officer. So you have some increases here due to zero-based budgeting. Does that mean you decrease them somewhere else?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I got.
The other end of the table, discussion? No?
Good, thank you.
Is this gonna be another one of them?
This needs to be another one of those, I believe that, assuming there's no further discussion, we can entertain a motion to accept the recommendation as presented, but take under advisement with exception of the title change to case manager supervisor and address that at second reading, just to make sure we're on board with everything. So are you good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I think that the motion should be unless somebody sees it differently. Do you think I had that memorized?
Yes, I did. I was
Good.
so impressed.
So I move to accept the recommendations as presented, except for the case manager supervisor, 1122. 10010. For a few further review.
And just the title, job
Yeah,
title.
just a job title for further
Yeah.
review.
Yeah, yeah.
Second.
For possible amended prior to final adoption.
Second.
Okay, so I have a first by Mr. Mallers, a second by Mr. Dittmers. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Thank you.
Yay.
Okay, it's 20-1.
Uh-oh, I see a hand.
Like we're the last of the justice.
Okay.
Services.
Absolutely.
All right, come on. Lori's like, you are not getting out of here.
We'll try to be brief.
Okay, thank you.
Lori Myers, Juvenile Community Corrections Director. We have two accounts, the 1001, 0213 and 4950. For ease, I'd like to go with the 49.
Gotta find you.
84.
I'm not.
Okay.
So smart.
5 more minutes, I'll be hangry.
Ann's closes at 2, so we got to get this going.
All right, all right. And we got the same situation here with the behavioral health. Correct?
Yeah.
Specialist,
Yes.
right? Okay, so go ahead.
All right, so 4950, our project income, there is no change from last year and it is within guidelines.
Okay. And the other one?
and the 1001 0213. We have the change of the mental health therapist, program therapist that moved from the court that Sheena mentioned over to us. That's just because of I supervise that position. It makes more sense for that to be both their general fund, just move from one place to the other. Just kind of a bookkeeping situation. And then you have the situation with the behavioral health specialist and the tiers. The only thing I can add to that conversation as to some of our reasoning is that with that program therapist, it puts that position higher rate of pay than an assistant director that is supervising that person.
Sounds like those job descriptions may need to be reevaluated, Lori,
Yes, ma'am.
because if that's the case, I don't know, we don't know whether WIS is wrong or whether the job descriptions need to be.
I'm just giving you some background reason
Yeah.
as to why that seemed out of line to
Yes.
I know that there are degree requirements with the behavioral specialists that may not be. That those are accurate, but maybe it's in the director position that those aren't accurate, So
Okay.
that's something that we would need to discuss if that's the issue.
So how would we move forward with that from here?
The same way we did, it needs to be what the WIS recommendation is for that, because you can't base that qualification on what another one didn't register as. Does that make sense? If we're
Right.
saying the director, then maybe that director one, it should be just based on this specific position and what WIS classified it as.
And I think that number is 69,300.
And what line item was that?
11770.
Yeah. It's 69,000.
69,300 is what I think it is.
Yes, you're correct.
And then I wasn't able to follow the bouncing ball to make sure those supplements matched up to WIS, but they did. Thank you.
So we're probably gonna have to take the same avenue on this one and put it to what the WIS study guide or study said.
Yep.
And then follow the procedures to readdress what needs to be changed, and then we can deal with it.
Yep.
Okay.
Correct.
I'll try this one.
Alright, and there's two of them. We could probably take them both at one time. So
I have one other clarification.
I can't hear you. Amy. One other clarification?
Yes, account number 16900 shift differential pay. Damon and I talked and it really should be 16902 stipend on call.
Okay, so I think that since then we have maybe had a conversation. I'm gonna drop this back to Tiffany maybe, and because of this is a not aligned with a person, but rather a shift worked, that we needed to stick with the shift differential as opposed to stipend. And Tiffany, I'm gonna
Just, the amounts are the same, we just might need to call it, we need to talk about what to call it. Is that the issue? Okay.
Yeah.
Then we might adjust that. But this is because this is a shift.
It's not a shift differential like it is in the sheriff's department and stuff like that. It's a difference.
Is this the on-call? Okay. We'll work it out.
Yeah, the amount is still the same. I think we're back at a description of a title as to what that.
Which we went back and forth on, so. that's-
So you can take that under consideration and
Yes.
correct it at second reading.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're doing 4950 as well.
Yeah, there's on 4950, there was no change from last year and followed the guidelines.
Did you do zero-based budgeting on 4950? Because it doesn't look like anything went down. So you spent
We
pretty much all that money?
Damon Cox, Assistant Director. I basically use the same numbers from last year because our numbers fluctuate with how many program participants we have. If we've got 10 in one class and then 2 weeks later we have 40, it's hard to kind of really balance out what those numbers should be. Same with staff and training, because we do have so many staff members that are required to maintain licensure, maintain certifications. I don't know what the cost to do that, to maintain those are. So I use the same numbers just because we've shrunk that down as much as we could in years prior to meet the needs what we would have for next year.
You have some pretty healthy balances in there though, as of the end of June. So are you really going to use that money? Knowing that there's no way to plan. completely.
Sure, a number of our positions and programs are school-based and cumulative. So if you're talking about kids with attendance issues and serving those families, those attendance issues don't start in the beginning of the school year. That starts to escalate later in the year. So towards the end of the year here, we do expend more of those types of services and funds than we would the first part.
All right,
Makes sense.
makes sense.
Do you want me to try this?
Yep. We got what, 3 funds here?
Oh, I thought I just had 2.
2? Okay.
I will make a motion to approve Fund 1001-0213 Community Corrections Juvenile with the exception of 1001-11770 should read 69,300. And note that there will be further research on the title of shift differential pay and item number. And I would also include Fund 4950 Community Corrections Juvenile Project Income in that motion.
You need to add that position 16921 program therapist 85,000.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
16 what?
16921.
Okay, I don't want to take this one.
Well, you had it, you're good. The one, take it back to the 69.3, and then you did the change for shift differential along with the account number and the possible description. And then you're wanting, I guess I missed that conversation.
I did too.
They're moving it from the court's budget to their budget.
Oh, that's right.
Still in general fund.
That's right.
So you
Yeah,
just
and-
need to add it in here.
And what was the number again?
16921
16921.
program therapist
Therapist,
85,000.
85,000.
God,
You want
we
me to
did
start
talk about
over?
that. No, I would just pick it up.
Okay, so under Fund 1001-0213, we will add 1001-16921 program therapist for $85,000. And then for Fund 4950, Community Corrections Juvenile Project Income, as presented with no changes. And we will take them under advisement for possible amendments prior to final adoption.
Got it.
Second.
We have a first by Mrs. Graves, a second by Mr. Myers. Any further discussion?
Can I go to lunch?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Pass those. Done? Okay, so, where are we on the schedule? Let's look at that.
Computers.
Yeah, but let's,
Oh, I see. what you're
yeah,
Are we getting through them today? Do we need an hour or 45
that's what I was just,
Yeah.
that's what I was gonna ask everybody. What are we up to next?
No, computer sheriff.
It's right here.
Yeah.
Okay, and then that puts us. Okay, how about we do a 40, are you guys okay with a 45-minute break?
Yeah.
Let's roll.
Dittmer's is buying?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so it is 10:01. We'll be back here at what,
30.
1:30? 1:35? Is that all right with you?
Mhm.
Well, then just get an hour.
The time we all get set down, it'll probably be now.
Amy,
Maybe
What do
we'll
we
just
have?
let you go home early.
like how many more?
Okay, so we're on lunch break.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you do 2.
Okay, let's, wait a minute.
Okay.
They're requesting to take a full hour so they can have their lunch break.
Stay in 2 o'clock.
So, yeah. we'll come back at 2 o'clock. That'll be fine. That way everybody can have their lunch break. It won't make a difference. We're the ones trying to get out early, not them. So we understand. All right, next up is Title 40 prosecutor. I believe the next 1, 2, 3, 4 budgets are yours, sir?
Yep,
Okay.
that's it.
You can go ahead and introduce yourself for the minutes.
Lance Hamner, Johnson County Prosecutor. And we're ready to do Title 4D, which is child support.
And that is Fund 1001, 108, correct?
Yep.
So 118.
No, I'm sorry,
Oh,
118.
you're gonna do 4D first?
108's first on the agenda.
Huh?
Oh, yeah, let's do 108.
108's first?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's their regular agenda.
Yeah, that's the general prosecuting attorney fund.
Yours.
Would you like to begin, sir?
We submitted a budget. I just here to answer questions.
Gotcha.
What we did last year, as you recall, we were trying to get our county in parity with the recommendations for the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council suggested. All the surrounding donut counties who are part of this internal seeds that we get from the crime coming out of Marion County, they all are now up to 100%, and we're still the second lowest after Shelby County, even though we have more of the spillover crime than anybody else. In fact, almost more than everybody else combined. The reason why is because we have 3 major arteries leading from some of the worst part of Marion County right into Johnson County. So when the criminals come out to do their depredations, when they come out to steal off our porches, break into our houses, rob our stores and businesses, they don't know where they're going. They just meander south and they wind up in Johnson County. And that's why the sheriff can tell you about 40% of our jail is full of Marion County residents. And checking with other counties, approximately our size, who are not donut counties, they have between 3 and 5% Marion County residents. So we get a huge influx from Marion County, and that's what we're trying to stem by hitting them hard, hitting them fast, and letting them know that this is not the place you want to commit crimes. Notwithstanding that, we still have fewer prosecutors to do that job than any of the donut counties, with the exception of Shelby County, and they don't have nearly what we have. So that's why we submitted the budget that we did under the 108 account, and I will entertain questions on that.
As far as the WIS guidelines, would you like to point out to us, please, on your budget for the 108? What is not within the guideline, or is it all within the guideline? From your perspective.
I think from the WIS study, they have decided that some of our positions, I think 12 of them, am I right? 12 of them, they recommended no cost of living raise, which as a manager of attorneys, that's a recipe for getting people to leave and go someplace else. So I don't think WIS took that into consideration. In addition, I think that part of their study is fundamentally flawed. They don't have any lawyers on their staff. They don't know how to run a law office, and they don't understand what motivates lawyers, or least of all, trial lawyers. And I do. And I know that prosecutors generally don't start in the prosecutor's office and retire. They don't make a career of it. Deputy prosecutors don't. Approximately 5% start and finish in the prosecutor's office. All the rest go where there's more money. Why? Because they can. They're lawyers. So they leave. My goal is to try to give them an incentive to stay by getting the salaries up just high enough that they don't want to leave, like the U.S. Attorney's Office does, like the Attorney General's Office does, like the courts do. And throughout the state of Indiana, WIS compares us to other prosecutors in the state of Indiana, and Indiana is, quite frankly, my favorite state, but we're very backward in a couple of things. Some things we're very forward thinking. This is one of the backward things, because we've always just used prosecutors' offices training grounds to create new trial lawyers to come out and try to get criminals off instead of putting them in jail. We always lose our people. I have an entire list of all the people right here in our own bar association. Half of our Johnson County bench came from my office and they left for more money. I'm sick and tired of being the second biggest law school in the state of Indiana, training new people fresh out of law school and trying to get them to stay. I can't do that by paying them beginner salaries, training them up to be top-notch trial lawyers, and then losing them to the private firms, losing them to the U.S. Attorney's Office, losing them to, of all places, IPAC, the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council, have some of our people, and the courts and other places. I can tell you, I could quote you some of our own judges. In fact, all of the judges who used to work here will tell you they didn't want to stop being trial lawyers, but they had to go where the money is because they have families to feed. So my goal, my vision was to try to get the salaries up so that they're very attractive, so that, number one, the best and the brightest want to come here to protect Johnson County residents from this influx of Marion County crime and every other kind of crime, number one. And number two, after they're here and they're trained, that they will stay here. When I was running for prosecutor, my speech, my vision, my literature said, I want to run this place like a law firm. It seems like it's an odd situation where I can't do that because I can tell them I can put you in at this salary, but who knows what they're going to do when it comes to giving you a cost of living raise. So you can work here for a couple of years while it's worth it, and then go to the U.S. Attorney's Office, or you can go to the Attorney General's office, or you can go to IPAC, or you can get elected judge, and you can leave us and stop protecting us, and then I'll try to train somebody else to do that. That's why you see the salaries that I put in there, and that's what I'm asking for. Because, as we talked about the first time, the first order of government is protecting people from crime. That's it. Local government, that is the single most important reason we have it. This is why cavemen came in from the caves and formed societies, was so they could protect themselves from the predators among us. And that's what we're trying to do.
Anything else?
I could go on and on, but that's.
No, you've got 6 minutes left. So
That's my speech. That's why we presented the budget that we presented. Understanding that you guys, and I know you're working really hard. That's why you did the study. You know, you're trying really hard to stay, to pay for what we can pay for. And I understand that. But I do think that if we step backwards from what we've accomplished here and we start an exodus from the office, because I brought people in here saying best and the brightest, we pay literally, the prosecutor's office in Johnson County does pay better than most other prosecutors' offices. There's a few of them that pay a little bit more. Trying to think of which county it is that I know. But when I put an ad up, I put an ad, 2 ads up, I don't know, about 6 months ago. We didn't even get a bite for 3 months, could not hire anybody. And I ended up having to hire 3. And I love these people. I don't hope they don't listen to this and think, oh, he doesn't love us. I do love them. But they're fresh out of law school, which means they're fundamentally worthless for the first year, and then just a little bit more than that for the next year, until they actually learn how to stand in front of a jury and make a case, how to stand in front of 12 people and say, this guy is a rapist, a murderer, a burglar, and you need to put him in prison. Before he can do that, she can do that, they need to have lots and lots of practice, and we're getting newbies. If we start losing our old bees, we're starting right back where we were.
I actually looked up and saw that last advertisement. So, and read all the reasons for him to come to Johnson County. I sent it to everyone. So I did notice that one of the comments was made that your people were some of the highest paid in the state. and the things that you're
That was
doing.
my little hook.
Yeah, the things that you're doing and the pluses to get them here. So I commend you on that.
Thank you.
I read the articles in the paper, indicating what your department's doing and the statistics. And there's been a lot of us up here doing a lot of studying, and trust me, if no one goes against the fact that how important what you do and what your staff does. And I, for one, want to remain protected. But on the same hand, we also have a job to do. Okay. So I'm going to open up the floor for discussion. One of the things that in my commentary in our research is that, and I'm not sure what the fund numbers are, and I don't know if Michelle or anybody else will go over this, but I know that you have $145,000 at your discretion to use wherever you want. I mean, we all know that. And WIS did recognize in their study that you guys were on short, meaning the prosecutor's office was actually, the supply was short, and they recommended that the salaries be set, I believe, 30% above external midpoint was what they recommended. And I believe that's what the number stated.
Yeah.
Last year, you were approved and given 6 additional employees. So based on the information we have, Mr. Hamner, I don't see where this council has not tried to fulfill your needs for your department. For me personally, I'm sticking to the WIS guidelines. My vote will be to take a motion to revert those numbers back to what WIS has recommended, but I'm only one of 7. So I'll be happy to start down there with, or at either end.
Start that at this time.
Yeah, Mr. Dittmers, do you want to, with your research that you've done, do you want to start with your thoughts and input?
Well, I want to go to maybe what Mr. Hamner.
We can't hear you down here, Bob.
Well, because
You're on.
I'm on, there we go. We're going to Lance, where you began, and that is running it like I took it as a private law firm. You want to run it like a law firm, the prosecutor's
Right,
office.
and by that I mean, I don't want somebody to say, I've been here 10 years, I should be making more than the guy that's been here 9 years. I base it on, as a lawyer, a trial lawyer, looking at the way these people try cases, who's the best, who's the brightest, and they get paid that way. That's the way a law firm does it. I could walk over to, I came from the biggest law firm in the state, Barnes and Thornburg. I guarantee you, they would bring somebody in and pay them bonuses and get their salary way up, because these guys win cases. And the people who don't, it doesn't matter how long they've been here, they don't get to, they move up a little bit, but they don't move up that much. So I like to have the ability to say, this one's even better than this one, and this one should make more money. Otherwise, what happens? It's like Paladin, have gun will travel. He'll just go, you know what? Somebody will pay me more because I'm just that good, and we'll lose them. And I can't afford to lose the best and the brightest.
Okay, Mr. Dittmers, you want to go ahead? With
Yeah,
what
That's what WIS doesn't understand, because they've never run a law firm and they don't know anything about lawyers.
Well, Lance, I guess I would submit this. I don't know how that's any different than a law firm, the banking business, any other business where there's competition for talent, right? So there's always competition for talent. And I'm trying to reconcile here the comparison between county resources, and what private resource would be in a private law firm, which I absolutely agree with you.
May I address that? I'm not trying to compete with the private law firms. My son just left a law firm in Chicago where he was making $400,000 a year. I can't compete with that. What I can compete with, what I want to be able to compete with, is bringing people out of the prosecutor's office to become a magistrate and become a judge and become a deputy attorney general and become a U.S. attorney. These guys are in the same field, but they're getting a lot more than jumping ship. And that's who I want to compete with. When I say I want to act like a private law firm, what I want to say is I want to compete with the best and the brightest. I'm not saying I want to compete with Barnes and Thornburg, because I can't. Those guys, some of them make $1 million a year. But what I should be able to compete with, and what I think the taxpayers wants to compete with, is the U.S. Attorney's Office. My son was the most productive person in this prosecutor's office. He tried more cases in 4 years than any other prosecutor, all 4 years, never lost a case. And you know, to the U.S. Attorney's Office, got a $37,000 And he jumped ship. He could have been here, but he's not because the pay was just a little bit better. So we're trying to get it up to compete with our real competitors, which are the courts, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Attorney General's Office, the Indiana Prosecuting Attorney's Council.
Okay, if I can interrupt here for just 1 minute. This panel is not qualified to debate with you, and that's not our goal here today. We support everything that you're saying.
Thank you.
We support what you're saying, so.
And I don't mean to be confrontational. I'm sorry, Pam. I get
I
on.
think it's in your nature.
I'm a trial lawyer.
It's in
so
your
what do you
nature.
do?
And be honestly, it is confrontational and a little intimidating. So I do want to clear the air here. We're not here as your enemy. We're here to do everything that we can to give you what you need to run your department. And that's what we want to do. And we want to do it fairly. I'm asking you to please give everyone up here the opportunity to speak based on the research that they've done. And we don't need to rule each time because we know how passionate you are and we know what your job does. So if you'll give everybody the chance to at least talk, and then we'll go from there. If that's okay.
I thought I maybe miscommunicated when I said I want to be like a private law firm. I don't want to mimic them because we can't, but I want to use the same strategy to hire the best and the brightest, number one, and number two. I'm not just going to do it on longevity. This is not a union shop. You've been here 20 years and you get the job no matter what. This is a place where you get it by merit and merit alone. That's what I meant.
It hasn't changed since the 2-hour presentation last year, and we all got that.
Thank you.
We know that.
Okay.
We were educated on the government last year.
Thank you.
So we know that. So let's give everybody up here a chance.
Pass the baton here.
You.
Sound your son's very impressive, number one, and number two, we may find out we just have a gap here that is going to be an agreement to disagree when we get all finished up here. So, all right, with that, I'll
Thanks,
just
John.
pass it to.
So please no one up here is trying to be confrontational. We really are not. And are we qualified to be that way with you? Absolutely not. But we have to do our job. Okay. And this is not something that we've done knee-jerk reaction. Spent weeks and weeks worth of work going in here trying to figure out the best way to give you what you need as opposed to what, could be a want. So whether we get it right or whether we don't, we're trying the best we can. So do you have anything else that you'd like to
I hand it
say?
off.
Okay. Michelle,
I do. I would like to state for the record that the council is not giving cost of living raises this year. And you heard that reiterated in our pay philosophy that we adopted at last month's council meeting. Our immediate objectives are consistent base pay within similar job classifications. So no one is getting a cost of living raise this year.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, and then also you talked about the your need to run your department effectively. You need to be able to reward your staff with merit-based increases. And I would contend that in your budget, you have $65,800 in supplements to reward for merit, and also an $80,000 line item in bonuses. That was a new line item given to you last year to reward merit service with pay in your office. I don't know that you need any more than that. I think $145,800 more than accomplishes what you were trying to do here by going outside the guidelines. And then I also had a question to help us put in perspective what your staff does.
May I interrupt for just a minute?
No, let me finish my question. What is the average caseload that a deputy prosecutor carries? Can you tell me just so we know what?
No, because lawyers are not fungible. They're not like a bucket of wheat. It's not like that. You have one who has extremely high profile cases, and that person may have a lot fewer than somebody who's doing misdemeanors. Well, they'll have hundreds of cases. So you can't compare. It's not apples to oranges. It's groundhogs to pumpkins. It's not even close to be able to be comparable.
Well,
what it is does it keep them? Are they working all the time?
Let me ask you this then. Are there any attorneys in your office that are not carrying a caseload?
A caseload of criminal cases?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And who? That surprises me. Who would that be? I mean, how many attorneys do we have that aren't carrying caseloads in the prosecutor's office?
And my chief deputy administrate the entire office. We have other people who do things like they don't have a caseload, but they go in and they do. We have somebody that handles the PCRs. That's not a caseload, so to speak. Those are old cases. We have people that go in and deal with the initial hearings. That's not their cases, but they're appearing on somebody else's cases. So do they have plenty of work to do? Yeah, they have plenty of work to do.
There's 2, 3, 4, 5 attorneys that don't have a caseload.
No, I don't think so.
How many would you say?
I just told you. 2.
I didn't hear a number.
My chief deputy and I administrate the office. And the other people who don't have like a caseload, I think there's 1 person, so 3 out of 20.
Thank you.
This is what I was inviting you over to come over and see, but you didn't want to come over and see. I was going to show you everything.
Thank you for pointing that out. And I don't want this to be a contentious situation. However, I will say for the record, I volunteered to come meet with you to specifically discuss the numbers in your budget, to which you declined.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, in fact, I encouraged you to.
You encouraged me to come listen to your hour-long presentation, which I said, I've heard, I'm on your page, I get it, I understand, I want you to have everything you need. But I specifically offered and included John Mallers to join me to talk with you about the numbers in your budget, and you declined. And that is a fact, sir.
Okay. You can say, I got the text messages right here. Come on over anytime. Let's do it.
Okay.
And you told me that everything that has to do with the courthouse needs to be done in the courthouse. And I said, say when. And you never said when.
Yes, I did. And the reason I said that was because
Right
you
here.
wanted to come to my house and we talked on the telephone.
I said, I would offer to do that, whatever you want. I'm just here to do whatever you want.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I told you my views are to stick with WIS. Personally, I think for this year, you have what you need to run your department. And based on the research I've done, I think you're touting a wonderful department down there. And I think with what we have to give, you will be able to continue to do that. So, like I said before, for me, I won't debate you, Mr. Hamner. So I understand where you're coming from and I understand your request. So I know Mr. Mallers was your liaison and he probably has talked with you more than I have. So I'll see if he has anything to say and then we'll pass it on down the line.
Thank you for being here. Obviously, when we met, and it was very interesting meeting and discussion, at that point, I mentioned, I said, you got to be aware that despite the fact that I think that public safety has a higher importance, and I've said it in these meetings before.
We all think so.
There's competing interests and there is limited resources and there's only so much that we can do. We're trying to do as much as we can for everybody, yourself included.
I understand.
I think Michelle brought up an excellent point that in lieu of the cost of living raises, there's $145 some odd thousand that can be used as it's been appropriated. You can use it as you see fit to supplement the high performers in your office. So that's money that's available. But I have to say that to be consistent, we have to stick with the WIS guidelines. Because if we didn't here, then why are we doing it anywhere else? And so I do feel that we have to stick with the WIS guidelines for the salary. At least half, if not more than half of the staff got significant raises, many over the 3%. So I think,
John, it's okay. If you guys can't do that's okay. If you can't do cost of livings, hey, we're just another office. I understand that.
Well, it's not just another office, but that's the resources and the duty that we have. And so I'm just trying to explain my point of view. So I think you know, if you didn't have the resources to supplement or support the high performers, that might be an issue, but you do. And so I think, you know, that my vote's gonna be to that not have any cost of livings. The other issue is that I think we're gonna have to address is the additional employee. Now I know that we had set up a policy along with the no COLAs was a hiring freeze for this year. So I think that's a bit of a problem as well, don't you think? That we need to.
Especially since there were 6 new ones last year.
But we need to see what other folks say as well.
Melinda, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I just want to say that what he's asking for is really no different than what the sheriff's department has requested, and we have obliged them. So this has to do with criminal justice, and it should be able to fit underneath that umbrella as well. And Lance, I don't find you intimidating at all. You're passionate about defending your county from the bad guys, and you're fighting for your people. So, and I don't take you as confrontational. And as a council, I don't think we should lecture him on how to run his department. We're not there.
No.
And really looking at the wages that you had requested here in the budget, I don't really find that these wages for these kinds of people with this kind of education, I don't find them really out of line. I find them actually very competitive for somebody with that kind of degree. And then you gotta also think that when people go to look for jobs, to go work for a county, they also kind of do look, and at least I would look at the county council and am I going to be good working in that county? Am I going to get pay raises as I feel I think I need and deserve? So I'm in support of it. 3% is not astronomical. You're just really, the cost of living is more than 3%. So I think you're just doing right by your people. And then the discretionary money that you have is for you to appropriate. So I make a motion for this, just pass it. It's no different, again, than what you'd see with the sheriff's department.
Are you making a motion?
I sure am. I'm making a motion.
Okay, well, we're gonna stop at this moment because I was prepared for that. We have a motion on the floor for exactly what?
The motion is to approve 1001-0108, the prosecuting attorney's 2025 budget as presented.
We have a motion on the floor by Mrs. Grissomer to approve the prosecutor's budget 1001-108 as presented. Is there a second? It would appear the motion has died for lack of a second. Mr. Myers, would you like to continue speaking?
Yes, welcome, sir. You got a really good reputation going right now. You know all the things you said you were gonna do, you're known to do. You're tough on crime, you have the leadership and experience. It seems like you have a pretty good trial performance, am I right? That you're winning?
Yep.
Your compensation's up, doing good there. Got a good teammate over there sitting there with his arms crossed in the back. Seems like you guys are working together well. Can I ask you, are you happy?
Happy, is it going? Yeah, thus far? Yes, and I do have a great teammate over there. He's a lot bigger than I am and more intimidating than I am, but he's nice to me, so.
Well, you know, you got these challenges and I understand because I'm hearing them from the courts too. You got high caseloads, you know, and we're having staffing shortages. Yeah, but we don't know quite how to get there. We've got a lot of buckets to fill, as I was once told by someone. So I'm gonna have to rely on my fellow counselors to help out in that regard on these decisions. But I want you to know that we're all up here and we all support you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was.
To address, we have not addressed the sheriff's budget yet. So it's hard to compare yours to his when his has not been addressed yet.
I
So
would like to sing, I support the sheriff. No, I shot the sheriff.
support our sheriff. We all love our sheriff. And I would also like to just be clear, I don't think anyone up here is personally intimidated by you, but you have our highest respect levels. And no one wants to disrespect you in a public meeting or a private meeting for that matter in any way. So I think that comes along with trying to do what's right with someone who is passionate about what he does. So please don't take any of that as being my respectfulness or anyone's respectfulness as being fearful, because I don't think that's the case. We're all here just trying to do the best we can do with what we have. So, like I say, there's been a lot of research. Now, everyone's not going to get a COLA, as he said, but everyone who is at the same rate of pay or doesn't get an increase is going to get a small stipend, which should help just a little bit with, as opposed to that 3% that you had suggested. So everybody will get a little bit of something. And I have to reiterate, I do think for next year, you have what you need to operate your office on. By all means, if you don't, come back and we can work on it then. But I do honestly feel if we stay within our guidelines, like we're doing for everyone, that you do have enough to run for next year.
Thank you.
And come back. Okay, so with that, is there any further discussion?
I did have a question about item 11031. And I believe if I'm following the bouncing ball, you're moving an investigator to a deputy prosecutor position?
That was done in January.
As we used to
That's all
say in
I've-
Tennessee,
Yeah, it's been.
we done do it.
Okay, so then the only new one then was the 11032.
Correct.
Okay,
One of
thank
them
you.
just appears to be new because it was moved in January.
That
Right,
makes
correct.
sense. I had a question mark by that one. And then I do get tasked with asking everyone about their overtime and part-time. And in your you have three funds for the prosecutor's office for a total of $25,000 in overtime. And when I look at what you've expended so far this year, it doesn't look to come close at all to the numbers that you have in your budget. And I wanted to see if there was an opportunity to reduce the amount you're requesting for overtime. And we can take them a budget at it or a fund at a time if you'd like.
The question is, do we need that?
It doesn't appear that you've been spending it.
About not doing that, but will we be able to continue to not use it?
Well, everybody was asked to zero budget on the 2s, 3s, and 4s.
I see what you're saying.
Asked for 20,000 last year and it's June and you've only used 1,000. Do you really need 20 going forward? So that's the question is, did you try to zero budget? And the things that we've been taking a close look at is part-time
And overtime.
and overtime, because that seems to really stretch the budget. So that's our question is, do you really need that? Or are you just using those numbers because that's what you've always used?
I'm not sure that. I think that's the case, at least with the overtime, I know, because we try not to do overtime. So the part-time thing, I'm not sure, that waxes and wanes.
Right.
Depending on who's available, because we can't just hire people off the street. They have to be pretty smart to do some of this stuff. Sometimes they're available, sometimes they're not. So, we sometimes just don't have it.
So in the 0108 fund, you've used $145 of a $10,000 overtime budget. Would you be able to reduce that line item at all?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think would be more realistic?
Could we cut it in half? Would that be good?
I think that would
Be a great
be
place.
doing your part.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
And if that doesn't work, I'll take it out of Michelle's salary.
Well, here is not.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I could get your salary. No, I'm just.
Every 2 weeks I get $5.06 deposited into my checking account.
Yes, you're huh?
Okay. Any other?
The other two more times? Did you need?
Did
Are we just doing one fund at a time? Or are we gonna?
Same thing in 1/8.
Yeah.
I don't think we've been
Yeah.
using that.
So we need to back up for the motion here to make sure we're clear, because I don't want to blindside you with anything.
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna ask for a motion that, and it doesn't mean I'll get it, but I'm gonna ask for a motion that basically says, if no one has any further discussion, that I want to entertain a motion to revise your budget back to the numbers presented by WIS and the guidelines. And that's the budget that, short of something else that you would bring to our attention between now and second reading, that's the budget that we would pass. And then also want to express the willingness to work with you throughout the year if we absolutely have to.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
So that's the motion I'm asking for at this time.
Can we note
With
for the
the
record
changes.
that Ron's,
Huh?
can we
Uh-oh.
note for the record that Ron Bates is here?
Yeah, I believe at 3:35, Councilman Ron Bates joined the meeting.
2:35.
I'm sorry, 2:35. There's a glare on the clock. 2:35. Join the meeting. So that's the motion with the changes. So we have the changes highlighted up here, and keep in mind, if we've missed something or something's incorrect, we have until second reading to fix this, okay? So Michelle, since we work together, you've got them highlighted. Do you want to?
Make a motion.
Well, anybody can make the motion, but if you make the motion, you're gonna have to read the changes.
I can make the motion. I would make a motion to approve Fund number 1001-0108, General Fund Prosecuting Attorney. 2 exceptions on line 1001-11032. That's the addition of a new employee. That number would be 0. On line number 1001-19900 overtime, we would reduce that to $5,000 per the prosecutor's request. And then all salary items will revert to the WIS guidelines, and I can read them by line item number if you need. There is a lot of them, not just prosecuting attorneys.
Do you need her to read those, Amy, out loud for the minutes?
It's the entire budget.
What's the best thing to do? Okay. So, but once you'll work with their department to make sure we're, okay. Okay.
Yeah, it appears there were 4 salaries that were in alignment with the WIS study, and the deputy prosecutors and the office staff all were not aligned with the study. That's my motion.
So Amy will work with you on making the changes prior to second reading to make sure we're all on the same page, okay?
Presented and take them under advisement for possible amendments prior to final adoption.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Mrs. Graves.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Dittmers. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. I'm sorry?
She should have said nay, not aye.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Either way, you guys.
She meant no.
Okay.
We got it, thank you. Okay, you promise the next ones are gonna be easier, right? Okay, moving on to Title 4D Child Support 1001-118.
May I state one thing for the record? Just
Yes,
one
sir.
Item is these funds that we have to provide incentives and to provide the bonuses I want to note for the record that those are not coming from taxpayer funds. Those are coming from the diversion fund, which is a statutory program set up by the legislature to augment prosecutors' offices to be used at the prosecutor's discretion.
Correct.
That's where that's coming from. It's correct that you acknowledge that, but I just wanted to say that for the record, that we're not taking money out of the general fund and using that. We are generating it, and that's how I'm able to use that too. Like I said,
Somebody's paying out of their pocket, right? The criminals are paying it out of their pocket, right?
and I
Okay.
think Harvey Lunchbucket loves that.
Okay,
So,
okay. Yes, but that is a very good point.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're on to Title 4D, child support. So anything out of the ordinary there? Anything outside the WIS guidelines, or did you automatically go with the 3% over everything?
I think we did 3%.
Okay, okay. And we don't need to, have-
Overtime. I'm gonna ask
yeah,
about
yeah,
overtime.
yep.
what that says?
The time.
Now let's take that overtime and,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Overtime line item is 100119900. You're taking to half.
4,000.
Okay. And then we know that I'm gonna ask for a motion to take it back to WIS numbers. We already know that, same, so the items up here for the legal assistant, the notes on the side says half is paid from 108, the other half paid from 18. Okay, got that. No questions about that. Anything else, anybody? We'll start at this end now. Mr. Myers, do you have anything for the Title 4D child support?
No, no, Madam President.
Okay, Ms. Busmer.
I know, I support what he has submitted. Again, I support it and, for the record, so everybody knows I support it, and anybody, these parents fighting for money for their kids, and I don't know, I think they would want you to support them too.
Thank you. Mr. Mallers?
No additional questions at this point.
I have none either at this point.
Asked and answered.
No questions.
Mr. Bates, would you like to join us?
Not here.
Okay. Well, at this point, then I am going to call for a motion that entertain a motion to revise the presented numbers to conform to the WIS Council guidelines and make a change to line item 100119900 overtime.
So moved. Can I do that?
You can. You can. We have a motion by Mrs. Graves.
Second.
A second by Mr. Dittmers. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Passes. Okay, moving on to 2508 prosecutor deferral program.
That's another discretionary account that many years ago, when that was first put in place, the council asked me to make a budget up so the council could see where we were gonna spend it with our discretion, and that's basically kind of followed what we did last year, I think.
So it looks like the numbers have all stayed the same. And I understand what this is, but again, it looks like you've not expended quite a few of those. So do you use them more toward the end of the year, or?
It stays in there.
Oh, it just stays in there?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll start to my right at the end. If there's any questions on the 2508 prosecutor deferral program. Begin with you, Mr. Bates. Mr. Dittmers.
No questions.
I just have one question about vehicle maintenance supplies. Doesn't our fleet pay for those? Uh-oh.
Is that?
No, we.
Did I step in it?
And for the fuel.
Oh, thank you.
The budget, I asked her, doesn't that, and she goes, no, okay. I was thinking, I had the exact same question. Yep.
Okay, well, thank you.
I have nothing.
Did you end up getting a golf cart?
Yes,
Are you using it?
not yet.
Okay.
Can we borrow it?
Yeah.
You
And I
certainly
use
may.
it.
In
It's
fact,
easy.
I'd take you for a little stroll and that we're going to be using it for is to park it in places where, so we don't gobble up other parking. But I really have been distracted with a bunch of other stuff.
Understandably so.
That's all.
Anything else, any additional questions at the end of the table? So it looks like this one is pretty much as presented. So the motion I will be asking at this point would be entertain a motion to accept this budget recommendations as presented, take them under advisement for possible amendments prior to final adoption.
So moved.
First by Mr. Dittmers,
Second.
second by Mr. Mallers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes. Sir, thank you for your patience.
Can I make one more explanation? How much time do I have?
Over time. I was gonna.
Okay, I'll cut it down to 60 seconds. When you're asking about the caseloads, the two administrators, myself and Chief Deputy, are over all of the other cases. And as these people look at their cases, they bring the problems to us. We work with them and work them back down. So our caseload is their caseload. We have one person who does motions, and that's simply, and petitions for post-conviction relief. So I guess you could call that a caseload, but as new cases come in, we don't get those assigned to them and have the files in the office. They bring those files into me and to the chief deputy with them, and that's how we push them back out again. So before cases are filed, we're reviewing them before they are disposed of, and by disposed of, I mean before the person either goes to trial. We confer on all those things. So it's kind of like we are the second team on each one of those cases to make sure they've done exactly right.
Out of curiosity, how many, and I had asked that over the other parts, how many trials have you had this year?
Can I get back? 10 or 11, I think.
Okay, just curious. I know there's a lot going on in our county, and I know a lot does come over from other counties, but thank you very much for your information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have.
Yeah, we have one. Sorry, I thought we were done with you, sir.
286.
All right, so
509 on the page 28.
Wait.
28.
oh, I've missed that one. I'm sorry. Okay, pretrial diversion program? Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
That's correct.
Okay, pretrial diversion program 2509.
Just like the deferral, that is the discretionary money that comes from the criminal cases. The deferral comes from the traffic cases. It's basically the same animal.
Okay, gotcha.
Looks like your part-time you use for interns.
Yes. Most of our interns are law students who have not taken the bar, haven't passed the bar, so they work with, so they do some of the paper law in the office as opposed to going into trial and standing in front of juries and things like that. If you want to compare lawyers to trial lawyers, it's like internists and surgeons. The trial lawyers are the surgeons. So the ones who have not been past the bar, they do the paper stuff in the office.
And then I would be remiss if I didn't mention the overtime line item in this fund as well.
Just goes back into the same pot.
So it doesn't really matter then if we adjust that one. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion to accept recommendations as presented.
Move to approve 2509 pretrial diversion as presented.
Second.
We have a first by Mr. Mallers, a second by Mr. Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should very nice.
Next is page 10 through 13. Sheriff,
Be nice to start shovel.
Thank you, Mrs. Barnhart.
Thank you.
Andy.
Wayne Burgess, Johnson County Sheriff, my Chief Deputy Andy Barnhart's up here and he'll be going the line by line stuff, but I just want to say it's been a unique year with a lot of stuff that we have going on, not only in Johnson County. We do have a tremendous relationship with the prosecutor's office and we're staying busy, just trying to get criminals convicted and out of Johnson County. That number is true that he gave a little bit ago. 44% of my population's from Marion County, and my people work hard. But we've had a lot going on in Atterbury, protest. All of them have been peaceful, but that takes a lot of manpower for us to do. The jail, you're going to be given some numbers today for the jail to maybe add another nurse. This weekend, I probably received 30, 35 emails just about inmates either going to the hospital, being admitted back and forth. So it's a 24-hour operation. We stay busy. And I know commissaries have been a lot of talk with a couple of sheriffs within the state of Indiana, but we used our commissary appropriately. And I probably used a couple $100,000 alone this year to make repairs. So I would not come in front of you. And as I say before, that's something that I can use at my discretion. But we use it to make sure that we don't have to come in front of you to ask for taxpayer money. Granted, that's taxpayer money, but we try to do the best of what we got. I'll be leaving office in 26, December 31st of 26. And I know there's a lot that's going to occur in 27. We want to be able to hit the ground running, and we will go over that. And we want to talk about some deputies, but I'll let Andy come up and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Andy Barnhart, Chief Deputy of the Sheriff's Office. I wanted to touch on a couple of things real quickly. The first being that if you look at the budget that was submitted, we stay within the guidelines on nearly everything, including most of our employee salaries. And we did ask for one thing different with the merit deputies, but that is based on something that I want to point out. If you remember when Addie Rooker was up here for Wagner Irwin Shealy, giving her dissertation on the study, I specifically asked and made sure that she reiterated that the merit deputy compensation, when they did the job study, was only for the base salary. Did not include pay matrices. So if you go to the last 2 pages in the little packet I gave you, that's where most of the important stuff is. The rest of the stuff is stuff you've heard us say for years. This is one example, Bartholomew County, of a pay matrix that doesn't come into play when you're looking at the numbers. So we have requested a pay matrix this year for our merit deputies. And that's one of the things that's included in this. And that is based on the fact that that is part of some of these comparative counties and agencies, their salaries that is not reflected in the job study. So we've seen how this has been going today, which obviously is the council is sticking with the job study for the most part. That's great. I just want to make sure that you realize we need to compare apples to apples with the job study. That if you just look at that one number, it does not give the entire picture. So we went through line by line and did do the merit deputy salaries, the base salary based on that job study. However, we are proposing to enact the pay matrix this year, which we've mentioned a couple of years in the past. So that's one of the things I want to point out. Another thing that I'd like to bring up real quick, I very much appreciate, Mrs. Burton, that you mentioned that we're trying to do what we can with what we have. And everyone, I believe in this room, appreciates that. I know I do as a fiscal conservative. I think that's wonderful. One of the things, though, that stood out that Mike Reuter said that I want to draw attention to again is that we have a $58 million cash balance. And so when you say we want to do what we can with what we have plenty. This county should not be stockpiling money just in case. We have more than enough in the rainy day fund. Mr. Reuter, who is the expert in the state of Indiana on all budgets, said we should have $12 million. We have $58 million. And that can actually be a hindrance when we're going to look at the levy next year. And that a cash balance of that much is not healthy. It's not responsible to the taxpayers. Taking the money from the taxpayer and then saying, well, we're just going to sit on this is not fiscal responsibility. I understand that there are fears of what's going to come in the next few years. But a couple of other things that he said, 5.5 million in the rainy day fund, $58 million cash balance, $400,000 surplus in the jail lid. Even with moving 1.5 million back into lit from the general fund from last year, we could still cut the stipends. There's a duplicate $750,000 and 1 million there. And the biggest thing he said is we're fortunate. We're strong in all areas. The entire state is going through this together. The things that we're worried about the next few years, the entire state. This is not unique to Johnson County. What is unique to Johnson County is what Mr. Reuter said, which is that we are in a much better position than most other places. So compare that when you're looking at the job salary study and what those numbers mean. Make sure we're looking at the whole picture. And that's all I have to say. And we'll go through the individual items.
I have a couple questions, or a
Yes, ma'am.
couple of questions or input
Yes.
about what you just said. The matrix that you have here,
Yes.
I know you have mentioned that numerous times in the
Yeah.
past. So has that been formally approved by a council prior to me that I'm not aware
No, the
of?
pay matrix has not been, no.
Okay.
No,
And-
it is not. That's what we're asking for this year.
Mhm.
Correct.
But you're asking for approval of a pay matrix during budget.
Correct, because it's it would be part of the salary ordinance.
Okay.
Yes, it's its own individual line item in our budget.
Yeah, my thinking is though that would have been something that would have been approved prior to use during budget, but that's just my way of thinking. So, and the healthiness of the county, I agree with you completely. I agree with you completely. But to say that it's fiscal irresponsibility to keep that much money, I don't know that I agree with that. Not that I want to debate that, but I don't know that I agree with that.
Okay.
I
It can
think,
affect the tax levy though,
yeah, it can.
the
Yeah.
appeal. So if we don't get that because of that,
Okay.
correct?
So if we were going to, with that way of thinking, we just need to back up then and divvy it all up to everybody that wanted the extra, right?
That's not my decision. I'm here to talk to you about the sheriff's budget.
Okay, all right, that's all. So I'm gonna stick, before we, just so we're perfectly clear, I'm sticking to what the guidelines that we've used for everybody, but I'm one of 7.
Okay.
So, and this doesn't mean that if it's something that needs to be considered, if I'm hearing you say that WIS really didn't do it correctly.
Addie said that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just saying, if it is, this is also something we can resubmit to them and then do the adjustments at second reading if it's necessary. And ask them to take another look so we can all be on the same page, because we want to be fair. We absolutely want to be fair. And yes, we want to fund you and give you everything that you need, just like the prosecutor's office, to do the job that you need to do. So please don't think that none of that is part of this. We're all
I
on the same
understand that.
team
Yes.
here.
I just want to make sure everyone's clear on that it's
Yeah.
not in that number.
Yes.
Okay.
And we have a process, or we'll soon have, we've got a process and plan for that, so we can revisit that if it's needed. Okay, I forget which end of the table I'm ready for. Do you want to start, Mr. Myers?
No, I don't have any questions right now.
I don't have any questions, but I do have a statement. I mean, what they're asking for like a merit deputy, 80,000. I mean, for what they do, they're out on the roads in the weather and they're risking their lives. I think that's a fair wage to pay somebody for all that risk. So I'm in support of your budget.
Thank you.
How many employees, you say, most of them were went along with the WIS study? Which ones are we, is it the ones?
The
we have
55 merit deputies. And that's, again, that's with a caveat. With the base salary, it is with the WIS study.
Okay, hang on.
It's only if you take the matrix. I'm sorry, I thought you asked me a question.
I'm just gonna, give me a second, okay? I'm looking at our worksheets where we worked on this, okay?
And so part of what, and I did ask Andy, called Andy, and he spoke with me on his day off about this. Some of his a lot of his numbers came in under, $200, $300, $400 under the WIS salary study. And his explanation was that they're trying to keep the merit positions $5,000 apart. Did I say that
By rank,
correctly?
yes. Yes, ma'am.
So what we did in the earlier budget was we funded the position, the line item based on the salary study, and then it was up to you what you wanted to pay them or not. So that's the majority
So
on that.
those will be brought up to the WIS guidelines. It's up to you how you disperse or use the funds.
I understand. Okay.
We won't, we won't claw back or take them away, trying to stay true to what we're doing to everybody.
And if that's the case, then it will be 90% that will be.
Most of them were on target.
Yes.
He did have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 positions that once the salary study came out, Mr. Barnhart felt that the job descriptions weren't necessarily accurate and they should have scored higher. He went with a higher job classification, and those numbers are in the budget and are not in accordance with the salary study. And what we've done with the prior budgets when that happened is say, there's a process in place. You need to rewrite the job descriptions, resubmit them to WIS, and then we'll look at it
We will
again.
come back and look at those again, and if they.
Before second reading?
Yeah, but they'll be able to get that done before second reading, but I'm just saying,
Okay. If I can
There's-
clarify though, that the question is, we never had a chance, we never had a chance it was, here's all the data and give us your answer back. We never had a chance to go through then with WIS and say, well, this isn't right and here's why. So before
Well,
this budget.
it's the plan that we have set in stone that gives you an option to backtrack that.
Okay.
And then,
Remedy.
yeah, to remedy
But
any,
not for 2026, it would be for 2027.
not before second reading, but that doesn't, I mean, you can always come back to council at any time and say, hey, look, we're paying this guy. There's always additional appropriations. There's always changes in things.
Correct. My line of thought is with what you said earlier, which is that additional appropriations are a necessity, but
They
they shouldn't be the.
They-
So if we ask for more and end up going back to less, at least it's
Get
advertised.
this done before second reading. I can guarantee this is not gonna be done. for
And I wish that, wish we had a chance
Yeah.
to know that, because there are some things that we did put in place 2 years ago. For example, correctional officers. I'm just gonna bring this up real quick and then I'll back off. If that's your wishes, that's what you're gonna go with. But as a perfect example, 3 years ago, the council voted and agreed, the probation and juvenile detention and ourselves got together and put together a difference. And that included our correctional officers were paid a little bit more, to the tune of, I believe, $2,500 more than a juvenile correctional officer or than a community correctional officer because of the job duties. And they just said earlier, it takes 40 hours to train a community corrections field officer. I'm sorry, not a field officer, correctional officer. Our correctional officers go through 4 weeks of training, 160 hours, plus about 40 hours a year of additional ongoing training. They are sworn deputies. They carry guns. They have badges. They wear the same uniform. So there's a difference. And so that's, again, something that doesn't show in the salary study. We had no control over it. Our job descriptions have not changed from that was approved.
Both of us want to debate that with you. I agree with that, but we only have the avenue that we have to correct it. And I would be misleading you if I told you that this was something that could get done before second reading, that they could reclassify these. I don't know.
I think they were
You
misclassified.
wanna
Those
chime in?
in particular.
He's indicating that he's been hollering this needs to be done and.
I emailed the day after we received.
Okay, let me take a breath here. That he's been trying to get this done through WIS with no results. So
When you emailed me on this, we never got updated job descriptions for these.
Correct, because you
Right.
told me that this would be, that we would have to, that would be the future process, which has not been approved.
Right.
Until that process hasn't been approved until this next meeting.
mm,
So that may be the process. It's not yet.
Yes.
And so you can't say, well, it's gonna be the process next week, so you should have already done it in the past. That wasn't the process in the past. The process was to stand up here at budget hearings and present our case. My case is what was approved several years ago and the same as what is. Now, we put in that our correctional officer is getting no raise. Okay, we put in what was recommended. I'm just saying that matches with the community. So now where the council previously recognized there's a difference in those jobs. And because WIS didn't, okay, well, never mind. And the reason you're saying that can't be done now is because you're choosing to say that can't be done now. It can be done.
If I could interject here, The council that we have sitting up here today is not the same council we had
That
3
doesn't, that
years
doesn't
ago.
mean you're not bound by what was done then, that you
No,
can
it
make
could
changes
change.
to it.
It
Yes,
could
yeah.
change, and that's what we're trying.
And it
to
can
do,
change
make
if you've got
things
inaccurate
better.
information.
Okay,
From-
this is turning into a debate and that's not what we
It's not
want
a
it to
debate. I
be.
put in, it's not a debate because I put in in the budget request, exactly what was said.
Okay.
So it's not a debate.
Okay, so here's where I'm gonna go with this, and this again is just my thought. I suggest this be submitted to WIS immediately. Just the matrix to compare with what they have. Any information that you have prepared that you have been trying to get a response to, I suggest it be submitted
Okay.
immediately.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's absolutely anything, for them to look at this and they're either going to go, oh, yeah, he's right, it needs to be this prior to second reading, we will gladly
Thank
do
you.
the best that we can to do that.
That's what I was asking. I may have not made that clear. That's exactly what I'm asking.
Are we talking about
chance
the
to-
same thing though? Because we
The
were.
pay matrix and the
I was
different
talking about the
disagreements.
non.
Classification.
It's classifications, yes.
Okay. I was gonna say, I've never seen an updated.
I'm sorry.
are you gonna send me the updated, is that what you're asking? The updated job description?
I would just want to send them to WIS.
They all go through Tiffany to get to WIS.
Okay, so send me to.
So we need to send them the job matrix, we need to send them this information, any emails that he thought was being sent to them. And see what we could do to get them to take a look at this before we go into
Yes.
second reading.
Thank you.
And we'll clarify it.
But in the meantime, we have to take a motion today, it's first reading.
Correct.
We've got one of two motions. We can either accept it as you presented it, or we can accept it back to the WIS recommendations is what I'm hoping that it will be. Exact WIS recommendation, and based on what's here, based on what we've asked Tiffany to do, then it will be amended come prior to final adoption. If the amendments are necessary or agreed upon, it will be amended at second reading. So is that a fair approach for you to force them to look at it, see what we can do and do quickly? And
Yes, it's.
We'll
exactly what
discuss
I'd
it
like
and
to have
move
done.
forward.
Yes. Thank you.
okay. So is there anything else on the 1001, 105?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
because I don't think we got down to this end yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Powers, did you go?
He said,
I did not, although my question was regarding the pay matrix, if that was something that could go through WIS. And it sounds like it can, so that's good news.
Can I ask a question of he's our liaison?
Yeah.
Mr. Mallard, you did say in the meeting that we had with you that you supported this pay matrix and that you thought it was on par with.
I do support it, but I also support the procedures that we have, and so if we can get this through WIS and it can be an approved thing, then yeah.
Okay, thank you.
okay. Miss Michelle?
So I did have some thoughts, based on your comments about Mike Reuters and what he presented here today. And he has made other presentations in which I've taken notes to try to get prepared for my role here as county council. And one of the things that I've heard from him, on more than one occasion is that a healthy cash balance is 1/2 of your annual expenses. And I've heard that over and over and over. So to say that we have an extreme amount of cash on hand kind of contradicts what he has said on more than one occasion. And then he did say today that cash should be used for one-time expenses. And, wanting to use that cash balance for a salary expense is not a one-time expense, because that salary expense carries forward year after year after year. And that's why when we look at those salary studies, we have to look at 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 years, 7 years down the road. And when we do that with some of these big numbers, and keep in mind, I think this council gave $250,000 already this year in 4 new positions. That number gets really big as it gets out to the 7th year. And I just wanted to point that out. It's not a one-time expense like he recommended using cash for.
Well, and with over 500 million of road repairs that
we have to address.
necessary. I mean, it's not all coming out of cash, but that cash supports bonding as well. And other revenue sources, so.
Mr. Dimmers?
No, the only thing I have to say, which isn't much, but we talk about being fair and consistent, and I think what we're driving at here in the right way is fair, consistent, and accurate. And that's what I'm hearing this conversation moving toward is we can have a procedure all day long, but it's got to have the right data points in it.
Correct.
Validated data points, not opinions and not here's what I think, but validated data points by third party, which we have. And it feels to me like that might be the gap we have. So we're solving for that now. And that's what I think is a real positive about this conversation.
I agree.
Mr. Bates?
I agree with what you were saying earlier. Stick it closer to the WIS as possible. On the other hand, I agree with the idea of sending that part here back to WIS. Perhaps an amendment could be made.
Exactly, before final adoption. Would like to address, let's see, the 4 temporary employees. Can you talk about that, please?
Sure. That request is to, you said, I thought it was 5.
Says 4, well, there might be one on the other page.
There is.
There is.
Yeah.
There's 5.
Okay, and that is to hire replacements for those that will be retiring and near the first of 2027. So unlike some other positions, with Indiana Law Enforcement Academy being 4 months long, and then field training being about 4 months long, and sometimes requiring a little bit extra, and for a person to hit the ground running, we would like to do what was done also in 2017, which is just temporarily. These are not, yes, they are new line items, but they are going to be replacements for people that will be retiring in 2027. So we'd like to hire them early so they can be all done with training, so that when the people exit at the beginning of 2026 or 2027, that they've already got their replacements ready to hit the ground running, so that we're not literally out patrol deputies.
And I think this is one reason we did the carve out for safety was it was because of this. I mean, we're assured these positions are going to be temporary and they're an absolute needed.
Those line items will go away.
So, full council knew that coming into here. So that was one of the reasons we mentioned that in the guidelines. Now on your 2s, 3s, and 4s, did you do 0 budget balancing?
Yes, everything except for those that we had to. Some notable ones on that are medical. And that one is QCC, that's a contracted service. So jail medical, they have upped their bill by 40,000. And then on top of that, simply due to their caseload, they are saying that they need another nurse, or at the very least, what they call a MTP, which is a medically trained professional.
What line item are we?
Now, what account number
What
is
number
that?
is that?
It's under that's under the 124. So I'm sorry, were you just asking about?
105.
Sorry, yes, okay. So on that, yes, let me look to make sure, but I believe we were all zeros on all that. So we have not raised any of our expenses on the 105.
You haven't raised any, but have you reduced any to be a 0-based budget? Was there anything that could go down?
We use every bit of what we have, and I think you can see that reflected on. Anything, of course, would revert back, and we typically don't have anything to give back. In fact, we usually have to come for additional appropriations, such as for radios and for overtime and things like that. Overtime is one that's always a big question mark, because many times we don't do that. It's also a little confusing because we get reimbursed from the operation pullover, and it goes back into that. Now we have to come and request it to go back into that. So it's sort of a confusing thing. That number, so they get paid out of that originally, and then that money goes back to the general fund. Then we have to come to you to ask to have that put back into our budget, which many years we haven't, because we haven't needed it. So that's money, that's income or revenue into the general fund. That one's hard to pinpoint, because you can say we'd be just fine, and then we have a couple of major events, and all of a sudden we burn through $100,000 like nothing, and that goes really fast. So it's hard to say. That's one of those that if we have to pay it, we have to pay it. You know, we can't say, well, I need a month to go get approval
Right.
What,
because we've got more paperwork. It's
We-
more than.
And we get
Yeah,
that. We
so-
know that.
I hate to cut
maintenance
that.
contracts? It looks like you've only spent $54,000 so far, but
That's
yet.
because a lot of that comes at their
the-
contracts that comes at the end of the year, right?
Okay.
We're getting ready to pay out a couple of huge ones. The Axon bill is one of those, which as we know is like $500,000. Yeah. We end up having to supplement that one a lot with commissary. A lot.
Okay. Thank you.
So it's
I
actually
didn't
low.
know.
And I will say, I'll tell you like I did probation, if this pay matrix, once it goes to WIS, everybody works together, comes up with an agreeable solution. You probably need to get that codified somehow, get that set in stone somehow, other than this is just what we want to use. So if this is going to be, once this is decided and you want to present this as your practice moving forward, that probably needs to be formalized in a meeting, I would think other than budget hearings, but.
Well, it would be part of the salary ordinance.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's good enough. That'd be up to.
And that
Tiffany
would,
to
was
weigh
gonna
in
say,
on
you
that
could
or
talk to
separate-
Tiffany and
Okay.
she could tell you what needed to be done.
It just needs to be part of whatever salary ordinance, which
Okay.
is the same way that Bartholomew County would do it.
Okay, so,
And that Bartholomew County one is the actual one from there, just as.
so we wouldn't have to worry about approving anything, you would just work.
And it's
Okay.
literally just a chart in their ordinance. That's
Oh, yeah.
straight.
I know, I get it. Yeah, we just all have to get on the same page here.
Yes, ma'am.
So, any further discussion? You go right ahead, Michelle.
One more question, and this came up during our phone call while you were on vacation. And I wrote down my notes with a big question mark because I'm not sure you understood it. On account number 11441, that's correctional sergeant. You have
Yes.
in the notes, rename merit sergeant.
That's because it was just renamed. It was just put in WIS's study incorrectly. It was a typo. If you look, it's the same number.
For some reason, I've written down go to zero question mark, and I don't know why I have that.
There are no correctional officers in, that's how you can see that that's a typo.
It's wrong.
There are no correctional officers in the 105.
Okay, so it's just an error.
It's
Yeah,
just
we
an error on WIS.
can deal with that.
Just a typo.
And maybe that's where I got it confused, because then on line item 11355, my note says sergeant dash merit per Andy Barnhart question.
Yes, now that one, no, that's a totally different thing.
Oh.
That is where, that is a lieutenant rank. But we only have it filled with a sergeant. But that's where I was saying, we have underfunded that every year at the sergeant salary. So we don't give that person that extra bit of money. They're paid at the sergeant's rate. We pay, the deputy makes X, a sergeant makes X plus 5,000, and so on.
But it's
So
not that position. You're filling that position with a
we have a
lowest rank.
sergeant and a lieutenant's.
Right,
Right.
right.
And the only reason we haven't changed that is that the next sheriff or even next month, we could say, okay, we need a lieutenant in that
Right,
position.
and then you have it
And
funded.
then we have it there. That's it. It's $5,000 difference.
Yeah.
Thank you. I couldn't remember why I wrote what I wrote.
Yep.
So I have a question, if allowed.
Absolutely.
Correctional officer, we brought up that, we worked so hard on that like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yes.
And we got that tier. Is that being revisited or not?
Not this year, it's gonna have to because.
Well, I mean, is it getting blown out of the water by WIS study?
Yes, it'll be gone this year. The correctional officers in the juvenile detention center and community corrections will make the same next year as our correctional officers do.
Is that correct?
No, it's not. My opinion, no. They may argue it is, but I think training, certifications, the fact that they're going, if we train them as they are sworn through the sheriff. No other correctional officer is sworn through the sheriff in the county. If they go to the gas station or getting a Coke and a robber comes in there and they are in a uniform, they have a gun, they're transporting inmates, they're doing all these things that the correctional officers at the juvenile detention center and community corrections don't have to do. I am not saying that those people don't deserve more money. I'm
Yeah.
just saying that ours have a higher level of job qualifications. That's why I say that's an error on WIS's, but they have more job
So
qualifications.
the conversations
Yes.
But you,
That's what I was gonna
They
say.
do. We
We
just didn't
haven't.
have a chance. They,
This sounds like something that is not in the job description. It should, if there's
It
more
should.
training, if there's more
it
qualifications.
is, well, it is in our, that's what I don't understand. It is in our job description.
Yeah,
If you look at them side by side, they don't match up, but I don't know why they do.
We hear you saying that there are errors here. We hear you saying that things need to be corrected. We hear you saying it needs to be done now for this budget. And I don't think anybody's disagreeing with you, but we just, that's.
All I asked for was a mechanism to try to get it in place.
Right, and all of us will do exactly what we can to present that information back to WIS to get it corrected if it's an error.
That would be wonderful. if We could do that.
Okay, so any other questions about this particular budget? 1001-0105.
I think when whoever makes the motion, we should not rename the sheriff's clerk to payroll specialist until that goes through WIS.
Okay, I forgot about those. I'm glad you mentioned those two. This is something that's our, we'll call it a screw up. It was made with an intent about 5 years ago. We have and have always had, and other people in the county can verify this, a payroll specialist, Stephanie Walker, and a bookkeeper, Mary Barnes. Those positions are always classified at a higher level, and everyone that's done in WIS, they are classified at a higher level. The problem is, about 5 years ago, we renamed those two positions to clerk. They're still doing the same job. In our mind, that was before we had any of these processes. In our mind, that was because we were going to cross-train some other people to do some of those jobs. And so we were just going to have clerks, and all clerks would do all jobs. Well, in reality, that turned out to not function. It didn't work because nobody knows our payroll as well as Stephanie Walker does, and nobody knows our books as well as Mary Barnes does. So they are a bookkeeper and a payroll specialist. They're just not called that. So that's not even we still have those job descriptions. They just their title didn't match that. So that's our fault. We didn't know.
So that's the same thing that happened to me in the treasurer's office where I had a bookkeeper and I changed it to deputy treasurer.
Okay, there you
So
go.
I had to send it back through WIS,
Yes,
and guess what? It came back as a bookkeeper, and then we eventually got
Those
the money.
two, we did that though, and they did not reflect it in the job study. I did it last year. We said when we were doing all this job stuff for the job study, the little committee we had, I sent those to them saying, we probably just need to revert this back. It never panned out like we thought. I sent that to them. They said, you've already got job descriptions for it, right? Yes. Then we don't need to do anything. We have the job descriptions and WIS has them.
Well,
We just
evidently-
didn't have, it's just the title. They're not assigned that
We
title.
don't have the correct job description.
Is there one of these 9?
Yeah.
They're one of the 9 because their title didn't match. So they think we don't have a bookkeeper and they think we don't have a payroll specialist.
Yeah.
Well,
We
they
have the job descriptions for them, and WIS does too. Because I verified with Tiffany when I sent that first email, and she said, yes, those are in there.
Another error. So
Yes,
this
those
will
two
need-
are another error.
This will need to confirm that these job titles are errors.
Okay.
And that's, I mean, and once they do that, absolutely.
Okay.
We can do that. Once they do it. Tiff, are you keeping a list of things for their department for adding?
Writing the email right now.
Okay.
They're all in that.
Start here. So is there anything else, any further discussion?
I just want to make a statement that while this salary study has been wonderful, it's been an eye-opening for all of us in different ways. But it's a tool, and as an elected officials, we can choose to do other things outside of this WIS study. And I feel that we're becoming so obsessed that we're missing the mark.
Thank you. Any other further discussion? Okay, so Andy, you need to listen to the motion. I'm gonna make, okay?
Try.
I'm not gonna make it, but I'm gonna suggest it, okay? So, there being no further discussion, I want to entertain a motion to revise the presented numbers to conform with WIS/council guidelines. Also, the information we spoke of regarding renaming the payroll specialist, renaming the merit sergeant, the matrix system, the pay matrix system, and the 9 employees, I believe it was, with different job descriptions.
And they're not, all 9 are in this fund. They're throughout all the funds.
But we can include those in this to be immediately sent to WIS, work with legal to try to get this information corrected and up to date for possible amendment prior to the final adoption. To cover everything? So somebody want to take that motion?
I have a question before we go there.
Uh-huh.
Based on your last comment, if this is not done, if WIS can't turn this thing around, we're not saying we can't revisit this.
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm just saying, we want to do this through proper channels and do it the right way that we're trying to do with everybody. And based on what he's saying, and based on what WIS has told us, they should be able to come up. They should be able to make us happy with what they've got to say. So
Are
hopefully.
you saying
turn
that
it.
to fix those things by the first of the year, for example, the
Right.
3 mistakes?
Right,
We still have
right.
time to make.
Yep.
This basically is acknowledging that we want to work together, we
Okay.
want to do what's right, but yet
Yep.
stay within the guidelines, and let's readdress it toward WIS. Okay, we think you're wrong on this, so.
So really the thing that they would need to hurry on would be the pay matrix, because that would be the salary stuff or the salary ordinance.
And
issues
it's pretty
budget.
cut and dried. I don't think they'll have,
Okay.
hopefully won't have any problem with
Thank
it. So,
Okay.
Tiff has been sending emails as we speak. So, hopefully we can move forward.
And just to clarify, we amend the salary ordinance all year, so it's not like it can't be amended after
Right.
the final adoption. It's just, you can always amend it.
Right,
Okay,
right,
Goal is to get it all right the
Right,
first time,
right.
as close as we can.
okay,
right.
thank you.
So, assuming everyone is in agreement with what I just suggested, I'm open for a motion for a first. Amy, is there anything you need? For the records, you got it? Okay.
I said so moved, if you got it.
Yeah.
This is just on the 1001.
It is.
Correct.
101.
Correct. Have a first by Mr. Bittner,
Second.
a second by Mr. Mallers. There being no further discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed? Passes. Okay, moving on to your next item of business. 1001124, sheriff in the jail.
Yeah,
Looks like
so-
you've moved your hospital and medical to lit. Right?
Correct.
And you wanted to talk about the contractual services here?
Well, that was just letting you know that we have several of the big bills coming up. That's it. The thing I wanted to make sure that is medical, that you were clear on, which is the amount we requested reflects a $40,000 increase from QCC. That's part of their contract increase.
Gotcha.
And then a request for either a nurse for $101,600 more, or a medically trained professional for $79,200.
Page is that on in our budget? I don't see it.
14, I think.
14?
14.
I don't see the 101,000.
It's baked into that.
Huh?
Into the 600,000?
It's in the 600. Is that what you're saying, Andy?
No.
Where is
Not
that
in
line
600,000.
It's the account
Okay,
number.
let me look here. I'm sorry, that's in the,
We're not even, we are there. Sorry, that's a big budget.
yeah, there you go.
It is.
Well, so last year was,
Contractual services,
Oh, 'cause we-
36102. Well, that goes down to 0.
that's because we moved it we
Oh,
moved it back to lit.
That's what you said.
And then we increased it by the 40,000. And that was the one that's gonna look funny, because remember, we underfunded that one last year for 2025. That's why it looks like we only requested 665 for it. That's not right. That was the one we underfunded because the advertising, the auditor needed some help with advertising there. So we underfunded it, had to come back and ask for the additional appropriation, which is.
Okay, let's
it's
back
half.
up.
Yeah, we're confused.
Yeah, let's back up.
It's confusing, I understand, yeah, okay. Jail medical, last year.
Jail medical.
Jail med.
in 0124. Cause that's the next.
Oh, 1,
in our
2, 4,
code.
yes.
It
is.
0124.
Yeah, it's 1001124, sheriff/jail. You have hospital and medical that you've taken to 0 because you moved it to lit. Got that? Then you have contractual status, or services for 600,000. Let's talk about those two items only.
Why
Okay.
did we move it to lit? Just curious.
Because that was a temporary solution last year when Adam Gadberry was the county attorney, because the council was worried that lit was not going to have enough money.
Okay.
So they asked us to move food and medical back to
Gotcha.
general fund for 1 year. We did it. Now it's back to lit again.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Where we
Okay.
have the money,
Well,
where it
we-
makes sense to.
Yeah, so.
I know, it's confusing. So that's why I was talking about it. It's zero. And that,
Okay.
in the budget we're looking at for approval, it's zero.
Yeah.
But we're gonna talk about it in the next, which
Right,
is the limit.
but by
Okay.
the way we have to do things, let's go on now to the next one. We
Yes.
can, I think we can do 3 of them here maybe. But 1156 Sheriff's Firearm and Training. All right, we have operating supplies and travel and training in there. It appears to be the same numbers that you had from last year. You've
Yes.
not expended all of it, so you anticipate needing all of that for next year.
Correct, and that's the fund that we get from the state.
Yep.
That's the money we get from the state in lieu of when we used to collect firearms fees and no longer
Okay, so
do. So
you
they
get-
just give us money and we end up using it. So what Brandy does is wait till the end of the year, figure out
What you need,
where we need to, and then spend it out on that.
so that one's pretty cut and dried.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll open this up for questions in a minute. I'm just trying to do the easy ones. So the next one is 1192, the sheriff's sex offender fees. So you have $1 for awards and plaques, so I take it you're just keeping that line item open?
Yeah, and that's one, again, that's confusing because, not to cut you off, but before we get too deep in the weeds, that's one that the sex offenders, we just never know how many we're gonna have. They come in and pay their fees, and then that's where that money comes from. And then we just have authorized expenses we can spend that on, but we usually have to come and ask specifically for those. So
So you appropriate whatever funds you have at the
we
time?
appropriate whatever we have at the time. So if we get 10 grand in it, then we say, hey, we need a new printer and we need
Right.
training and we need
Right.
this, and it
Gotcha.
just comes and goes from
So
there.
this is the money you have to work with for next year?
Correct. And so we
Okay.
just, if we don't know, we just leave it at
Okay.
$1 to keep it open.
So to make this a little easier on us, let's take 1001124, 1156, 1192 as 3, and we'll open the floor for discussion for any of those. We'll start at Mr. Myers,
No questions.
Ms. Grissmer.
No questions at this point.
I have none on those 3 either.
No questions?
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to accept the recommendations as presented.
Motion to approve 0124, 1156, and 1192.
Second.
Have a first by Mr. Myers, a second by Mr. Bates. Any further discussion? None. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Now we'll move on to the lid.
Okay, so this is why I've got the second half of that conversation. I apologize for getting,
Mhm.
we're talking about medical, that's what, so this is where the medical went to, which is the same amount from last year, plus 40,000.
What line item is it? Item is
That's the one that she was pointing out, 19,
19,
top of the 19,
top of 19.
30,900 is the account number. Those two.
Gotcha. Okay,
And this is gonna get so confusing, so bear with me. It looks like, if you look back, it looks like it was a lot less adopted because that was where we had the advertising issue. We pulled it out of there and had to come back and ask for more money. We're just talking about medical in general. It was not in the lid, it was in the other budget
Gotcha.
at the time.
Because it looks like you're asking for 141,000.
Well, we are asking for $141,000 more, yes. But we're not asking for 700 and whatever number that is. If you look at the actual,
Yes.
okay, that's all I was, okay. So the more money we're asking for is $40,000 more, or for an exact number, 39,608.77 is what QCC said they're going to charge us more for next year's medical contract.
and that's the cost of doing business.
That's just cost of
correct?
doing business, right? I don't know where they get their numbers, but they do their analysis.
Those
and that's
contracts
the-
go through the commissioners, correct?
Yes, correct. And then they have also told us that they are struggling to keep up, and that's because the jail numbers are higher, the number of mental health calls are higher, the number of medical calls are higher. And so they need one of 2 things to
And-
help out.
Okay, now you're
In
gonna,
the same line, It's just part of their contract,
oh, part of their contract.
part of their
Gotcha.
contract.
So it's not a new employee.
Not it, well, it is for a contractor though.
Yeah, but not for us,
Not for us.
county.
For the
No,
county.
not for us. They need a new nurse or a medically trained professional. A medically trained professional is basically, I don't know what the equivalent would be in the civilian world, but kind of like a billing specialist that also can ask some preliminary medical questions and things like that.
Contracted services.
Part of the contracted services.
Right.
So they're telling us they need it. We know they desperately need it. The nurses are, well, they're coming and going like flies because they cannot keep, they're so swamped, they can't keep that. So
It's not up to us to question your need.
I'm just telling you,
Your
I'm just
need-
explaining.
Don't,
So
yeah.
their desire is to have a new full nurse, an RN, and that will cost $101,600 more. So that's why we asked for the $40,000 more they were gonna ask for anyway, and then the $101,000 for a new nurse. And then that's what comes up with our
But
100.
you're not talking insurance per FICA
No, because that's
benefits or
part
none
of
of
that.
that.
That's
right?
all on them. This all comes out of one item.
Okay.
Yes.
I had a question, sir, on the very first line, on the very first page, it's page 15. On the matron,
Yes.
I
Oh,
have a feeling that the matron is a statute,
Yes,
that salary is set
it
by
is.
statute. Was that wrong in the WIS study?
it is. And
You
I have that. I'm sorry. I have that on my notes and I forgot to say it too.
It's okay, because
By statute must match the base deputy salary. So whatever the base deputy salary is, matron has to make the same.
is that
Well, that would be the 80,712.
8712, which is what.
80,712, which is what I
So
submitted,
that will
yes.
be okay.
And then the major salary, was that a statute?
No, that is
That was
follows the
the-
major on the 105. Yes.
Gotcha. So, okay.
He's just in a different budget because he's part of the jail. It doesn't really matter.
So did I see a couple of title changes on here as well? Or am I just making things up?
Only ones that were approved already last year. One was the changing of the third jail lieutenant we had into the IT specialist, because that's what he's doing 90% of the time anyway. But
Looks like you're renaming a clerk to a bookkeeper.
that's what. we
That's
just
the
talked
same
about
one you're
with.
gonna.
Run it through
We're
WIS.
gonna run it through WIS, okay.
What about the correctional officer? You're changing it to training officer. That's 12582.
Yes, okay.
Did that go through WIS?
No. And here's why. And we can do that, obviously. That's what the council wants. This is one of the salaries where she was paid as a correctional officer, and then she got specialty pay baked into her salary because she's the training officer. Okay, so she has to do a lot of the same scheduling, the additional training. She's certified in training all of these things that we have to train all of our jail staff in. So we were paying her that as a specialty pay. One of the things that the council said is they didn't want to do that type of specialty pay for things that weren't like SWAT or scuba or things like that. So we pulled it back out of the specialty pay and are asking to raise her base salary to that because that's what she's actually doing.
Well,
She's a
I think-
correctional officer.
I think that's something that's possible, but again,
Sure.
I think we need to go this route with it.
That makes sense.
Let's go
The only
this
thing
route
is
with it.
if we don't do it, then she'll end up with a pay cut.
Well, let's talk about that when it
Okay.
happens, okay?
Okay.
We made that perfectly clear at the beginning. Our intent here is not to take any money away from anybody.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a $10,000 bump.
Mm-hmm.
Was the supplement for that $10,000?
That's a $10,000. Oh, no,
Yeah, that's 10.
it was a $2,500 supplement.
But
And
now
that's
it's-
because the training officer off the WIS study should be making the 63. So that's why it matched to that. So what we can do, I'll get with WIS.
Okay.
I'll explain to them the situation that she was being paid $2,500 more. Let them look at the job descriptions and all that, and then come back
Right.
with whatever.
I think that's,
recommendations may be.
I think everybody will be much clearer if we can do that.
Okay.
And we're consistent that way.
Yeah, so as long as if she were to get the 2,500, then she's not gonna get a pay cut. It would, but I'm not saying she needs the full 10.
And like I said, we're
WIS.
not about pay cuts this year, not at all. So we want everybody to walk away with something, so.
So then the bookkeeper title change would have to run through.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that was, I'm apologize. We brought that up in the 105 and she's in that one.
Okay, that's what today's all about.
It's just got to go line by line and
Yep.
follow the ball. And then you do have merit rank pay in here of 10,000, and that goes back to this pay
Matrix.
matrix.
Yes, and that's,
We're gonna run it through
yes,
with.
and that's because of the major that's a merit deputy. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, do we have any further discussion on the 1233024? Again, I think this motion probably needs to be. Other things that's going back to Liz?
Yeah, I want to just,
You go
I'm
right
just-
ahead, babe.
I'm just worried to death about this correctional officer thing. So we're gonna do something with this with WIS, but is anyone looking out after the, juvenile detention and then community corrections, the correctional officers? I mean, are those numbers wrong in this study? No?
I don't know whether, I believe they got a raise because they were brought up to what was considered the median. This is what part of, when you compare apples and oranges, which are not quite apples and oranges. I don't remember what prosecutor said, groundhogs and gophers or whatever, pumpkins. Pumpkins. I said pumpkins. I want to try to throw that out there at some point just because I liked it. I don't know the answer to that because they was brought up to match the internal salary, right? Because they're all titled correctional officer, but they have different job descriptions. And our job, this is something that WIS, I don't know if they just saw correctional officer and thought, oh, we've already done that check. And I'm not saying that as they had 700 to look at. So, I mean, I'm not saying that as a slam to them, but
Kept all their notes, who they talked to, the conversations that they had and the discussions that were had. We
Sure.
Looked at those, so.
But some of that we didn't know until the conversation I had with them. The only chance I got to talk to them, which is why I sent the email I did, was before we actually got a copy of their salary study. So it's the cart before the horse there. So yes, we did get a chance to say something to them, but it was before. This was part of what I was saying earlier, and I'm not going to get off on that tangent again, but great. Yeah, we can talk to them, but decisions are already been made at that point. So that's when it was realized, hey, the COs in the juvenile detention and in community corrections got a bump up to what our COs are making. Great, except that now our COs aren't getting a raise. So now that work we did to kind of have a little bit of a benefit. So now why would, in our mind, why would a correctional officer work in a riskier environment, require more training, more,
I think that's gonna go back to WIS needs to be made aware, this is part of the job study.
they may be, but is that going to be, so then
No, it's
do
the
you look the others to, or do we? So then I would
this
need
is
to
somewhere
correct-
I asked Tiff to get involved. Right?
Because there does appear to be a difference.
Yes,
I will
ma'am.
say
There's a
that.
huge
It
difference.
seems very clear to me there
Yes.
is a difference.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, I wondered perhaps did the correctional officers use the same job
It's the
description?
same title. They did not use the same job description.
So-
I asked for a copy. It's not the same.
Look into it, absolutely, because I see there is a difference, and I think Sheriff and I have even talked about that in the past. There's a difference.
There is.
There is a
If we've
difference.
had people leave, you go over there, because they don't want to carry a gun, they don't want to do that, those items.
And that's
right.
Some of their folks involved, but there's a difference.
Right. Thank you. No, we'll stay on it. Everyone's aware and everyone wants a solution that is fair.
That's all we want.
consistent.
It's like Mr. Dittmer said, is we just want to make sure the right data
Yeah.
went in. That's it.
Thank
This
you.
is an issue with
This
it.
is our place to
Thank you,
start.
sir.
Okay, I'm prepared to take a motion if there's no further discussion. On 123301224, it appears like that this one, the motion would be to accept the recommendation as presented. But there are several items that we will take under advisement for possible amendments prior to final adoption. Such as the job title that carried over here, and then they wanted to talk to him about the correctional officers, I think.
Mhm.
So just different items, but basically the numbers themselves match with WIS, correct? On this budget, so.
The
I think-
majority of them do, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
So shoot me if I'm wrong. Motion to approve for 124. As submitted with some recommendations to be considered at a later time.
so it'll be under advisement for possible amendments prior to final adoption, correct?
What she said.
Should we highlight those title changes now in the motion or later?
What do you think?
I would just wait to hear back from WIS.
That's what I said, yeah. That'd be great. So is there any further discussion?
Are we taking out the merit rank pay of 17,300?
Well, I think that the motion needs to be, it reverts back to the WIS numbers.
And
And then we hear from WIS on the merit rank pay and go there before second reading. That was the motion. So if there's no further discussion.
Second.
Oh, I thought I had one. I'm sorry. Who made the first?
I did.
John.
John. I've got 4 Johns. John, Melanie,
One of them. I'll do a second. No, John.
and another John Dittmers did a second. So if there's no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Are you practicing your glare?
Oh, we still have more to do though. 155. I was like, "Hi." Yeah, we have page 20 to do, Pam.
Okay. So we're on to 1001-0155, Sheriff and CIT.
Yeah, and the big one you'll notice on this is the program therapist, which was moved from probation's budget to ours. That's really
So it's not new
not new, it's just moved from one to the other.
where we pay it from.
And hopefully there's that caveat that we always say, hopefully we'll get a grant that funds that,
Yeah.
but we don't know. They've not been given grants like they
That's
have in the
just
past.
icing on the cake if we do.
Yes.
Okay, so, and that's the only oddity in that one?
Yes, the wear and apparel went up to another $150. Pay no attention. And that is for CIT for their, they have to have something that identifies and so $150 to get them a couple of polo shirts.
T-shirt Express or Amazon?
T-shirt Express. Keep it local. Hashtag keep it local.
So I think we can probably go on to 1155 before we take a motion. Extradition and sheriff's assistant, $2,000 for claims. I'm sorry. It's $20,000. That is doubled and you've still got 12,000 left. Can you talk about that? No, it hasn't doubled. I'm sorry.
No,
Friend, I'm looking at 23.
no, let's say we zero.
It's the same.
Yeah.
It's the same.
It
Okay.
doubled from 24 to 25.
Right, right. I was looking at the wrong year. Okay, so that's pretty self-explanatory.
Yes, and that's because we have so many extradition fees. That pays for that starts to pay for
And you don't do county misdemeanor, do you?
pick people up. Yes, we
Yeah.
do.
You do?
That's ours too.
Okay. So talk about county misdemeanor.
That is all zeros. Stay with guidelines.
It's what?
All zeros, stay with the guidelines.
Oh, great.
$0 budget. change.
You're better. Okay, so discussion for 1001, 0155, 1155, and 1175. If there's no discussion, then I'm prepared to take a motion. And this
Motion
one,
to approve 0155, 1155, and 1175. As presented for first reading.
okay. We have a first by Mr. Myers and a second by Mr. Bates. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
What was the cost of the Wix study?
$90,000.
$90,000.
90.
$90,000, I think.
Thank you.
I think we're done for the day.
Motion to accept.
Motion to recess. I need a motion.
Motion to recess. Until Thursday.
We have a motion by Mr. Mallers and a second by Mr. Dittmers. All in favor?
Aye.
Thursday?